Chapter 37. Li Zhongjiu's swift action caught many people off guard. Li Tianqing also stood in place, staring blankly at Sun Zhenglei, who was lying on the ground and bleeding profusely. This old rival of his for more than 10 years was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. Although Li Tianqing didn't put Sun Zhenglei in his eyes, if his eyes were only limited to Sun Zhenglei and the Sun family, then his Li family was destined to be a small force entrenched in this Luoxia city. It would never be possible for him to rise up. On the Saint Martial continent, if you don't advance courageously and continue to make breakthroughs in this adversity, then you'll definitely be swallowed by the counterattack. If you don't advance, then you'll just wait to be eaten clean. Sun Zhenglei is dead. People of the Sun family, surrender and I won't kill you. Li Tianqing immediately shouted in anger. Many people of the Sun family in the surroundings also quickly fled. Those who were relatively smart knew to go back and pack up their things before leaving. However, there were also some who weren't very smart. They all put down the weapons in their hands, mainly because most of them didn't have a chance to escape. They were surrounded by Li Tianqing and his men. One by one, they all laid down their weapons and surrendered. Boom! Suddenly, there was a strong vibration. The tearing sound in the air almost penetrated the eardrums, causing everyone to cover their ears. This kind of stimulating sound wasn't something that ordinary people could resist. Li Zhongjiu looked up at the sky. 2 figures were rapidly falling. The 2 of them had rushed into the sky while fighting, but now it seemed that Lin Song had no way to take down Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan saw that the people of the Sun family had been defeated, and with Lin Song, a Yuan general expert, blocking in front of him, it was impossible for him to save Wang Lu today. After colliding with Lin Song, he took a few steps back and stared at Li Tianqing. This insignificant family actually dares to be my enemy. People of the Li family, listen up. In the next 3 months, I will take your lives one by one in the dark. Mu Yuan said coldly, "Damned, old man, you can protect them for a lifetime. But can you protect them for a lifetime?" Ha ha ha. As Mu Yuan's voice faded, his figure soared into the sky, intending to escape. However, right at that moment, a white figure was rapidly approaching. The exquisiteness of this movement technique even surpassed Mu Yuan's. As an assassin, Mu Yuan was naturally more proficient in his mysterious footwork. Being able to grasp such a mysterious agility skill at such a level was naturally the reason why Mu Yuan was so popular. Previously, Lin Song had also suffered because of this agility skill. Even though Lin Song's Yuan power was more powerful than Mu Yuan's by a level, his agility skill could not keep up. His speed wasn't as fast as the other party. Therefore, if Mu Yuan wanted to leave, he could not stop him. The person who rushed out was naturally Li Zhongjiu. In front of the evil lord, how could anyone he wanted to kill escape? Blood Frenzy Guide. Li Zhongjiu's figure chased after Mu Yuan. His agility skill was so fast that he appeared behind Mu Yuan in an instant. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu directly activated his own aura. After his cultivation reached the Yuan master level, he once again used the Blood Frenzy Guide. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu threw a blood bead into his mouth. His aura instantly erupted. Grade 2 Yuan Master. Grade 3 Yuan Master. Grade 4 Yuan Master. Grade 5 Yuan Master. After raising his aura to Grade 5, it finally stopped. This aura even surpassed Li Tianqing's. Li Tianqing, who was not far away, widened his eyes when he saw the changes in Li Zhongjiu's aura. Oh my God! What medicine did he take to be so fierce? Elder Li Jian could not help but open his mouth wide. Looking at the changes in Li Zhongjiu's body, his face was filled with disbelief. How could there be such an elixir? It must be some kind of secret skill. It was just that Li Zhongjiu's secret skill was simply too terrifying. Ridiculous! Mu Yuan's eyes released a cold, murderous intent. Even Lin Song did not dare to chase after him. Do you think that just because you have mastered a little trick, you can fight against someone who is so much higher than you? If you want to be a hero, then you should be prepared to die a tragic death. Ghost shadow kill. Mu Yuan waved the dagger in his hand. The dagger swayed and dozens of light shadows appeared, directly attacking Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu directly activated his Yuan force. Facing the dozens of light shadows, his hand movements easily broke them. Swoosh! Swoosh! In terms of hand speed, Li Zongjiu was faster. Before Mu Yuan could see clearly, Li Zongjiu had already broken his opponent's move. I haven't used this move in a long time. Evil soul eye. Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly turned completely black. In the instant that his eyes changed, Mu Yuan, who was preparing to go all out to kill Li Zongjiu, suddenly froze on the spot. His eyes were dull, as if he had seen something incredible. And in this short moment, Li Zongjiu's hand was like an eagle's claw, directly grabbing Mu Yuan's head. Die! Li Zongjiu's 5 fingers moved, the power in his body surging out. Boom! Under Li Zongjiu's angry roar, Mu Yuan's head was like a broken egg, crushed by Li Zongjiu. Brain matter and blood splattered. The blood stained Li Zongjiu's tattered clothes. However, at this moment, no one looked down on Li Zongjiu just because his clothes were dirty and messy. Instead, they all kept quiet out of fear when they saw Li Zongjiu's gaze. Lin Song's pupils shrank. He had fought bitterly with Mu Yuan just now, and there was not the slightest bit of exaggeration. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was to deal with Mu Yuan. However, such an opponent could not even last one move in front of Li Zongjiu. How terrifying was Li Zongjiu's strength? Lin Song did not dare to imagine. He had thought that after his strength had broken through to the primary general realm, he would be able to discuss and become good friends with Li Zongjiu after protecting him for a period of time. He would no longer have to listen to Li Zongjiu's orders. However, after witnessing Li Zongjiu's strength, he realized that Li Zongjiu had a hidden killer move that could kill him in an instant. Li Zongjiu was not an ordinary person at all. The reason why he had made Lin Song a slave was probably to have an extra person to run errands for him. In fact, Li Zongjiu's strength was enough to sweep through Luoxia City. What? By Luoxia could no longer keep her calm. Her mouth was wide open as she stared in disbelief at Li Zongjiu, who was standing in the middle of the square with a pile of hair in his hand. Bai Tianjiu, who had been scolding Li Zongjiu, no longer dared to speak after seeing this scene. He only dared to stare and even forgot to run away. Li Zongjiu wiped the bloodstains on his hands on his clothes. The gaze in his eyes made people not dare to look straight at him. This was the aura of a king. Looking at the shocked and frightened gazes of these people, Lin Song was stunned. Li Zongjiu heaved a sigh of relief. I, Li Zongjiu, have returned to take revenge for my previous life. There was no need to explain so clearly to you. If there was a grudge, just kill it. Chapter 38. This was also Li Zongjiu's objective. Even the people from the Sun family were baffled. Although they also had a secret plan, they hadn't really implemented it yet. How could they have been discovered? Lin Song and the others were already shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. No one knew how this young man, who was not even 17 years old, had such strength. Even his father, Li Tianqing, didn't know how Li Zongjiu did it. However, Li Tianqing knew that Li Zongjiu was still his son. As long as this didn't change, no matter how Li Zongjiu changed, it didn't matter. Maybe it was the old ancestor's spirit, or maybe Li Zongjiu had a very wonderful adventure. These weren't important. As long as Li Zongjiu thought for the family, that was what Li Tianqing wanted. No matter what, it didn't matter. I won't kill those who are willing to surrender to the Li family. If you don't want to surrender, you can go back to the Sun family. When I flatten the Sun family, your heads will roll. Li Tianqing said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, many of the Sun family's disciples also gave up resisting. Now that the situation was hopeless, the only way was to escape. But where could they escape to? If they refused to surrender to the Li family, then only death awaited them. It was not up to them to choose which family they were born into. But now they were going to die because of their birth. For these people it was very painful. This was almost a matter of no choice. However, Li Tianqing's words gave them a chance. After hearing Li Tianqing's words, some people also chose to raise their hands and surrender without hesitation. For them, it was fine as long as they could live. Those who liked to talk about dignity and whatnot should be left alone. Li Zongjiu didn't interfere with these follow-up matters. Li Zongjiu's appearance was only to help the family deal with these enemies. In this battle, Li Zongjiu had killed many people and established a powerful and mysterious image. He was good at alchemy, good at killing, and decisive in his actions. Such a person, no matter where he went, would be a hero of a generation. Li Zongjiu lifted the lid of the undying cauldron. Wang Lu, who was trapped under the undying cauldron, finally revealed his head. "Brat, you're dead for sure. Mu Yuan, kill this man for me." After Wang Lu escaped, the first thing he did was to summon Mu Yuan to kill Li Zongjiu first. This guy actually dared to target him and even attacked him. As a grade 2 alchemist, how could Wang Lu tolerate this? Only by killing Li Zongjiu would he be able to vent his anger. However, after Wang Lu finished shouting, he discovered the strangeness of the surroundings. Many of the Sun family's people were kneeling on the ground, and the people standing around with swords and sabers in their hands were all members of the Li family. Behind him, there were many corpses lying on the ground. One of them, Wang Lu felt that it was very familiar. When he took a closer look, he was shocked to find that the dead person turned out to be the head of the Sun family. Sun Zhenglei, how did this brat die? However, this feeling of shock was not over yet. Not far away, he saw a headless corpse lying on the ground. The sight of the shattered skull gave one a headache. It was as if a claw had landed on one's head and would shatter it at any moment. However, the clothes on the body made Wang Lu even more shocked. Mu Yuan. Wang Lu's voice was almost out of balance. He could only express the shock in his heart with such a horrified look. This was simply a slap to Wang Lu's heart. Wang Lu felt as if he was about to suffocate. This was his trump card, a general-level powerhouse. He died just like that. This guy turned out to be a waste. Wang Lu couldn't wait to catch this Mu Yuan and interrogate him. What happened to the cold-faced killer, the arrogant killer? Aren't you just stirring up trouble? At this moment, Wang Lu seemed to understand something. His life seemed to have been left here. However, Wang Lu quickly thought that the reason why the other party didn't kill him was because they were afraid of his identity and his alchemy skills. One must know that Wang Lu had muddled along for so many years, and now he had finally muddled along to this point. He was even an influential member of the Northern Medicine City's Alchemist Alliance. Based on his identity, if anything happened to Wang Lu, the Northern Medicine Alliance would definitely not let Li Zongjiu and the others off. Wang Lu couldn't help but become bolder when he thought of his backing. Li Tianqing. I'm a member of the Northern Medicine Alliance. If anything happens to me in this small Luoxia city, your Luoxia city will cease to exist. Don't you dare touch me. Wang Lu shouted in a low voice. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He was thinking in his heart that when he returned, he must kill these people. When he returned to the Northern Medicine City, none of these people would be able to survive. He would kill them all. Li Tianqing looked at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu didn't say anything and directly kicked Wang Lu more than 10 meters away. Wang Lu pointed at Li Zongjiu with difficulty and then fainted. Lock him up. Don't touch him for the time being. In addition, capture his disciple as well. Yes, young lord. Li Gui immediately accepted the order. Li Gui was completely convinced by the young lord in front of him. Since when did he have such a hardy battle? In this battle, he directly killed 2 of the opposing elders, and even the Sun family's patriarch was killed. At the same time, he also captured 2 elders alive. Sun Jian-san also chose to surrender. What else could he do if he didn't surrender? He just had to give him another slap on the neck. From today, it could be seen that the Sun clan's momentum was already gone. The Li clan had even invited a Yuan general-level powerhouse. So what else was impossible? Therefore, even if there was some feudal struggle, it would only cause them to feel grief for themselves. In today's world, not many people were willing to sacrifice their lives for an illusory family's honor. If they were younger, they might be able to do so. How should we deal with Wang Lu? Li Tianqing came to Li Zongjiu. The poison in his body was only used to deal with the Fury Lion's fury. As long as he didn't use this secret skill, there would be no problem. However, this was equivalent to restricting Li Tianqing's ultimate move. If Wang Lu doesn't die, the Northern Medicine Alliance won't act recklessly. Let's stabilize it for the time being. When we can annex the Northern Medicine Alliance, we'll deal with him. Li Zongjiu said. Although Li Zongjiu was arrogant, he wouldn't speak without thinking. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't sure of. With the current strength of the Northern Medicine Alliance, it wouldn't be a big problem to call for a dozen or 20 supreme general experts. Tomorrow, I'll talk to the Bai family's patriarch. Chapter 39. Bai family's patriarch. Since Li family had already made such a big move, they naturally had to be clear about their status. Therefore, when Bai Luoxue saw Li Zongjiu kill Mu Yuan, she realized something and quickly left with her people. Many of the Li family's disciples were also injured in the battle. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The Li family won the battle. Those who originally had the mentality of watching a good show left one by one, without saying anything. After all, they knew the seriousness of this matter. The Li family destroyed the Sun family. In the future, the sky of Luoxia City would change. From the 4 great families to the 3 great families. Maybe in the future, Luoxia City would become the sole great family. It wasn't impossible for such a situation to occur. Therefore, some small families that originally maintained strategic cooperation with the Sun family all switched to the Li family's embrace. Some of the more arrogant herb suppliers also rushed to be first with a smile on their faces. As for Sun family's headquarters, Li family did not confiscate it for the time being. However, Sun family did not dare to do anything. They could only move the dead body back. Moreover, they did not dare to report it. If they reported it, the City Lord Mansion might intervene. However, if they did not report it, the City Lord Mansion would not say anything. After all, the disputes between the forces of Jianghu were seen by everyone. As long as the City Lord Mansion benefited, it was enough. Of course, there were many voices in the City Lord Mansion. This Li family is really arrogant. They actually dared to fight in the medicine refining square. City Lord, this Li clan must be suppressed. Otherwise, it's extremely likely that the situation of the Li clan dominating Sunset City will appear in the future. The one who spoke was the #1 advisor of Luoxia City's City Lord Mansion, Ying Lai. Ying Lai was a rare advisor. He was far-sighted and meticulous. Now, the layout of Luoxia City was mostly controlled by Ying Lai. Luoxia City's City Lord Yi Chao glanced at Ying Lai. If Li family wants to be the sole great family, no matter what, they have to get the City Lord Mansion's approval. First, we have to figure out the matter of Li family's Li Zongjiu and that Yuan general-level expert. Where did that Yuan general-level expert come from? Yi Chao spoke. Ying Lai's eyes flashed with a strange light. However, he quickly hid himself. I've already sent someone to investigate. That's right. Is there any news about Tianxue in the Imperial Martial Pavilion? Yi Chao asked. Yi Tianxue, Yi Chao's only daughter, was the only daughter of this generation. She was also protected by Yi Chao. However, Yi Tianxue's talent was very strong. In addition, Yi Tianxue was very competitive. Therefore, She resolutely entered the second largest Yuanwu institution under the imperial court, Chaowu Pavilion. Not yet, but there's news that Miss has entered the Yaowu Hall of the Imperial Martial Pavilion to further her studies. The Glory Martial Hall is the name of the Imperial Martial Pavilion's inner pavilion. Being able to enter the Glory Martial Hall can be considered as bringing honor to one's ancestors. Yi Chao let out a long sigh. He had not expected his daughter to have such talent to enter the ancient martial hall and the ancient martial hall. In another half a year, the Ascension Assembly jointly organized by the Imperial Martial Pavilion, the Sacred Flame Sword Pavilion, and the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor will begin. Right now, Tian Shui should be working hard in seclusion, Yi Chao thought to himself. The Ascension Assembly was targeted at all the young talents in the world. Anyone could participate. As long as one had the strength and the qualifications to do so, one only needed to stand on the arena. The ice and fire restoration elixir refined by Li Zongjiu today is in the hands of the Bai family. Yi Chao asked. Yes. Go buy it and send it to Tian Shui. Although Yi Chao was far away in Luoxia City, he was thinking of ways to send the best things to his precious daughter. He did not know if Tian Shui would still be interested in these elixirs. The Bai family was in a mess at the moment. After the big meeting, there would be a small meeting. After the small meeting, there would be a big meeting. Without exception, it was how to deal with the Li family. The Li family was determined to annex the Sun family. Based on the strength that they had displayed today, it was not easy to deal with them. If the Sun family was annihilated, who would be next? It's impossible to take the initiative to seek peace. It's impossible for us to take the initiative to seek peace in this lifetime. Our Bai family has a foundation of decades. Are we going to surrender just because of a mere general from the Li family? A mere Li Zongjiu? I don't believe that the Li family can swallow such a huge family business. An elder of the Bai family said. That's right. The elder is right. I think that Li Zongjiu is also a cruel and tyrannical person. If we surrender to them, who knows what kind of state our Bai family will be in. We have to get rid of this kind of scum. In my opinion, we should join forces with the Gu family and wipe out the Li family. Bai Tianju, who was at the side, quickly stood up and said, Li Zongjiu was too terrifying. How could they let such a person live? They had to find a way to kill Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's strength was one thing, but more importantly, Li Zongjiu's performance was extremely dazzling. It was a level that Bai Tianju couldn't reach. Wasn't such a person directly stepping on Bai Tianju's head? Bai Tianju had to eliminate him. Family head. Lording live from the city, Lord Mansion is here. Just as these elders were discussing, a guard came to report to them. Someone from the city, Lord Mansion, was here? This immediately made the eyes of the Bai family light up. The Bai family head, Bai Wuheng, quickly said, invite him in. Bai Luoxue glanced at Elder Bai Cheng beside her. During the meeting tonight, Bai Luoxue did not say anything because she was trying her best to analyze Li Zongjiu's character and what he would do next. Although Elder Bai Cheng did not help much at that time, he still made Li Zongjiu say something. Bai Luoxue would remember this favor. If he is a wolf, he will definitely devour everything in Luoxia City. If he is a dragon, Luoxia City is nothing to him, Li family. Li Zongjiu and the others returned to the family. However, he realized that Li Changjiang had actually disappeared. Obviously, he had received news before this. Once Li Tianqing's matter was exposed, there was no doubt that Li Changjiang would not be able to escape suspicion. They only needed to casually investigate to find out who poisoned him. Aren't you looking for your granddaughter? Find Li Changjiang and you can find your granddaughter, Li Zongjiu said to Lin Song. In his previous life, although Li Zongjiu knew about Lin Song's granddaughter, he did not know that Li Changjiang had colluded with Lu Shan and the others. In the end, he only killed Li Changjiang. It wasn't until a long time later that they discovered that there was actually an extremely secretive force behind the whole thing that was instigating all of this. Even Li Zongjiu did not know much about this force. Therefore, he wanted to borrow Lin Song's hand to make a move. Li Zongjio deliberately let Li Changjiang go in order to find this clue. Thank you, young master. Speaking of his granddaughter, Lin Song's eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, he did not wait any longer. He turned around and flew away. With the resources of Wuxia Elixir Sect, it was not difficult to find a person. Chapter 40. Li Zongjio's battle in the Alchemy Square could be said to have become famous. Everyone knew that the Li family had produced a ruthless and powerful young master. Moreover, he seemed to be extremely good at alchemy. After all, the Li family itself was an alchemy family. Although it was only famous in this small Luoxia city, it was still somewhat famous. The Sun family's patriarch was eliminated, and now they were already feeling like they were unable to recover from this setback. The Li family didn't directly uproot the Sun family. Instead, they let their businesses gradually swallow up the Sun family's businesses, and buy them at an extremely low price. From this point of view, they were also gradually encroaching on the Sun family. In the end, they would also take over the Sun family's most glorious forging industry. If he exterminated the Sun family, it might cause a huge commotion. Instead, it would be like boiling a frog in warm water, forcing the Sun family to leave on their own accord. When they reached the wilderness, it would be relatively easier to carry out the plan of eliminating the Sun family. After all, this was still under the nose of the Xinyan dynasty. If the dynasty was angry, then this matter would not be so easy to solve. Such a behemoth, even a casual sneeze would cause the earth to shake. Young master, someone from the Gu family is looking for you. Li Gui's battle yesterday was also quite carefree. Now, when he looked at Li Zongjio, it was as if he was looking at the future head of the family. If he hadn't prepared so many people in advance and acquired the assets of the Sun family immediately after Sun Zhenlei's death, Li Gui wouldn't have been able to do so. Moreover, so many experts of the Sun family were directly captured by the Li family. Now they were also being trained. Li Zongjio himself experienced the battle yesterday. After resting for a day, his condition could be considered to have recovered. The Gu family was looking for him. The Gu family was also one of the 4 major families. It seemed to be very influential in this city. However, the Gu family usually did not seem to have any achievements, which made people feel very embarrassed. With the strength of the Gu family, if it was in normal times, it would not even be regarded as an ordinary family force. However, it was precisely because of the existence of one person in the Gu clan. It was this person who supported the Gu family's overall standard. This person was the old master of the Gu clan. He was also a retired soldier of the Shengyan dynasty's Xuanwu army. Although he was just an ordinary soldier, because he belonged to the Xuanwu army, his clan was still able to survive in Luoxia city. The Xuanwu army was an extremely brave and fierce army that had fought for the empire. To be able to retire alive was an extremely heroic matter, so this veteran was given such treatment. Even though the Gu clan had declined, no one dared to touch them. Of course, this was also because the old master of the Gu clan was still shining on people. If the old master of the Gu clan were to fall, then there would be nothing left. Who knew what would happen? Li Zongjio also knew about the matters of the Gu clan. In his previous life, he had even admired the old master of the Gu clan very much. To be able to go on the battlefield, a true and extremely cruel one, and to be able to endure such bloodshed, one was definitely not a simple person. Moreover, the old master of the Gu clan had lived an honest life and had done many good deeds. Originally, with this old man's meritorious service after retirement, he could easily get an official position or become a consultant or something. However, he just had to return to Luoxia City, a village that belonged to him, to enjoy his old age in peace. In his previous life, there was not much news about the old master. Ever since Li Zongjio had fled, it was said that the old master of the Gu clan had passed away not long after. This was a great pity. Li Zongjio had more or less guessed the Gu clan's intentions for coming here. Let's go. Li Zongjio pushed open the door and took the lead to walk towards the side hall. In this side hall, there was already a simple and honest-looking, burly man waiting. When he saw Li Zongzhou's arrival, the man's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Such a small person killed Sun Zhenglei of the Sun Clan? Although Li Zongzhou was very suspicious, the task given by the patriarch had to be completed. But young hero Li Zongzhou, my patriarch wants to invite you to his residence. Guman said, his voice was as deep as a bell. Hearing this, Li Zongzhou wanted to directly cover his ears, fearing that this guy's saliva would spray on him. Let's go, Li Zongzhou said directly. When Guman heard this, he was stunned. This Li Zongzhou was actually so easy to get rid of. He did not even say anything, and Li Zongzhou had already agreed. Originally, Guman had wanted to prepare the conditions and use threats and promises to entice Li Zongzhou. However, Li Zongzhou's straightforwardness made Guman have a whole new level of respect for Li Zongzhou. This was very satisfying. At least it was better than those hesitant women. All right, you are straightforward enough. If you need me, Li Zongzhou, in the future, just call me Guman. When Li Zongzhou heard this name, he looked at the person in front of him in surprise. In his previous life, there was a period of time when Li Zongzhou had also heard of the name Guman. At the age of 50, he had become an ancestor-level expert. However, he had also made quite a name for himself. Being able to become an ancestor-level expert at the age of 50 was already quite a feat. Who would have thought that the expert in front of him would be the simple and honest guy in front of him? All right, that's what you said, Li Zongzhou said. There was no need to waste the favor of a future ancestor-level expert. Although Li Zongzhou was a sovereign-level expert in his previous life, he still could not recover to that level of strength. If he wanted to do it again, although it would not take 3,000 years, it would take at least a few hundred years. It would also be very difficult to succeed. That realm was not so easy to reach. There were too many secrets in this world, and they were also frightening beyond one's imagination. Even Li Zongzhou, who was a sovereign-level expert, had not discovered some of the true secrets of the Shungu continent. This meant that his realm was far from enough. Li Zongzhou and Guman went together. As for Li Gui, he once again became the substitute bodyguard and followed beside Li Zongzhou. Before Guman left, she took a look at her surroundings. Why didn't he see the powerful old man that everyone was talking about? Although Li Zongzhou had killed Mu Yuan, many people did not dare to believe it. Most of the rumors said that Mu Yuan had died because of his fight with Lin Song. Chapter 41. That old man must have been invited by the Li family with a large sum of money. Originally, they wanted to serve the old man well, but it seemed that Z did not need to do so for the time being. Guman did not want to do so many things, so he led Li Zongzhou and Li Gui to the carriage and returned to the Gu family's courtyard. The Gu family's exterior looked simple and plain. The black and white walls were neat and uniform. This style gave people a sense of competence. Li Zongzhou and the other two got off the carriage and observed the situation around the Gu family. Li Zongzhou's heart could not help but tremble. He did not expect that the Gu family, one of the 4 great families, would be so low-key. This was also the first time that Li Zongzhou came to the Gu family's territory. This way, please, Guman said, and led Li Zongzhou and Li Gui through a winding path. In front of them was a bamboo garden. At this time there were many guards and servants outside the bamboo garden. All of them were pacing back and forth. This is the old master's resting place. If you are not invited, please wait outside, Guman said. This meant that no one was allowed to enter without permission. That meant that Li Zongzhou could not enter. Originally, with Li Zongzhou's bad temper, if you invited me and blocked my people outside, wouldn't that be stepping on my head and shitting on my head? However, Li Zongzhou also knew about the situation of these people. The entire Gu family did not have any extravagant atmosphere. From top to bottom, it gave people a sense of competence. In such an environment, there was no situation where people looked down on people. It should be inconvenient so Li Zongjio temporarily put this matter aside. Although Li Zongjio was arrogant, he was not an unreasonable person. Under normal circumstances, reasoning was one thing. As long as you did not offend me, I would reason with you. But to be reasonable, if you want to infringe on my interests, then Li Zongjio will use his fists to reason with you. You stay here first. Li Zongjio said. There was some worry in Li Gui's eyes. After all, this was the Gu family's territory. Li Zongjio had just stood at the heart of the storm yesterday. If something happened and he didn't know anything, it would be very bad. Brother, don't worry. I can guarantee that your young master is absolutely safe in the Gu family. Otherwise, you can chop my head off. Gu Man roared. If you don't believe me, then I will fight you with my life. This caused Li Gui to roll his eyes. Who knows if your words are true or not? However, since even Li Zongjio had spoken, he would wait here for a while. If something really happened, then Li Gui would risk his life to bring Li Zongjio out. Please come in. Li Zongjio was brought to a house by Gu Man. There were some precious medicinal herbs planted around the house. Li Zongjio could see some of them. Even in the Luo Xia city's market, he couldn't find any of them. There seemed to be many people gathered in the house. Is this Mr. Li? He is younger than I thought. Even before he entered, a faint fragrance wafted over. This fragrance easily caused one to let down the guard in one's heart. At the same time, the other party's voice also gave one a numbing feeling, easily causing one to let down the guard in one's heart. My name is Gu Yanhong. I am the housekeeper of the Gu family. Gu Yanhong? Li Zongjio raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him. She had a full body and was full of charm. She was Li Zongjio's type. However, Li Zongjio was still a teenager. It was not suitable for him. Li Zongjio had heard of Gu Yanhong's name in his previous life. However, his understanding of this person stopped at the level of hearing. It was said that Gu Yanhong was not the blood of the Gu family. She was an abandoned baby picked up by the old man on the battlefield. She was the old man's adopted daughter. He did not expect her to become the housekeeper of the Gu family. Just say it, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Gu Yanhong looked at the young man in front of her very curiously. It was said that the storm yesterday was caused by this young man. To be able to cause such a big storm and persevere in the storm without collapsing, this showed that Li Zongjio was not an ordinary person. Our old man's old illness has relapsed. If you can treat him, our Gu family will thank you greatly. After saying that, Gu Yanhong also walked in with Li Zongjio. Gu Man did not enter but stood at the door to guard. This was old Master Gu's room, so the security must be very tight. Moreover, Gu Man did not know anything about medicine. Therefore, he could only shoulder the responsibility of a guard. When Li Zongjio entered the room, he saw at least 5 groups of people sitting in the room. After a little surprise, Li Zongjio also sat in an empty seat. He did not communicate with these people. These 5 people were all sitting in their own seats. Some of them should be famous doctors within 100 miles of Luoxia City. I have no choice but to call you here in a hurry today. If we have disturbed you in any way, please forgive us. Gu Yanhong said. After saying that, she also bowed slightly. Some old men also quickly stood up and cupped their hands. Chief Butler, you are too polite. It is our duty to treat people. The first one to speak was the hall master of the Huichun Hall. The hall master of the Huichun Hall was known as the Miracle Doctor. Within 100 miles, he was quite famous. It was said that when this old man treated people, he would often burn a piece of talisman paper and let the patient drink it. After a few days, the patient would either die or recover. He still had some skills. Okay, today's matter, regardless of success or failure, I hope that you masters will not spread this matter. Gu Yanhong said. Although she was beautiful and had a sweet voice, it still made people feel a chill on their skin, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. If there was a problem, It was obvious that they could feel the cold, murderous aura mixed in it. Treating the old master's illness is naturally not a problem. However, the few of us are all famous doctors within a radius of 100 miles. It is only right for us to gather together. But Chief Butler, who is this kid? Does he know how to treat people? Why should he be on the same level as us? If Chief Butler thinks that I, the Hui Chen Medicine King, am on the same level as this ignorant kid, then I will not say anything even if my hands are cut off. An old man in a black and white striped linen robe stood up and said, usually on such occasions, there would be people who did not know what was good for them and would suddenly make things difficult. Li Zongjio was still playing with the teacup lid in his hand when he suddenly felt that the surrounding people's eyes were focused on him. Wait, what? Are you talking about me? Li Zongjio seemed to have just reacted. Was this old man tired of living? He actually dared to play such a trick on him? Kid, this old man is not talented, but I am familiar with 100 herbs and 1,000 classics. I can recite it backwards. I can identify 20,000 kinds of medicinal herbs. I have practiced medicine for 10 years and cured countless people. It can be said that my merits are boundless. How many books have you read, and how many people have you saved? What right do you have to sit here? The Hui Chen Medicine King pointed at Li Zongjio and spoke word by word. Although he did not scold him, his aura was overbearing. The whole place was silent. Nobody spoke up for Li Zongjio. Even the other old men snorted and turned their heads away coldly, as if they were not willing to look at Li Zongjio. The Hui Chen Medicine King was very pleased with himself. As the saying went, there was no first place in literature. In the medical world, there was naturally no first place. He had deliberately spoken about his own experiences. It felt as if he had gained the upper hand by boasting. Now, these people know how powerful I am. Do you know how to write the word death? Li Zongjio looked into the Hui Chen Medicine King's eyes and asked seriously, Chapter 42. Do you even know how to write the word death? Of course, the Heaven-Reversing Medicine King knew that Li Zongjio wasn't really asking him how to write the word. Instead, he was threatening him. Li Zongjio wanted to kill him and then threaten him. Luoxia City wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Some things spread very quickly in certain circles, but in the medical world, the speed of transmission was still a little slow. Therefore, Li Zongjio's reputation hadn't spread here yet. They just felt a little unbalanced when they saw such a young man sitting on the same level as them. The more serious ones would even think that their reputation had been insulted. This was very puzzling. However, this feeling was normal. They were able to receive such grand treatment from the Gu family because of their own standards and experience. And Li Zongjio, this young kid, must have some connections to get in through the back door. When this person was cured and went out to say that he had a part in it, wouldn't that make people very unhappy? Therefore, they had to kick Li Zongjio out of the game first. However, Li Zongjio was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Moreover, these old things dared to make trouble for him. This was a little too stupid. Li Zongjio was the best at dealing with people who wanted to show off. Where did this little brat come from? Is this how your elders taught you? The Heaven-Reversing Medicine King's face was angry, and his aura suddenly burst out. It felt like an elder teaching a junior a lesson. Huh. Li Zongjio immediately returned a sharp look. The energy in his body instantly condensed in his body. With just a glare, the Heaven-Reversing Medicine King was directly sent flying by an invisible aura. Bang! A mouthful of blood spurted out. This time, the Heaven-Reversing Medicine King instantly fell to the ground. There was a trace of horror in his eyes. He never thought that this kid would dare to attack directly. Gu Yanhong's eyes also flashed. She never thought that Li Zongjio would be so disrespectful. Wasn't he making things difficult for her? However, Li Zongjio's move just now was quite a brilliant move. Without a certain amount of research on elemental energy It was impossible to achieve such a level. You dare to fight? The Gu family invited us here to treat your illness. Young man, if you want to prove your strength, then please show us your medical skills. Fight? That's what a boorish man would do. An old man who looked like he was afraid of being beaten stood up and pointed at Li Zongjiu. After all, in the minds of ordinary people, they were a group of doctors. If you wanted to compete with them in martial arts, it would be extremely inappropriate. If you wanted to compete, you would have to use your medical skills to subdue them. However, it was obvious that Li Zongjiu did not want to compete with them in medical skills. Compete in medical skills? Who do you think you are? If you continue to stir up trouble, I'll strip all of you naked and throw you out. Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. It was just a small punishment just now, but these people did not seem to be very obedient. They still wanted to force themselves to be pretentious. Mr. Li, please calm down. Gu Yanhong finally spoke at this time. You may not know, but this is the young master of the Li family, Mr. Li Zongjiu. Yesterday, Mr. Li defeated Master Wang Lu in the medicine, refining square. Originally, Grandmaster Wang Lu was the one they wanted to invite, but later he was defeated by Li Zongjiu and was directly captured by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, they had no choice but to invite Li Zongjiu. It seemed that Li Zongjiu's strength was more powerful than Li Zongjiu's. Defeated Wang Lu. The young man who defeated Wang Lu? In terms of alchemists, they were naturally one level higher than them. However, there were specializations in this field. Most of the alchemists refined pills that were targeted at increasing one's cultivation base. There were very few alchemists who specialized in researching how to treat illnesses and refining pills that were targeted at treating illnesses. This was because they didn't make any money. However, Old Master Gu's condition was critical, so they had no choice but to summon these doctors. As a grade 2 advanced alchemist, Wang Lu was naturally surprised by Li Zongjiu's ability to treat illnesses. However, even though he knew that Li Zongjiu had captured him, he still invited Li Zongjiu over. However, according to common sense, Li Zongjiu's strength had been questioned. No matter what, he should have used his medical skills to convince these people. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would directly make a move? The so-called heaven-reversing medicine king, who was lying on the ground, was directly knocked out by Li Zongjiu's aura. He did not wake up, but even if he did, there was no need to do anything. It's you, the arrogant young master of the Li family. The other 4 people were extremely shocked. Gu Yanhong did not know whether it was the right decision to invite Li Zongjiu over. After all, Li Zongjiu directly crippled the doctor. Yes, is there anyone else who wants to compete in medical skills now? Hearing Li Zongjiu's question, these people did not dare to speak. Although they were older and seemed to be very qualified, in front of the young master of the Li family, they were still inferior. After all, they were just a group of traveling doctors. The Gu family could gather them. Then the Li family would be able to destroy them all. No one would have thought that this seemingly weak young man actually had such a big background. After knowing Li Zongjiu's background, even if Li Zongjiu was a real waste, they did not dare to say anything. If everyone was a disciple of a big family, it would not be a big deal to talk and ridicule each other. But these traveling doctors relied on their skills. Sometimes they also needed a big mountain to support them. The Li family was such a big mountain, and so was the Gu family. That was why they came here so enthusiastically to treat old man Gu's illness for free. Everyone, please come in. Gu Yanhong looked around. After seeing that these people were obedient, she led the 5 people into the room. They saw an old man in white lying in a freezer. Inside the freezer, one could see that there were some fiery red traces spreading on the old man's skin. This was an extremely potent fire poison. If not for the cold air emitted by the ice chest, this fire poison would have easily engulfed the old man's veins and skin. Such a terrifying scene was truly shocking to the onlookers. The fire poison was flowing in the body, and he was enduring the burning pain at every moment. This was not something that an ordinary person could endure. However, although the old man's body was thin. He persisted and did not give up. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already given up on the will to live and directly died. That might be a better ending. Our family's old man suffered from sequelae from his military service. Everyone who can cure him. Chapter 43. The old man was still able to endure such a strong fire poison. His perseverance was extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, he was injured by the fire poison of the golden crystal yuan lion, a third-grade primordial beast. After all, the hall master of the rejuvenation hall had practiced medicine for many years and was knowledgeable. He was able to detect it just by judging through the freezer. Yes, hall master's medical skills are indeed profound. Gu Yanhong's eyes were also filled with joy. He could directly see the old man's condition. His judgment might really have a way. Although they had invited some alchemists over, they discovered that the alchemists were only able to refine some pills to control the fire poison. They were not able to truly remove the fire poison. Therefore, they took an unconventional approach this time and gathered these old doctors. Although they weren't very good at refining pills, they definitely had treatment experience in this area. I've seen similar fire poison before, but it wasn't as strong as this. It's so tenacious. It seems that the fire poison has been deeply rooted. The hall master of the rejuvenation hall said in a deep voice. The people behind him seemed to have stopped there. The hall master of the rejuvenation hall was the most skilled one. However, these people more or less had their own opinions. The power of the fire poison has already attacked the heart. It's not impossible to remove it, but the price may be much more serious and it will take a long time. I don't know if the old man can withstand it. After a few people discussed in detail, the hall master of the rejuvenation hall stepped forward and said, "Hall master, please speak. No matter what, our Gu family will never give up." Gu Yanhong said quickly. The hall master of the rejuvenation hall's medical skills were really excellent. They could discuss a certain countermeasure. First, open the freezer. I'll use the 9 lines needle technique to temporarily seal the old man's qi and blood. In this way, we can effectively stop the spread of the fire poison. The hall master of the rejuvenation hall said. At the same time, he stroked his mustache and seemed to glance at Li Zongju, who was not far away with a strange gaze. This needle technique is a doctor's secret. Those who don't understand it can leave. Otherwise, they will tarnish my set of needle techniques. His words were clearly aimed at Li Zongjiu. This put Gu Yanhong in a dilemma. The hall master of Huichen Hall was confident that he could cure old master Li Zongjiu, so naturally he had to follow Gu Yanhong's instructions. However, Li Zongjiu's identity was not simple. If he was angered, it was obviously not easy to deal with. After careful consideration, for the sake of old master Li's life, he had to ask Li Zongjiu to leave first. 9 elements acupuncture technique? Is this your treatment method? If you really use this set of needle techniques on old Master Gu, woman, you can just wait to collect his corpse tomorrow. You don't need this freezer anymore. Just change it into a coffin. Li Zongjiu said disdainfully after he finished speaking. What the hell? This quack doctor, who pretended to know something, actually wanted to use such an inferior trick to remove the power of fire poison. If the 9-element needle technique had landed on old man Gu's body, the power of the fire poison would have burned the old man's body to ashes in the blink of an eye. When that happened, he would probably know how to write the word regret. Young man, although you are the young master of the Li family and proficient in alchemy in terms of medical skills, it is not up to you to make trouble here. My 9 elements acupuncture technique promotes blood circulation, removes blood stasis, and clears the mind and improves eyesight. It is one of the 5 acupuncture techniques. How dare you question the 9 elements acupuncture technique? Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, the hall master of Huichen Hall suddenly exploded on the spot like a kerosene can being ignited. He almost wanted to fight Li Zongjiu to prove that his acupuncture technique was absolutely safe. Otherwise, if Gu Yanhong thought that he was going to kill the old man of the Gu family, he would be dead. Oh, you can have a try. You can have a try. Li Zongjiu spread his hands. Let me see what kind of power your acupuncture technique, which outsiders can't see, has. In fact, the hall master of Huichen Hall also knew in his heart that when his acupuncture technique fell, it would definitely irritate the fire poison in old Master Gu's body. However, as long as old Master Gu's body could withstand it, there would be no problem. However, after being pointed out by Li Zongjiu, he directly felt that he didn't dare to do it. If he really did it, and old Master Gu died, he wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Then tell me, this fire poison is like a maggot in the bone. How can it be cured? The hall master of Huichen Hall said. Since Li Zongjiu was so capable, then you come. Let's see who is better, you or me. If Li Zongjiu couldn't give a reason, then he was deliberately making trouble. Gu Yanhong also looked at Li Zongjiu. After all, his vision was too narrow. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but shake his head. Then he walked forward. In Luosha City, even a third-grade meta-beast was extremely rare, let alone a third-grade meta-beast, the golden crystal meta-lion. The fire poison has already entered the body, even to the bone marrow. Since that's the case, the best way is to refine it. Li Zongjiu took a glance and said. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, the hall master of Huichen Hall and a few of the old doctors in the pharmacy directly laughed out loud. Haha, young people are young after all. Before you refine pills in the future, you must be clear about what is poison and what is body. Refining the fire poison for your own use. Your idea is really smart, really smart. If it's the Nantian Elixir King, it might be possible. With the Elixir King's strength, refining a 5th-grade breath, nourishing corroding pill should be no problem. The Nantian Elixir King was one of the 4 great Elixir Kings of the Xinyan dynasty. Known as the Sky of the southern part of the dynasty, he was given the title of Nantian Elixir King. A Elixir King who could refine a 5th-grade elixir pill was rare even in the dynasty. If they could invite such a person to help, then any elixir pill could indeed cure old man Gu's injury. However, such a person could only be in existence that they could only look up to. Speaking of this, these old doctors were obviously mocking Li Zongjiu. Even a child wouldn't be able to come up with such a method. It was as if they were saying, what if I'm poisoned? Then you should refine the poison and assimilate it into your body. What if I'm stabbed? Are you saying that you should assimilate the knife into your body? Only a retard would say something like that. They had already given Li Zongjiu enough face by not directly scolding him. At this moment, even Gu Yanhong could tell that something was wrong, because Li Zongjiu's words were very amateurish. This was simply impossible. Li Zongjiu, could it be that he was here to cause trouble? Chapter 44. Gu Yanhong took a deep breath. No matter what, she had to give it a try. She had to stabilize old man Gu's injuries first. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened to him, what should she do? She had no idea at all. Perhaps the Gu family would directly collapse. It was hard to say. Mr. Li, since the hall master has thought of a way first, please perform the needle technique first, Gu Yanhong said. Gu Yanhong didn't say anything to Li Zongjiu. In fact, Li Zongjiu did not really care about old man Gu's life or death. Although he admired her spirit, there was no need for him to save her just because he admired her. However, for the sake of his Li family situation and to carry out further expansion, he had to take over the Gu family first. All right, everyone, help me stabilize old man Gu's situation. The hall master of the rejuvenation hall said. The rest of the people also hurried forward. The 3 of them were scattered in a corner. During the treatment process, if anything went wrong, they had to stabilize the situation. Therefore, with these senior doctors on the scene, they could more or less control the situation. The hall master held the silver needles in his hand. He took a deep breath and came in front of old man Gu. His hand actually trembled slightly. Although he had seen many patients before, it was his first time diagnosing such a high-status patient. It would be best if he could get a good result from this injection. Otherwise, if anything went wrong, he would not be able to live past today. 9-element needle technique, blood recovery technique. Immediately, the silver needles fell. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the needles fell, they directly penetrated the old man's skin and went 5 inches deep. In an instant, 9 silver needles appeared on the old man's chest. When these silver needles appeared, it could be seen that the fire poison in the old man's body seemed to be activated. Moreover, it was resisted by external factors and directly rushed toward the 9-element needle technique on his chest. Boom! The 9 silver needles in the hall master's hand also trembled violently at this moment. Not good. The hall master muttered in his heart. When the others saw this, they were also shocked. The hall master of the rejuvenation hall immediately added 3 more silver needles and directly used these silver needles to stimulate the other party's acupuncture points, releasing the last bit of life force in the body and using this life force to resist the fire poison. The silver needle was already red from the heat, and it looked as if it was about to melt. However, the hall master of the rejuvenation hall soon discovered that the state of the silver needle had stabilized. It was obvious that the method of using the potential within his body to resist the fire poison had worked. It's stable. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. If something were to happen in public, it would be over. Just as the hall master of the rejuvenation hall relaxed and a smile appeared on his face, he saw that the silver needle under his hand actually started to tremble. Swoosh! The silver needles were sent flying by the fire poison. At the same time, 9 streams of blood spurted out from the tiny holes and splashed onto the hall master of the rejuvenation hall. The needle is useless. Sizzle! The blood contained boiling power. Once it came into contact with the body, it would form a terrifying, corrosive power. The hall master of the rejuvenation hall's face was directly burned into a mess. The other 3 people also hurriedly retreated. However, there were still some people who were splashed by the blood. In just a breath's time, there was a large hole on their body, and they looked extremely terrified. What, old master? When Gu Yanhong saw this scene, she was immediately at a loss. She picked up a towel and wanted to go up and suppress the old man's wound to prevent the blood from continuing to spurt out. However, at this moment, a hand directly pushed Gu Yanhong away. Li Zongjio took a step forward and teleported away. He raised his hand and circulated the yuan power in his body, and directly landed a palm on the old man's head. A mere fire poison. How dare you be so presumptuous? Li Zongjio let out a low roar. The terrifying yuan power in his body crazily surged out and directly suppressed the fire poison. At the tip of his finger, a wave of yuan power condensed into a flame. Immediately, he continuously pressed on the spot where the needle was inserted and instantly sealed the wound. Otherwise, there would be no time for the fire poison to be so arrogant. Go and prepare an alchemy furnace. I want the biggest one. Li Zongjio shouted. Gu Yanhong, who was in a daze, immediately woke up. Li Zongjio had made his move. The seemingly youngest and least experienced Li Zongjio was the true master. Not only did he know how to refine pills, he also knew how to treat illnesses. Okay, I'll go right away. The Gu family also had alchemy furnaces. With a command, Gu Man quickly carried an alchemy furnace and walked in. With a clang, she placed it on the ground. It was as tall as 2 people. Such a tall alchemy furnace could be considered a treasure. There was still a difference between an alchemy furnace and a medicinal cauldron. An alchemy furnace was about slow fire. When refining some simple pills in batches, an alchemy furnace would be used. Although it would take a long time, the pills produced in the furnace would be much better. On the other hand, a medicinal cauldron could be carried around by an alchemist. Usually it was convenient to refine a small amount of pills. If the pills in the market were to be refined one by one, Then these alchemists would be exhausted to death. Li Zhongjie opened the lid of the alchemy furnace from a distance. He grabbed the old man and was about to throw him into the furnace. "What are you doing?" Gu Yanhong hurriedly shouted. This Li Zhongjie looked like he wanted to kill the old man for money. How could he be so rude to this seriously ill old man? "If you don't want him to die, then shut up," Li Zhongjie shouted. Hearing Li Zhongjie's harsh words, Gu Yanhong's heart trembled. This guy was young, but his tone was quite arrogant. It was the first time that someone had spoken to her in such a harsh tone. Gu Yanhong was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. However, at this moment, Li Zhongjie was really trying his best to stabilize the old man's injury. Just now, Li Zhongjie had deliberately not made a move to stop him. He wanted to let the old man bleed a little to make him more energetic. However, who would have thought that the idiot would actually use acupuncture to stimulate the old man's last bit of vitality? This was equivalent to a huge loss, which was not worth it at all. It was very likely that it would directly cut off the old man's last breath, which was why Li Zhongjie was so anxious to make a move. Although Gu Yanhong was angry, she did not stop him. When Li Zhongjie threw the old man into the alchemy furnace, at the same time, he took out a few fire attribute medicinal herbs from his space ring and threw them into the furnace one after another. "Fill it with water," Li Zhongjie shouted. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a shocking scene. Li Zhongjie was going to cook the old man of the Gu family. Chapter 45. At this moment, Old Man Gu's life was in Li Zhongjie's hands. Even if Old Man Gu really wanted to cook him, he could only comply. Gu Man immediately took out a few buckets of water and poured it onto Old Man Gu's body. Even the fearless Gu Man's hands trembled uncontrollably when he did such a rebellious thing. Whoosh! As the water was poured in, the temperature within the pill furnace also became more stable. Although Gu Yanhong and the others could not see Old Man Gu's situation clearly, they could feel that the fire poison seemed to be forced out. The surrounding temperature was also constantly rising. The hall master of the Hui Chun hall's face was most likely ruined. He was helped up by one person and bandaged up. However, the other two people were watching the scene in front of them from wooden stools. Li Zhongjie not only did not detoxify the fire, but he also added more and more ingredients. He even continuously threw some herbs that were specially used to increase the fire aura and some herbs that leaned towards the fire attribute into the furnace. It was obvious that he wanted to cook a good pot of soup. However, they could not say anything. They had already failed once and could only watch Li Zhongjie do what he wanted. If they accidentally killed Old Man Gu, they might be able to blame it all on Li Zhongjie. When they thought of this, they could not help but feel a little better. Then let's see what tricks you're going to play. They had so many experienced old doctors here, but they could not do it well. How could a mere teenager like you be able to detoxify the fire poison of a third-grade origin beast? Just as Li Zhongjie was cooking Old Man Gu, Gu Yanhong and the others were watching from the side. Gu Man also clenched his fist. If something happened to Old Man Gu, he would definitely take down Li Zhongjie with a punch first. He would definitely not let Li Zhongjie escape like this. This old man's strength is really strong. Li Zhongjie also felt the terrifying power of the old man from the Gu clan during the catalyzing process. To be able to endure for so many years under such fire poison, the Yuan power in his body would only become more and more vigorous. However, the time limit was now up and he could no longer endure. If there were no accidents, he would not be able to endure for much longer. This was not a one-time eruption, but it was enough to completely destroy him. Since you're so determined, I'll create a new set of fire bones for you. At this moment, the white dragon tattoo on the Yuan bead within Li Zhongjie's body seemed to have awakened. Furthermore, as the power of the white dragon tattoo appeared, it also allowed Li Zhongjie's control over the flames to possess the same foundation as in his previous life. So this white dragon soul is not to strengthen my alchemy skills, but to strengthen my mental strength. Li Zongjio had originally thought that the existence of the white dragon soul would be able to help him improve the refinement of this elixir, as well as the refinement of this elixir. However, now that he had broken through to the Origin Master realm, he could truly feel the effects of the white dragon soul. It was to increase his mental strength. Based on Li Zongjio's experience, it had at least doubled. Under such a state, Li Zongjio was able to reforge the body of the old man from the Gu clan with even greater ease. Boom! Hot water boiled within the pill furnace. Li Zongjio's yuan power passed through the pill furnace and instantly poured into the old man's body. The terrifying power instantly activated the fire poison. Li Zongjio's mental strength also seeped into the old man's body, controlling the fire poison and continuously tempering the old man's bones. During this process, it was as if someone was peeling open your skin and using a hammer to continuously pound your bones. This kind of cruel strength was simply unbearable for ordinary people. Therefore, even the unconscious old man couldn't help but groan in pain. The reason for that was because this sort of feeling was truly unforgettable and deeply shocking. Godfather, a trace of worry flashed across Gu Yanhong's eyes. Gu Man was also extremely nervous. If something happened to the old man, they would be in big trouble. It was truly careless of them to hastily hand the old man over to Li Zongjio. Now, they could only pray that Li Zongjio would be able to smoothly complete this process. This is really laborious. Li Zongjio's mental strength had increased, but under such circumstances, it still took him nearly 2 hours to completely inject the fire poison into the old man's bones. At the same time, the medicinal soup that Li Zongjio had just steamed was able to allow the old man's body to feel a sense of harmony. Through this method, the bones in the old man's body could gradually fuse with the fire poison. Then it would become an even more advanced energy. This was the fire poison bone. This was a method that Li Zongjio had researched in his previous life. The human body was too malleable, so this kind of fire poison bone was also very effective. It could almost cure hundreds of poisons. Of course, the premise was that you had to have a way to cooperate with the medicinal decoction and a strong mental strength to help the fire poison integrate into the body. This was an extremely important process. Even though this method of fusing and detoxifying had been researched, only Li Zongjio was able to perform it at that time. The rest of the people didn't have such skill and experience. Li Zongjio withdrew his mental strength and yuan power. Even with Li Zongjio's current strength, he still felt a sense of exhaustion and powerlessness. Immediately, Li Zongjio took 2 steps back and sat down cross-legged. He began to circulate the Yuan Sutra to recover his yuan power. This exhaustion was like exhaustion. Gu Yanhong and the others naturally saw it. This is it done? What's the situation now? Gu Man was stunned for a moment. The old man was still being cooked in the furnace. Why was he sitting down? Should he fish him out or add more fuel to the fire? Boss, you should at least say something. Sure. Gu Yanhong raised her hand and said, as if she was carefully sensing the movements in the pill furnace. All of a sudden, the yuan power in the entire room. It was as if a boiling river was being pulled by a strange force. Boom! Elemental energy continuously surged into the pill furnace from the air. And when the yuan power surged in, it also dragged a long tail. A scorching aura instantly spread out. This was fire yuan power. Isn't the old man using earth yuan power? Why is the fire yuan power so intense? Gu Yanhong's heart was shocked. However, one could clearly feel that old man Gu's originally dispirited aura was gradually becoming vigorous at this moment. Boom! The cauldron, which was made of refined iron, instantly shattered into pieces. A bald old man stood in the mist. Chapter 46. Gu Xuanwu looked at his palm in shock. Fortunately, in this mist, the key parts of Gu Xuanwu's body were not seen by others. Seeing this, Gu Man hurriedly threw out a long robe. Old man, even if you have the ability, you can't show off like this. Gu Xuanwu calmly put on the long robe and waved his hand to disperse the mist. He appeared in front of Gu Yanhong and the others. They saw the old man who was on the verge of death, standing in front of them with a ruddy face. It seemed that he still had a lot of energy to release. This old man's aura was actually so strong. This was an unprecedented state. Godfather! Gu Yanhong could not help but exclaim softly. Gu Xuanwu looked at the two of them. My poison is all gone, and my origin power has improved. Who is it? Which master did you invite to help? Could it be that you have exhausted my Gu family's wealth? Gu Xuanwu suddenly became agitated. In this regard, Gu Yanhong and Gu Yanhong also looked at each other. They also felt a little ashamed of Gu Xuanwu's question. Although they had such determination, they did not do such a thing. Instead, they only invited a few top alchemists from the city. If these words were to be said, they would definitely be strangled to death by Gu Xuanwu. It's Mr. Li who helped detoxify the poison. Mr. Li? Just as he was about to ask who this Mr. Li was, he followed their gaze and saw Li Zongjiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. This young man, that was the fire poison of a third-grade golden crystal yuan lion. Even if some third-grade alchemists were to help, they might not be able to detoxify this fire poison. The young man in front of him looked like he had not graduated from a school or something. He could not even be considered an ordinary graduate. What could such a young man do? However, Gu Yanhong and the others' gazes told Gu Xuanwu that this was true. I was the one who saved you. I have already saved you. Now I can ask for my reward. Li Zongjiu opened his eyes and said as he stood up. At the same time, he took a look at Gu Xuanwu. Even though Gu Xuanwu wasn't young anymore, his muscular body was well maintained. If Luo Xia City were to hold an elderly body competition, Gu Xuanwu would definitely be able to obtain a good ranking. Since it was Mr. Li Jr. who saved this old man's life, if Mr. Li Jr. has any requests, feel free to state them. As long as it is within the power of my Gu clan, we will not refuse. Mr. Li? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but smile. This old man really knew how to take advantage of his seniority. He even called him Mr. Li Jr. directly. Later, he would let him know what it meant to be powerful. All right, then I'll get straight to the point. Your Gu clan is good at martial arts, and my Li clan just happens to be lacking a team of bodyguards. Your Gu clan will provide the manpower and effort to form a team of bodyguards for my use, solely for defensive purposes. Furthermore, you must personally serve as the captain. Li Zongjiu pointed at Gu Xuanwu and said. Gu Xuanwu was also taken aback. After Gu Yanhong, who was at the side, stopped speaking, she immediately became angry. This was simply stepping on her nose and actually making such an outrageous request, asking the old man of the Gu clan to be the head of bodyguards for the Li clan. What virtue does the Li clan have? Mr. Li, on account of the fact that you have saved my foster father, I will not pursue the matter this time around. If you wish to intentionally offend the dignity of my Gu clan in the future, do not blame the members of my Gu clan for being impolite. Gu Yanhong said angrily. At first, Gu Man didn't understand what Li Zongjiu meant. However, after hearing Gu Yanhong's words, he understood. He actually wanted the Gu clan to provide people to be the bodyguards for the Li clan. Moreover, he wanted the old man to personally take action. Exactly what kind of person would have such face to make the old man personally take action? Don't think too highly of yourself. Therefore, Gu Man also looked at Li Zongjiu with a grimace. If necessary, it wouldn't be a problem to directly tear apart Li Zongjiu's bones. Hee. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Mr. Li. My Gu clan's disciples are good at guarding formations. If the Li clan lacks manpower, then naturally we can dispatch dozens of disciples to help. However, I have already retired from the world for many years. You want me to take action? That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Gu Xuanwu said with a smile. Although he said that he was smiling, it gave people a feeling that he was scheming and cunning, as if he wanted to perform some dirty tricks. Obviously, this Gu Xuanwu had just recovered his strength and wanted to find someone to compare notes with. Since Li Zongjie was so arrogant, then he would teach him a lesson. One should pay attention when speaking to the old man. Of course, Gu Xuanwu wouldn't kill Li Zongjie. After all, this Li Zongjie was his savior. 5 moves, Li Zongjie said as he stretched out a palm. After hearing this, Gu Xuanwu couldn't help but smile. In Gu Xuanwu's opinion, this Li Zongjie wanted to shorten the danger gap. If you can block 5 of my moves, then it's my loss. One had to admit that this Mr. Li was very confident. If he thought that he could block 5 of his moves, by the 3rd move, he would teach him how to be a good boy. Old man, why don't I go? Gu Man said in a deep voice. He even had a feeling of eagerness. This Li Zongjie had already displayed extraordinary strength by killing the Sun Clan's patriarch. Get lost. 5 moves. If you can touch me within 5 moves, then it's my loss. Li Zongjie said indifferently. This time, old Master Gu Xuanwu was a little angry. So arrogant at such a young age. If he could touch Li Zongjie within 5 moves, then it would be his win. Wasn't this an insult to Gu Xuanwu? As a retired soldier of the dynasty's Xuanwu army, let alone 5 moves, he was best at defeating the enemy in 1 move. It wouldn't be a problem to kill you in 1 move, but now he dared to say that he could touch you within 5 moves. All right, if I can't beat you within 5 moves, then I, Gu Xuanwu, swear in the name of a soldier that I will protect your Li clan for as long as I live, Gu Xuanwu said sternly. Hearing this, Li Zongjie smiled slightly. The atmosphere in the room also became extremely heavy. The hall master of the rejuvenation hall recovered and curled up in a corner with a few old doctors. They realized that in this kind of situation, there was no room for them to speak. No one even cared about them. Even if they walked away now, no one would notice. However, they still wanted to see Li Zongjie being viciously pressed to the ground and beaten up by old man Gu. This was the only way to vent their anger. Make your move. Chapter 47. Li Zongjie said. He only had 5 moves to begin with. If Li Zongjie had tried to delay, he might have been able to withstand the 5 moves. However, Li Zongjie had allowed his opponent to make the first move, which meant that he had already fallen into a passive state. Allowing such a strong opponent to seize the initiative was an extremely disadvantageous thing for him. However, Li Zongjie was so arrogant. Originally, Gu Xuanwu was somewhat indebted to Li Zongjie for saving his life. After all, only he knew about his own injuries. Now that he was full of energy, Li Zongjie's medical skills must be extraordinary. However, Li Zongjie's performance was too arrogant. He must have medical skills. He had already begun to have the feeling of looking down on the world. Such an attitude was extremely disadvantageous to the development of a young person. It was necessary to knock Li Zongjie down a notch and let Li Zongjie know that there was always someone better than him. All right, then I'm coming. I hope you can hold on. Gu Xuanwu's gaze suddenly became sharp. It was like 2 sharp knives that had just been unsealed, stabbing towards Li Zongjie's eyes. This was the sharpness and killing intent that had been honed for many years on the battlefield. Often, the enemy's aura would be completely disintegrated under this gaze. If even the will to battle was disintegrated, then it was as good as putting one's life in the hands of others. However, Li Zongjie was not moved at all under this gaze. It was as if he did not feel it at all. This kind of aura was just a piece of cake for Li Zongjie. In the 3,000 years of training in his previous life, what kind of ruthless people had he not seen, and what kind of desperate situation had he not encountered? There was almost nothing that could shake Li Zongjie's heart that was like a rock. Now that he was reborn, perhaps only the familial love that he had not had the chance to enjoy in his previous life could move Li Zongjie. The killing intent in his eyes was directly ignored. Gu Xuanwu on the other hand, was only slightly surprised before he launched his attack. Fierce wind, earth pillar kill. Gu Xuanwu flipped his wrist, and a sharp spike suddenly appeared under Li Zongjiu's feet. It was the soil under the floor that was controlled by Gu Xuanwu's spiritual power. Accompanied by a powerful force, Li Zongjiu was suppressed to the ground. Boom! Li Zongjiu was directly pierced through by the earth stake. Even Gu Xuanwu did not expect that he would be able to kill Li Zongjiu with just 30% of his power. It was too fast. Even Gu Xuanwu was not prepared. What if Li Zongjiu died? How would he explain that? When the rest of the people saw Li Zongjiu being impaled by the wooden stake, their eyes widened. However, the expected blood and flesh did not splatter out. Li Zongjiu's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. An afterimage. This time, it was Gu Xuanwu's turn to be shocked. On the battlefield, he had seen all kinds of ferocious enemies. There were even some people who used underhanded methods. To Gu Xuanwu, it was very common. He had even seen some crafty methods with his own eyes. Now that he looked at Li Zongjiu, he realized that Li Zongjiu was actually able to silently use this afterimage technique to dodge his attack. This was something that Gu Xuanwu had never expected. Good move. Originally, he thought that Li Zongjiu was a little arrogant. However, it seemed that Li Zongjiu's ability was not bad. Just from that point alone, it was enough for him to laugh proudly among his peers. However, it was a pity that Li Zongjiu was facing a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time. A mere mistake would not affect Gu Xuanwu. Instead, it would make Gu Xuanwu more vigilant. Behind, earth-burying, earth kill. Gu Xuanwu's reaction was indeed very sharp. In this narrow room, it had already become Gu Xuanwu's territory. Almost every movement could not escape Gu Xuanwu's eyes. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's figure was quickly captured. In an instant, an earth lotus exploded under Li Zongjiu's feet. The stone floor below the ground shattered like an eggshell. At the same time, under the control of the Earth Yuan power, it was like a giant beast opening its mouth and swallowing Li Zongjiu. An afterimage again. Now, 2 moves had already passed. Gu Xuanwu still could not even touch Li Zongjiu's clothes. As an old general, this was a great humiliation. You can be proud of yourself among your peers for being able to dodge 2 of my moves. However, with this next move, you will lose without a doubt. Li Zongjiu could delay. However, Gu Xuanwu could not delay. He had to take down Li Zongjiu first. When a junior said that he would give you 5 moves, did you really think that he would give you 5 moves? If you really gave him 5 moves and still could not touch him, it would be embarrassing. 3 moves. It was enough to determine the victor. Gu Xuanwu had already changed his method. He completely treated Li Zongjiu as an enemy of the same level. The aura of a Yuan general exploded from his body. In just a breath, the aura in his body had already reached a certain level. Everyone in the room could feel the immense pressure. The stones on the ground, the stones outside the window, and the bamboo leaves. It was as if they were all being controlled by this Yuan power. This is the strongest Yuan skill that I have mastered. Grade 3 Yuan skill. Earthstorm kill. Li Zongjiu was forced out of his position by this aura and leaned against the corner of the room. Staring at the figure in front of him, Li Zongjiu was shocked. A strong aura gathered around Gu Xuanwu. In the next moment, a terrifying aura exploded from Gu Xuanwu's body, forming a whirlpool. Behind him, sand and stones flew. Countless stones pierced through the door and walls and flew towards Li Zongjiu. If these stones casually touched Li Zongjiu, it would be enough to break Li Zongjiu's bones. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. This was a killing move that covered a large area. If this move was used on the battlefield, there would not be a single person left alive within a 10-meter radius. However, Li Zongjiu did not panic under this move. The footwork he used seemed to bring Li Zongjiu's figure back and forth in the room. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He passed through the door and walls. The stone pillar in front of him was also smashed into smithereens, almost like a hornet's nest. A load-bearing pillar was smashed into pieces. Li Zongjiu's figure quickly flew out of the window. The house collapsed with a loud boom. Under these 3 moves, Li Zongjiu did not attack. He merely used his footwork and dodged all these moves. Gu Man first threw out the doctors. Then he smashed the stones in front of him and rushed out. Gu Yanhong's figure also landed on the ground. Gu Xuanwu broke through the pile of ruins and landed in front of the courtyard. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's figure floated down from the bamboo in front of him. His body was spotless. Chapter 48. When Gu Xuanwu saw Li Zongjiu's clean clothes, his pupils shrank. Although he did not believe it, he had to admit that if they were on the same level, Gu Xuanwu was definitely not Li Zongjiu's opponent. Even though Gu Xuanwu was able to suppress Li Zongjiu with his yuan power, there would be a day when Li Zongjiu's yuan power cultivation would surpass Gu Xuanwu's. I admit defeat, Gu Xuanwu said directly. Being a soldier was one of their characteristics. They dared to take responsibility for their actions without hesitation. If they lost, they lost. There was no need to argue about these things. In their eyes, there was nothing shameful about losing. With your skills, you can look down on your peers. However, after entering the Heaven Pass Gorge, the number of young geniuses in the Xinyan dynasty will still be as many as the stars in the sky. Your cultivation talent is not bad, but you must remember not to be arrogant and careless. Gu Xuanwu said immediately. These words were for Li Zongjiu's good. Back then, Gu Xuanwu joined the army. The road he walked and the people he met could be said to have broadened his horizons. In the process, Gu Xuanwu had seen too many young experts. There were even many young experts who had fallen at their most dazzling moment. It was because they were too arrogant and careless. In the end, they died because of their own carelessness. In this small Luoxia city, to be able to see such a talented and capable person like Li Zongjiu, Gu Xuanwu did not want Li Zongjiu to fall too early. He only hoped that Li Zongjiu could go further. Li Zongjiu smiled slightly. There's no joking in the army. Prepare your luggage tomorrow and report to the Li residence. After saying that, Li Zongjiu turned and left. What kind of arrogance was this? It seemed that Li Zongjiu had come to the Gu family to cure Gu Xuanwu and then trick Gu Xuanwu into the Li family to become the captain of the guards. Such a deep trap. They had led the wolf into the house. Gu Yanhong and the others reacted. It turned out that they had also been tricked by this young man. Now, they knew how powerful the young master of the Li family was. Even Gu Xuanwu, who had recovered, could not touch Li Zongjiu within 3 moves. There was no need to complete the real 5 moves. 3 moves were enough. This kid is really arrogant. Gu Xuanwu was a little flustered by Li Zongjiu's cool departure. He was really arrogant. Enough. Foster father that Li Zongjiu personally killed Mu Yuan in the medicine refining plaza yesterday. After hesitating for a while, she finally went to tell her father about it. Himself? Killed? Himself? That assassin was killed by him. They had paid attention to Mu Yuan. After all, he was an expert of this generation. Moreover, the old master liked to help the weak and get rid of such unrighteous people. However, after weighing the pros and cons, they felt that it was too risky to kill him. However, in order to ensure the safety of Luoxia City, they had paid attention to him. Although no one from the Gu family was present at the alchemy competition yesterday, they had sent people to spy on the situation. Naturally, they had to pay attention to such things. Although Mu Yuan's strength had not reached the level of a true rank 1 prime general, it was not difficult to kill an ordinary rank 1 prime general. However, it was not difficult to kill an ordinary grade 1 prime general. In fact, it was even more difficult to deal with than an ordinary grade 2 prime general. This kid actually has the strength to kill a prime general. How did he cultivate? Who taught him? Gu Xuanwu instantly felt his hair stand on end. These things were easy to say, but doing it was harder than ascending to the heavens. That assassin Mu Yuan had been in the assassin circle for dozens of years. He was very cautious. Countless people wanted to kill him, but he had always escaped. Now he had died at the hands of a teenager in Luoxia City. I've seen the young geniuses of the capital. Just one of them is enough to block the Xuanwu army's 100-man formation. That kind of heroic spirit is not something we can compare to. However, this young surly no Li Zongjiu I see an unfathomable profundity. This person's future achievements will not be any less than the geniuses of the capital. This was the highest evaluation that Gu Xuanwu could give Li Zongjiu. He had no idea how the geniuses in the capital city cultivated pills and elixirs in their left hand and high-level techniques in their right. Combined with extraordinary effort, they had achieved what they were today. If Li Zongjiu had been born in the capital, he would have been a hero in the future. This tiny Luoxia city would not be Li Zongjiu's final destination. He actually has such a high evaluation. Gu Xuanwu's evaluation caused Gu Yanhong and the others to be extremely shocked in their hearts. There had never been a person in the city who was valued so highly by the old man. Moreover, it was the first time someone had given such a positive evaluation to someone like Li Zongjiu. We can't offend the Li clan in the future, Gu Xuanwu said. Although Gu Xuanwu's clan was protected by the Xuanwu army, there were still plenty of people who could move against the Gu clan. The Gu clan had been able to live peacefully for so many years because Gu Xuanwu had always kept a low profile. The Gu clan also adhered to this style. Young master, what's the situation inside? Li Gui asked when he saw Li Zongjiu come out. Li Gui couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard some powerful ripples coming from inside. But this was the Gu clan's territory, so he couldn't barge in for the time being. When he saw Li Zongjiu come out, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also extremely curious about the situation inside. Just what had Li Zongjiu done, and what had happened inside? It's nothing. Let's go back. We still have time tonight. Prepare a horse for me. I'm going to the Bai clan, Li Zongjiu said. Ah, young master, if you're going to the Bai clan, shouldn't you tell the patriarch? There's no need. But although the Bai clan is neutral, the patriarch said that the Bai clan has great ambitions and might attack us. Li Gui couldn't help but feel nervous. In Luoxia City, no one who can harm me, Li Zongjiu, has yet to be born, Li Zongjiu said proudly. However, Li Zongjiu and Li Gui had just stepped out of the Gu clan's gate. Then he saw that someone had already caught up to him. Young Master Li, stop! Young Master Li, stop! The tall and burly man, Gu Man, had already rushed out. Li Zongjiu stopped and looked at Gu Man, who was running over. He. The old man said that I should follow young Master Li and be your bodyguard. I should protect young Master Li. It had to be said that with Gu Man's stocky build, it would be a waste of his talent if he didn't become a bodyguard. Just by standing there, he was already very imposing. Bodyguard. Li Gui couldn't help but glance at Gu Man, wondering what had happened inside. He knew Gu Man. Although he looked simple and honest, he was very arrogant. It was said that he had already become a reserve soldier of the Xuanwu army. If he could stand out in the training, he could become an official soldier. Such a person was actually coming to Li Zongjiu to be his bodyguard? Wasn't he here to steal his rice bowl? Chapter 49. All right, let's go to the Bai family, Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu didn't know what Gu Xuanwu was thinking, but he didn't care, because no matter what he was thinking, he had to be obedient in the end. When they were halfway there, Li Zongjiu told Li Gui to go back and prepare to receive a new team of guards. At the same time, he also had to gather all the guards of the Li family to prepare for a training session. Li Gui didn't know what kind of guards they would receive, but he prepared according to the standard guards. The young lord's words wouldn't be wrong. Li Zongjiu and Gu Man walked on the road. Gu Man's strong body attracted a lot of attention. The Bai family was located in a remote place in the north of Luoxia City. It was also very close to the city lord mansion. Riding a horse in the city, one couldn't go too fast. After about an hour, they finally arrived in front of the Bai family's courtyard. The Bai family was the most business-minded and the best business family. The Bai family's courtyard seemed to have become a kind of landmark building. A small part of the Bai family's buildings were open for outsiders to visit, which attracted a lot of people. At the same time, they also had a new and more comprehensive understanding of the Bai family. When the two got off their horses, the Bai family's guards immediately came forward. "Do the two of you have an appointment?" "Appointment my ass. Gu man of the Gu family. This is the young master of the Li family. Get out of the way." Gu man immediately stepped forward and roared like a lion from the east. That rough voice caused the ears of the two to ring. When they saw that it was actually the Gu family's brute force king who had come, the two were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The title of brute force king came from a strength competition held by someone in Luoxia City. Gu man had actually lifted a 3,600-pound cauldron above his head with both hands and stopped there for 10 seconds. A monster with such strength, it was very likely that he could directly tear a person apart. Imagine if a person was directly torn into two halves. What kind of feeling would that be? It was simply unimaginable. However, what made them even more afraid was this made them even more nervous. It was Li Zongjiu. "The young master of the Li clan is here. Please come in." The clan head said that if the young master of the Li clan is here, please come in. Gu man looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. He didn't expect the young master of the Li family to be so famous. Just by saying his name, he could enter at will. Gu man had never enjoyed such treatment before. Li Zongjiu nodded and walked in. "Lead the horse for me," Gu man said bluntly. The young master of the Li family was here. Bai Luoxia had already said in advance that if the young master of the Li family came to visit, he was to inform her. The guard ran forward and was about to inform Bai Luoxia when he accidentally bumped into Bai Ma. "Are you blind? How dare you bump into me? Do you want to die?" Bai Tianju was hit and instantly flew into a rage. Today, a childhood playmate, a young master from a branch family of a big clan in Flying Cloud City, came to find him to reminisce about the old days. He was about to bring this fellow to the most fun place in Luoxia City. Now that the servant had bumped into her, her mood was ruined. "Young master, please spare my life. Young master, please spare my life. The young master of the Li clan is here." The guard immediately knelt on the ground. If he apologized too late, he would probably be crippled. Bai Tianju originally wanted to drag him down and give him a dozen beatings. However, his attention was attracted by the guard's words. "What, you said that pervert came to our Bai clan?" Bai Tianju's expression changed when he heard this. Although the guard didn't know who the pervert Bai Tianju was talking about was, he couldn't think clearly and could only nod his head. "Yes, he even brought a burly man. Motherfucker, he's trying to step on my Bai clan's head. He actually dares to bring people to my Bai clan to cause trouble. Brother Wenfeng, please wait for a moment. Let me drive this person away first," Bai Tianju said to the person beside him. This person was called Su Wenfeng. He was also Bai Tianju's childhood friend. However, the Su clan later moved to Flying Cloud City to develop. It seemed that they had developed quite well. "Fine. Even you hate this person so much. I want to see how crooked his mouth and slanted eyebrows are." Su Wenfeng was also accompanied by a guard. There was quite a distance between the Flying Cloud City and the Luoxia City. If he didn't bring some people with him, then he might really be killed by the bandits. Li Zongjiu. Oh, Li Zongjiu, you finally fell into my hands. If there was a chance, Bai Tianju would definitely choose to eliminate Li Zongjiu. After returning from the Alchemy Plaza, Bai Tianju's mind was only filled with how to get rid of Li Zongjiu. He didn't care about Li Zongjiu's performance in the plaza. After all, Li Zongjio had so many experts around him. Who knew if there was something fishy going on? Perhaps it was to create an image of Li Zongjio. In fact, it was all fake. Li Zongjio and Gu Man sat in the living room. A Bai clan guard followed them. Firstly, it was convenient for the guest to order around. Secondly, it was to keep an eye on the guest and prevent him from wandering around. After all, this was the Bai clan's territory. Even if he was a guest, he wasn't allowed to wander around. Who knew what he would do? The two of you, please take a rest. My clan head will be here soon. After the guard went to report, the dignified guard captain, Bai Bachang, appeared. Bai Bachang walked out and said. At the same time, he glanced at Guman. The two of them were about the same age and had once competed against each other. However, Bai Bachang's strength and reputation were inferior to Guman's. After all, Guman was now a reserve member of the Xuanwu army. If he could become an official member of the Xuanwu army, he would really soar to the heavens. Brother Guman, long time no see. Why don't you join us? Bai Bachang glanced at Guman, who was standing, and Li Zongjio, who was sitting. The relationship between the two of them seemed a little unusual. No need. I am young Master Li's guard. It is my duty. Guman said without hesitation. As he spoke, he even faintly felt a trace of pride. What was going on? A look of horror flashed across Bai Badong's eyes. With Guman's talent and strength, he was actually willing to become someone else's guard. Moreover, Bai Bachang had heard of young Master Li before. Although he wasn't a hedonistic disciple, he definitely wasn't outstanding either. What ability did he have to make Guman become Li Zongjio's guard? Chapter 50. Guman clearly saw the shock in Bai Badong's eyes. However, he didn't care. If Bai Badong knew about Li Zongjio's strength, he would definitely be as willing as Guman Bai Badong had already notified someone to invite the family head over. However, the family head hadn't arrived yet. Instead, a few figures strode in from outside the house. Based on their imposing manner, it seemed like they were here to send someone off. Li Zongjio, the Bai family doesn't welcome you. Please scram. Bai Tianjiu said arrogantly as he walked in. When he saw Bai Badong there, Bai Tianjiu felt even more at ease and became even more arrogant. Bai Badong was the captain of the Bai family's guards. At the very least, he could support Bai Tianjiu. Li Zongjio originally wanted to take a sip of tea and wait for a while. However, when he heard Bai Tianjiu's arrogant words, he shook his head and put down his teacup. Slap him, Li Zongjio said indifferently. Guman was also stunned when he heard this. He had never tried to slap the Sun family's young master before. However, since Li Zongjio had ordered him to do so, he had to do it. As for the consequences, he would leave it to Li Zongjio to bear. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. He was just the one who did it. Slap me. Do you think this is your Li family? Li Zongjio, you're in my Bai family's territory. You'll have to crawl. Slap. Before Bai Tianjiu could finish a sentence, he pointed at Li Zongjio and started cursing. Guman stepped forward and gave him a resounding slap. With Guman's strength, the slap landed on Bai Tiaju's face. Only Bai Tiaju himself knew how painful the slap was. The White Day colt was sent flying 3 meters into the air. It spun 3 times in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground with a thud. After Guman had made his move, he returned to Li Zongjio's side as if nothing had happened. Obviously, he wanted to blame everything on Li Zongjio. After all, Li Zongjio had asked him to do it. Li Zongjio's expression didn't change. I'll spare your life this time. If you don't keep your mouth clean, I'll cut off your tongue. Li Zongjio's words carried a trace of coldness. Bai Tianjiu, who had just woken up, heard the words. When he recalled Sun Qiu's tongue, he couldn't help but feel a chill. He hadn't expected that Li Zongjio would actually dare to be so arrogant and not give him any face in his Bai family's territory. Bai's faces. Guman's move just now had also exceeded Bai Bachang's expectations. He hadn't expected Guman to actually dare to make a move. Gu Man didn't give any face at all. He had directly slapped their young master in front of the captain of the guards. Wasn't this a slap to Chi Huahua's face? How could he tolerate this? Gu Man, you've gone too far. Li Zongjiu, this is my Bai family's territory, not your Li family's. Bai Baqiang growled. His entire body instantly straightened up like a javelin. A sharp aura rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Bai Baqiang naturally knew that Gu Man had made his move because of Li Zongjiu. Therefore, if he wanted to subdue these two, he only needed to deal with Li Zongjiu. In comparison, Li Zongjiu did indeed look easier to deal with. Bai Baqiang, how dare you look down on me? Gu Man shouted. A similar aura blasted towards Bai Baqiang. The auras of the two great Yuan master level powerhouses clashed, directly forming a Yuan energy storm. At the center of the fluctuation, Su Tianfeng stood on the spot with narrowed eyes. He didn't move at all. Of course, it wasn't Su Tianfeng's own ability. It was a middle-aged man behind Su Tianfeng who was releasing his aura to protect Su Tianfeng. He glanced at the Bai Baqiang, who had just gotten up from the ground. Su Tianfeng hinted at the middle-aged man behind him. Immediately, the middle-aged man behind him understood. He took a step forward and suppressed Gu Man with Bai Baqiang. 2 against 1? Just you two clowns. Gu Man wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the two of them. He even directly faced the aura and charged forward. However, the strength of the two of them was on par with Gu Man. Gu Man also relied on his fierce strength to forcefully resist the attacks. Otherwise, he would probably be defeated within 3 breaths. Gu Man was very clear about this. Right now, he could only hold on for about 20 breaths at most. However, at the 10th breath. On the other hand, Su Tianfeng secretly took action. With a flick of his wrist, he directly threw out a cold arrow that swiftly rushed towards Gu Man. Gu Man was shocked. This sneak attack was the key point. If he were to retreat now, he would definitely be defeated by the 2 people in front of him. Otherwise, he would have to take this arrow head-on. Ding! Just as the arrow was about to hit. However, there was a crisp sound. The teacup lid spun rapidly. It actually used the strength of the ceramic to send the spinning cold arrow flying. What? When Su Tianfeng saw this, his gaze instantly turned cold as he looked in the direction of Li Zongjiu. Who was this person that actually dared to compete with him, Su Tianfeng? However, when Su Tianfeng looked over, he didn't see Li Zongjiu. Instead, he saw a teacup without a lid flying towards him and continuously enlarging. Bang! The teacup collided with his forehead and instantly shattered. The impact wasn't very strong. However, the tea in the cup spilled all over Su Tianfeng's forehead. Not to mention the river of water on his face. His meticulously styled hairstyle was also ruined by this splash of tea. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a sticky liquid on his head. Li Zongjiu actually spat a mouthful of phlegm in the tea. How could there be such a disgusting person? This made Su Tianfeng, who was seriously obsessed with cleanliness, even want to shave his hair. It wasn't impossible for him to even cut off his scalp. This was because it was really too disgusting. You're courting death. Kill that brat for me. Kill that brat for me. The black-faced middle-aged man and Bai Baqiang's aura shook and sent Gu Man flying. At the same time, they directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The 2 of them stood on the left and right. However, Li Zongjiu still calmly sat in the same place and didn't move. Stop! Just as the 2 of them were about to capture Li Zongjiu, a stern shout came from afar. The head of the Bai family, Bai Wuheng, raised his hand, and a surge of Yuan power directly bound the 2 of them from dozens of meters away. At the same time, his wrist shook and forced the 2 of them back. Chapter 51. Bai Wuheng's move had been timely. Bai Wuheng had only heard of Li Zongjiu's affairs. However, he knew the gravity of the situation. Putting aside Li Zongjiu's strength, the fact that he could command a marshal meant that Li Zongjiu's background and identity were not simple. If Li Zongjiu died here, the consequences would be terrifying. Bai Wuheng had just received the news. The old master of the Gu clan, Gu Xuanwu, seemed to have been cured by a mysterious youth. Now, Gu Xuanwu had returned to full health. Looking at Gu Man behind Li Zongjiu, Bai Wuheng wondered what kind of relationship he had with the Gu clan for Gu Man to come personally to protect him. As long as the Gu clan could continuously send people into the Xuanwu army would continue to exist. That way, he would be able to guarantee that the Gu clan would continue to have descendants. Moreover, within Luoxia City, no one would dare to make a move. Thus, the Gu clan didn't need to curry favor with any other clan. However, Gu Man, who was most likely to become a member of the Xuanwu army, had become Li Zongjiu's personal bodyguard, just like a hired thug. This meant that the Gu clan owed a debt of gratitude to Li Zongjiu. The person who had cured Gu Xuanwu of his hidden illness for many years was actually Li Zongjiu. Bai Wuheng's eyes flashed as he immediately understood everything. Then he looked at the youth called Su Tianfeng that Bai Wuheng had brought with him. Just now, Bai Wuheng had used his own connections to quickly investigate Su Tianfeng's background. Su Tianfeng had actually established a relationship with the #1 business alliance group in Flying Cloud City. Now, the Su family only needed a sum of money to enter the business alliance group and become a member of the business alliance. The merchant alliance was a monopoly. Wherever it went, not even a blade of grass would grow. Very few people could make an enemy out of the merchant alliance. It was just like how a lone alchemist couldn't possibly compete. In the entire apothecary alliance, there would always be someone stronger than you, and your own level will determine what kind of alliance you can enter. The standard of Sunset City could only be considered as the 3rd grade of the dynasty. Only a city with a merchant alliance could be considered a second-class city. Therefore, behind Su Tianfeng, there was a very terrifying possibility. By Wu Hin, none of them could be offended. It was all his stupid son's fault. He actually came to provoke Li Zongjiu. Patriarch, this person attacked the young master. Bai Ba Chong hurriedly said. He had no choice but to take action. If he didn't take action to protect the young master in such a situation, then Bai Wuheng might just chop off his hands and throw him out of the Bai family. Bai Wuheng nodded. The dark-faced, middle-aged man glanced at Su Tianfeng. Su Tianfeng also knew that there was no chance to make a move now. Uncle Bai, I'm Su Tianfeng, Brother Bai's good friend. Su Tianfeng said politely. Initially, he wanted to use this white foal to introduce him, but he did not expect to meet him so quickly. Bai Wu Hin also nodded faintly. Although the Su family behind Su Tianfeng was very likely to enter the merchant alliance, they hadn't yet. Everyone was about the same, not to mention that Bai Wu Hin was also an elder. Li Zongjiu, you came to my Bai family and injured my son. You have to give me an explanation for this. Bai Wu Hin's aura wasn't very strong, so he said very politely at this time. It seemed like he was afraid that Li Zongjiu would be involved, so he was probing. Let's not talk about this nonsense. The Li family and the Bai family will cooperate. The elixirs we refine will be handed over to you for sale. In addition, the Sun family's weapon pavilion will be handed over to you. We will charge a service fee for each transaction. You can decide the price yourself. Li Zongjiu said slowly. Although this was a good strategic cooperation, Li Zongjiu's words made Bai Wu Hin's eyes flash coldly. His Bai family itself started in the sales industry, so they had quite a lot of experience in selling things. Therefore, the biggest auction in Luoxia City belonged to his Bai family. On the contrary, the production side was a weakness. However, according to Li Zongjiu's words, his Bai family had become the sales agent of the Li family. Although there were advantages, there were also disadvantages. In the future, they would be labeled as the Li family, and even the Li family would have the initiative. This matter involves a lot of things. If young Master Li is interested in the cooperation, we can sit down and talk slowly. Bai Wu Hin was not in a hurry. Once this kind of thing was decided, there was no room for regret. Look at me. Am I here to talk to you? If you don't agree, the Bai family will no longer have a foothold in Luoxia City. Li Zongjio said, faintly. His tone was very arrogant. He was not afraid of biting his tongue. What kind of words did he say? It simply made people want to go up and slap him. You're just a young master raised by a clan. How dare you boast shamelessly in front of another clan that's on par with your clan that if you don't cooperate, you won't have a foothold in the clan. This was simply too arrogant. Even Su Tianfeng, who was standing at the side, could not stand such an arrogant style of acting. He felt that it was very uncomfortable. Is it because I haven't been to Luoxia City for too long? The frogs at the bottom of the well in the Luoxia City were really stupid. If such an arrogant and ignorant person walked out of the Luoxia City, he would be beaten to a pulp if he opened his mouth. Su Tianfeng was already regretting in his heart. Even if he came to find some investors, he should not have come to such a small place. What kind of people were these? Young Masterly, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that my Bai family doesn't even have the power to dominate this city? Even the Sun family did not speak to me so arrogantly. If you want to control the lifeline of my Bai family, I'm afraid it's impossible with just a few words from you. If this is the intention of the Li family, does it mean that a war is about to break out? Bai Wuhan's face gradually relaxed. Although he knew that this day would definitely come after he heard that Li Zongjio had killed Sun Zhenglei, he did not expect this day to come so quickly. For Li Zongjio to come here, he must have some backing behind him. Young Masterly, please calm down. My Bai family agrees to the conditions you just mentioned. However, my Bai family also has a condition. I wonder if young Masterly is willing to listen to it? Li Zongjio was prepared to leave and destroy the Bai family. However, this voice made Li Zongjio sit down for the time being. Bai family by Luoxia. The look in Su Tianfeng's eyes flickered, filled with desire. The reason why he had taken care of the Bai clan was because there was one person he couldn't forget about. Now he wanted to get closer to her so he could get closer to her. Chapter 52. Go ahead. Li Zongjio said. The person in front of him was Bai Luoxia of the Bai family. When they were still in Luoxia City, Li Zongjio also secretly liked Bai Luoxia, a goddess-like figure. However, when they met again, Li Zongjio was already numb. After more than 3,000 years of experience, Li Zongjio had seen countless beauties turn into skeletons, which also proved that only strength was eternal. Therefore, Li Zongjio pursued strength for the rest of his life. He became the evil lord of the medicine saint. Bai Luoxia's appearance seemed to have eased the atmosphere a little. Bai Wuhan also looked at Bai Luoxia. In fact, Bai Wuhan also knew that the Li family was now flourishing. If there was a problem, it wouldn't be a problem to temporarily agree to deal with it. If it really didn't work, there was still a last resort, which was the city lord mansion's last resort. However, the city lord was a cunning old man. If he didn't see the real benefits, he wouldn't relent. This could only be regarded as the last resort. If they really wanted to solve the problem at hand, they still needed to negotiate with Li Zongjio directly. All the products of the Li family will be handled by my Bai family. You and I will establish an alliance. The Li family will be the leader, and my Bai family will be the deputy leader. Bai Luoxia said. They were still talking about the monopoly, but in the next second, it directly became a state of cooperation between the two sides. If they formed an alliance, then the competitors in the business in the future would change from individual forces to collective strength. The enemies they faced would also be merchants from the alliance. In this way, the pressure would increase by at least 1,000 times. However, this was the only way for a family to become strong. In a slightly larger city, all the merchants would work together. If you didn't join them, you would only be eaten up by these behemoths. Becoming a member of this group would also give you a chance to save your life. As for the future development, it would depend on your own luck and level. There was no doubt about this. It was almost impossible to establish a business alliance with just two families leading the way. Moreover, Luoxia City had almost no value outside of the mountains. It was just a place where resources were scarce, so it was built to concentrate the population. There were no resources available. Su Tianfeng could not help but sneer in his heart. Country people were country people. It was impossible for these country people to know about the cruelty of the outside world. They thought that it was enough to think about it with their own brains. Originally, Su Tianfeng thought that Bai Luoxia had some talent. With some nurturing, she might become a very powerful figure. But now it seemed that it was all for nothing. He was just a toad that had grown up at the bottom of the well. However, even if the soul was no longer interesting, the body could still be enjoyed. Such an exquisite face, coupled with the cold aura that she had possessed for many years, made Su Tianfeng's heart itch unbearably. He could not wait to pounce on her. Bai Wuhan glanced at Bai Luoxia. Obviously, Bai Luoxia wanted to seize this opportunity. Although they couldn't be on equal footing, they couldn't be too far apart from each other. Moreover, there was no other way to deal with this matter. The strength of the other party was right in front of them. Both of them were only after wealth. If they really wanted to fight, both sides would suffer heavy casualties in the end. This was not something that both parties wanted to see. Li Zongjiu was a little surprised when he heard Bai Luoxia's words. Li Zongjiu really wanted to establish his own business alliance. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu's cultivation was profound, but in fact he could not dominate the world. That was because there were still some powerful business alliances in the world. They became the first obstacle to an expert like Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also knew the power of a business alliance. It was not something that could be done with words, but with Bai Luoxia's talent, it might really be possible. As long as the Li family could prosper, Li Zongjiu was willing to try any method. Well, I'll give you 1 year. If you can't meet the conditions to establish a business alliance within 1 year, then forget about it. Li Zongjiu said, 1 year is enough. Bai Luoxia's mouth curved. Li Zongjiu's vision was not just limited to the Luoxia city in front of him. If it was really only the Luoxia city, then if one became the lord of the Luoxia city, either the external forces would invade and resist, or the city lord mansion itself would make things difficult for him and suppress him. Only by establishing an alliance could he preserve these forces. If Master Bai can establish a business alliance in the future, please remember to call me. I will definitely come to congratulate you. But today, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Such perfunctory words could be heard by anyone. Bai Luoxia didn't say anything. Since Su Tianfeng looked down on this kind of business, then it didn't matter. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to make Su Tianfeng regret it. He would sooner or later regret his foolish actions for looking down on others like a snob. Bai Wuhan didn't say anything. He didn't care about Su Tianfeng at all. At this moment, he was still thinking about what status his Bai family would have if the merchant union was established. What would Bai Wuhan's status be? What would he be able to gain from it? These were all very important things. Wait a minute. When did I say that you can leave? Li Zongjiu said. The voice was clear and melodious, but it contained a faint murderous intent. Anyone who heard this would know that he was definitely not a kind person. He was here to cause trouble. The dark-faced middle-aged man also turned around and stood in front of Su Tianfeng, staring at Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Guman, who had caught his breath, also stood behind Li Zongjiu, confronting the dark-faced man. Just now it was 2 against 1, but now the tables had turned. Not to mention 2 against 1. Even if it was 1 against 1, Guman had absolute confidence that he could take down the dark-faced man in front of him. Even at this moment, he wanted to take action very much. Just now, the dark-faced middle-aged man took advantage of him and took advantage of him. Such a villain must be taught a lesson. What? You're just a young master of a small family. Do you want to keep me, Su Tianfeng, here? Open your eyes and look carefully. The one standing in front of you is the deacon of the Su family's outer court. Su Tianfeng, remember this. Su Tianfeng shouted sternly. With this kind of momentum, he wanted to leave an image of a tough man in front of Bai Luoxue. However, after hearing this, Bai Luoxue and Bai Wuhen took a step back tacitly, waiting for the next thing to happen. Chapter 53. In fact, Li Zongjie was an extremely low-key person. He was so low-key that, even after he became famous, no one could recognize him when he walked on the streets. However, those who were familiar with Li Zongjie knew that Li Zongjie was not someone to be trifled with. Don't think that you can be arrogant and despotic in front of Li Zongjie just because you have some strength. Don't even think that you can trample on Li Zongjie's face. Otherwise, you'll end up in a very tragic state. Li Zongjie hadn't met someone like this for a long time. He wanted to find someone who liked to take advantage of him. Li Zongjie wasn't strong yet, but these people thought that they were infallible. If it was in the past, Li Zongjie wouldn't have anything to say. You have the capital to be arrogant. But now Li Zongjie was here. Even if you're arrogant, you have to restrain yourself. It seems that I have to establish my prestige. I'll deal with this person personally. Li Zongjie said indifferently. Gu Man immediately understood and charged towards the dark-faced, middle-aged man. Boom! Since he wanted to take action, he must not leave him a way out. He must subdue the enemy with every move. Therefore, the middle-aged man was stunned when he saw the terrifying power that burst out from Gu Man's hand. Could it be that these guys are serious? How could they be so vicious? If they fell out with the Su family, they'll suffer the consequences. Although there was a saying that a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its old haunts. However, Su Tianfeng was very low-key this time. He only brought one guard with him. However, Su Tianfeng didn't expect that he would be offended by a country bumpkin like Li Zongjie when he came to this small Luoxia city. Since the Bai family was unreliable, Su Tianfeng had other ways to deal with them. Originally, this was an opportunity for the Bai family to soar into the sky. You were short-sighted and gave up. Su Tianfeng couldn't be blamed. He didn't intend to argue with these people. But this little Li Zongjie, this kind of person who should have been trampled on by him, actually dared to offend him. Not to mention a young master of a small family. Even if he wanted to destroy your Li family, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Gu Man was the first to attack, and the black-faced middle-aged man also charged forward. Boom! The auras of the two continued to collide with each other. Powerful auras continued to be released, causing the airflow in the room to become extremely chaotic. Many walls were directly blasted apart. Just this battle alone had cost them quite a lot of money. A country bumpkin like you wants to touch me? I'll show you the difference between an ant and a genius. As Su Tianfeng's voice fell, the yuan power in his body also burst out with a loud bang. Boom! Powerful origin energy whistled over like a surging river, and Bai Wuhan blocked by Luoxue behind him. The white horse, lying on the ground, was lifted up by the white lord's spear. Li Zongjie stood in place and welcomed the impact, but his feet did not move an inch. First grade yuan master. Su Tianfeng was actually able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age. Bai Wuhan was instantly shocked when he saw this scene. Clearly, he was extremely shocked by Su Tianfeng's talent. At such a young age, he had already broken through to the yuan master level. It was extremely likely that he would step into the yuan general level in the future. Just Su Tianfeng from the Su family was already so powerful. If it was another direct descendant of the Su family, how powerful would he be? There was indeed a huge gap between a family in a second-grade city and a family in a third-grade city. Bai Wuhan looked at Su Tianfeng and faintly felt some regret in his heart. However, he was still uncertain. After all, Li Zongjie's strength was not a boast. When did the standard of an ant become so low? Li Zongjie smiled in disdain. The ant he was talking about was Su Tianfeng before him. However, from Li Zongjie's mouth, It seemed that Su Tianfeng's ability was not even at the level of an ant. This was simply the greatest insult. Let me see how long you can be stubborn. Ironback mountain fist. Su Tianfeng roared in a low voice. His fists were instantly covered with a wave of golden yuan power. It was the metal attribute yuan power. Su Tianfeng looked thin and weak, but the yuan power he cultivated was so domineering. In addition to the aura around his body, Su Tianfeng's aura was already comparable to Gu Man and the others. Moreover, the penetrating power of the metal attribute, yuan power, it was even more intimidating. This fist carried the whistling power of a golden spear. A pair of bare fists was actually able to give off the feeling of an iron fist. From Su Tianfeng's point of view, if Li Zongjie was hit by this fist, it was enough to directly turn him into a fool. Just as Su Tianfeng's fist was about to land on Li Zongjie's body, Li Zongjie directly clenched his fist, raised his hand, and collided with Su Tianfeng's fist head-on. This fist, Li Zongjie did not even use any yuan power. Boom! Ah! Su Tianfeng suddenly screamed. His entire body flew out, smashing into the door and falling down. His right hand hung on the ground as if in unbearable pain. Upon closer inspection, Su Tianfeng's arm had already formed an extremely twisted state from the collision just now. Su Tianfeng's hand was directly fractured by Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie put down his fist, and the golden dragon pattern in the yuan pearl also returned to normal. Golden dragon pattern. Increased strength. At the same time as the increase in strength, Li Zongjie also used the battle techniques he was most proficient in. After all, he was an old monster that had lived for more than 3,000 years. When to punch where the fist would land, it was all very clear to him. Therefore, in front of Li Zongjie, Su Tianfeng's moves were like hundreds of flaws in front of him. Young master! Seeing this, the middle-aged man with a black face suddenly roared. However, with this roar, Su Tianfeng opened his eyes and saw Li Zongjie suddenly rushing in front of him. Then Li Zongjie raised his foot and directly kicked him. Bang! Li Zongjie kicked Su Tianfeng's head, and then Su Tianfeng's head was dragged on the ground for dozens of meters. It directly dragged a long trace. If you want to talk about ants, then you are really far from it. Li Zongjie casually pulled out a piece of wood from the door that had just been smashed. As a yuan shi expert, Su Tianfeng was more resistant to beatings. Although he was seriously injured, he had not completely lost consciousness. Although he did not know what was going on, he felt that Li Zongjie was approaching him. Li Zongjie grabbed the piece of wood in his hand and suddenly stabbed it into Su Tianfeng's stomach. Chi! Blood immediately splattered out. Ugh! You dare! Kill me! Many by family guards heard the commotion and quickly rushed over, just in time to see Li Zongjie killing people with a piece of wood in his hand without a change in expression. When Su Tianfeng still had his last breath, Li Zongjie directly stretched out his hand, and with a bang, stabbed it into Su Tianfeng's dantian and grabbed the origin bead out. As the origin bead left the body, Su Tianfeng's head tilted and he stopped breathing. Calmly, he wiped the blood on his hand on Su Tianfeng's clothes. The two of you stop fighting. That middle-aged man with a black face. Take him back and tell the Su family to prepare the compensation. I, Li Zongjie, will come in a few days. Chapter 54. Li Zongjie's voice faded away. The two people who were fighting immediately retreated. In the previous exchange, the two of them could be said to be equally matched. When the dark-faced middle-aged man saw Su Tianfeng's body, he was stunned. This Su Tianfeng was killed just like that. He couldn't believe it. He was the youngest deacon of the Su family. In the future, he would enter the inner gate and become an elder. But here he was killed by Li Zongjie. He was a young man with a bright future, but now he ruined his future. Most importantly, he didn't know how he offended Li Zongjie. Just because of a quarrel, he said a few words. Just because of this, He directly took someone's life. This was too scary. Thinking of this, the dark-faced middle-aged man didn't dare to say anything more. He didn't even dare to say a few harsh words. He was afraid that after he said it, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the Bai family. Su Tianfeng was just a guard, but he was evenly matched with him. If this young man joined the fray, he would end up in a worse state. Li Zongjiu, the dark-faced, middle-aged man, deeply remembered this name in his heart. He couldn't let this matter go just like that. And if he remembered this name, it would be easier for him to report back. Give him a body bag, Bai Luoxue said faintly. From this moment onwards, the Bai family and the Li family were on the same side. Although Bai Luoxue didn't know what ability Li Zongjiu had, it was obviously inappropriate for Li Zongjiu to fight for his territory in such a hurry. But now, the Su family was enough to test Li Zongjiu's strength. Although the Su family was powerful, but as long as it was a family, there would be enemies. If the Su family came to Luoxia City to make trouble, it would be a thankless task. From Li Zongjiu's words, it seemed that the Su family was going to compensate them. Was that even possible? At this moment, Bai Tianjiu was hiding behind Bai Bachong. When Li Zongjiu stabbed the wood into Su Tianfeng, he was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. When had he ever seen such a scene? Such bloody violence, so direct. Bai Tianjiu was so scared that his face turned pale. Although it could be said that Bai Luoxue had seen the world, this Li Zongjiu was about the same age as her, yet he was able to do these things without batting an eyelid. This alone was impossible for Bai Luoxue. Could it be that this fellow had a heart of stone? I hope that your Bai clan can see the situation clearly. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he turned around and left. As for Bai Tianjiu, Li Zongjiu had never placed him in his eyes. He had only given him an appropriate lesson. When Li Zongjiu and Gu Man left the Bai clan, Bai Tianjiu relaxed. Bai Wuhin felt his whole body relax. Just now, his whole body was in a tense state. This made Bai Wuhin's heart extremely nervous. He directly killed an outer court deacon of the Su family in front of them. In Flying Cloud City, the Su family wasn't a simple family. The strength he possessed was definitely more powerful than the 4 great clans of Luoxia City. This Li Zongjiu is indeed a monstrous talent. Bai Wuhin sighed, not to mention anything else. Just this aura alone was enough to show that he would definitely be an extraordinary person in the future. But this Li Zongjiu has only been here for a few days. He has made too many enemies, Bai Wuhin couldn't help but say. Not to mention the Sun family that had been beaten to a pulp. Since they had defeated the Sun family, why did they have to deal with Wang Lu? If they didn't release Wang Lu, the Alchemist Alliance of Northern Medicine City would definitely come for revenge. Of course, if they let Wang Lu go, it might be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. However, there must be a way to resolve the issue. Li Zongjiu chose the most direct and most serious method. Wang Lu's matter had not been resolved yet. Now, they had provoked the Su family again. If they didn't give an explanation for the loss of one life, they wouldn't just let it go like this. It wasn't over yet. Bai Luoxue also had a headache. This Li Zongjiu was indeed very troublesome. By the way, what is the city lord's opinion? Bai Wuhin asked. This matter was handed over to Bai Luoxue to handle. The city lord's advisor, Ing Lai, had come yesterday and taken away a lot of benefits. Bai Luoxue shook her head, helplessly. The city lord only wants to find treasures to help his precious daughter. With Yi Tianshui's talent, it's already very difficult for him to enter the Martial World Pavilion. Doesn't the city lord know that? Although it was already very impressive to be able to enter the Martial World Pavilion, it didn't mean anything. Over the years, many people had entered the Martial World Pavilion. However, the number of people who could successfully graduate was very small. In the end, most of them were persuaded to leave. They learned a lot of skills, but in the end, they couldn't be crowned with the name of the Martial World Pavilion. If it's necessary, I can only hand over my family's collection. Bai Wuhin shook his head and said, This was indeed a last resort. However, at least it gave him a way out. Perhaps there's no need to go that far. Li Zongjiu's potential is far beyond this. Oh? What do you mean? That day at the Medicine Refinery Square, Li Zongjiu brought a general-level expert. It was this person who stopped Mu Yuan. Does the family head know the identity of this person? Bai Luoxue said. Who is it? Misty Snow Pellet Sect, Long Her Peak Master, Lin Song. Bai Luoxue spoke word by word. Every single one of her identities caused Bai Wuheng to be shocked. Lin Song didn't deliberately hide his identity. It only took a little investigation to find out Lin Song's identity. Lin Song had been here for a long time. It was already considered slow to find out Lin Song's identity now. What? The shock in Bai Wuhen's heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. The strength of the Misty Snow Pellet Sect was enough to surpass the entire Luoxia city. The strength of these sects was far stronger than the families below. The strength of the sect wasn't the main point. However, the disciples who joined the sect more or less had some families behind them. Once the power of these families was integrated, for example, the people of the Sun family had offended the disciples of the Misty Snow Pellet Sect. However, the Sun family and the Misty Snow Pellet Sect had no relationship. The Bai family and the Li family both had disciples in the Misty Snow Pellet Sect. The Misty Snow Pellet Sect only needed to give an order, and the two families would turn their spearheads to deal with the Sun family. This was the existence of the sect's influence. Under a sect, there were at least 20 to 30 families supporting it. Of course, the sect itself was also extremely tyrannical. The Long Herb Peak was only a peak that specialized in refining elixirs. The real battle wasn't on the Long Herb Peak. It was like the Li family's alchemy hall couldn't represent the Li family's fighting strength. The Misty Snow Pellet Sect had two main fighting peaks. The Crimson Afterglow Peak was like the Blazing Peak. Their fighting strength was extremely tyrannical. Any elder who came down would be stronger than the family heads of these families. The peak master of the Long Herb Peak must be very experienced. How could he fall behind Li Zongjiu and become a loyal servant? Could it be that there were still some things that they didn't know about here? This Li Zongjiu is really not simple. Bai Wuhen sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 55. It had been a while since he returned from Long Herb Peak. Counting the days, it seemed that the peak test of the Foggy Snow Alchemy sect was about to begin. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had already reached the peak. In fact, Li Zongjiu had long despised these children's games. However, in his previous life, Li Zongjiu had wanted to truly stand out in this peak test before he had encountered such a disaster. The Foggy Snow Alchemy sect is still too small. There are three major sects in the Shengyan dynasty: the Martial Tide Pavilion, the Sacred Flame Sword Pavilion, and the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. In my previous life, with my cultivation and reputation, I was able to enter the Martial Tide Pavilion and the Sacred Flame Sword Pavilion to gain enlightenment. Later on, I was able to find the method to break through to the saint level with 4 dragons. However, even I, who had reached the sovereign level, was unable to enter the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor to obtain the secrets within. In this life, I would like to see what kind of secrets there are in the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. Li Zongjiu meditated as he thought to himself. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu could enter and leave the Martial Tide Pavilion and the Sacred Flame Sword Pavilion of the Shengyan dynasty as he wished. Naturally, he had found some supreme techniques and studied them thoroughly. Therefore, he had found the method to break through to the saint level with 4 dragons. In his previous life, he had failed to break through to the saint realm. Although he was still alive, it was considered a failure. Therefore, this time, Li Zongjiu wanted the Li family to be passed down forever. Therefore, he had to break through to the saint realm with his own cultivation. If ordinary people knew about Li Zongjiu's aspiration, they would definitely think that Li Zongjio was crazy. The Saint Realm itself was a legendary existence. It was even made up by some people. It did not exist at all. Above the Yuan General was the Yuan Ancestor Realm. Above the Yuan Ancestor Realm was the Yuan King, who could call himself a king. When one's cultivation reached this realm, even in the Xingyan dynasty, he would enjoy the treatment of a prince. Above him was the primitive emperor. His strength surpassed even that of the Yellow Springs. Even if he were to meet the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty, there would be no need for him to greet him respectfully. The two of them would be on equal footing. Again, that was the supremacy realm. Once one reached this realm, there would basically be no restrictions in this world as long as one did not seek death. He could live a carefree life and transcend the mortal world. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had reached this level. He could freely enter and exit the Imperial Martial Pavilion and the Grand Feast Sword Pavilion. However, he could not enter the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. It was not that the Tianqin Medicine Mansion was bold. It was because of the restriction in the Tianqin Medicine Mansion. Even Li Zongjio could not enter with his cultivation at that time. One could imagine how many secrets were hidden inside. It was said that only the disciples of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor could enter. At that time, Li Zongjio did not believe it and wanted to find trouble with the Tianqin Medicine Manor after breaking through. However, it was already too late. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back here. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had already reached the peak of the realm. If he entered the Tianqin Medicine Manor again, they would not dare to accept him. However, it was different this time. If he could enter the Tianqin Medicine Manor earlier with Li Zongjio's talent, he would definitely be of help to the Li family. In the past few hundred years, there had never been a Yuan Ancestor Realm figure in Luoxia City. Li Zongjio still wanted to break through to the Sage Realm. It was simply a fool's dream. Father's Fire Lion art is a third-grade elemental art. However, its power is still too weak and there are too many flaws. If I want to make the family stronger, I have to solve the root problem. The cultivation of the elemental art cannot be delayed. Li Zongjio thought about it and copied down a 6th-grade elemental art that he had collected in his previous life. Sky Blaze Lion art, 6th-grade intermediate elemental art. Li Zongjio wrote down the first half of the art in one breath. As for the second half, he could only take it out after he had finished cultivating the first half. Otherwise, such an item would be enough to bring disaster to the Li family. This was an extremely terrifying matter. Therefore, even Li Zongjio did not dare to be careless. Even the imperial family might not be able to take out many 6th-grade elemental arts. With this Sky Blaze Lion art, with his father's talent, it would not be a problem for him to reach the Yuan Ancestor Realm within 2 years. 2 years to create a Yuan Ancestor Realm expert. Even if some of the people from the large sects heard about this, they would only laugh heartily. They would think that Li Zongjio was living in his own delusion. Not to mention Yuan Ancestor Realm experts. Even a Yuan General Realm expert would find it difficult to succeed without 40 to 50 years of bitter cultivation. As for the Yuan Ancestor Realm, besides one's talent, one's elemental art level had to be met, and one's cultivation resources had to be kept up. Without the support of a strong backup, one would not be able to break through. When Li Zongjio handed this elemental art to Li Tianqing was stunned. Li Tianqing's entire being was shocked. This elemental art. Where did you get this elemental art? This elemental art is hundreds of times more profound than our Li family's Fire Lion art. It should be thousands of times more profound. I got this by accident, but it's only average. You can cultivate it first. When I find the rest, I will give it to you. Li Zongjio said with a smile. Although he did not want to admit that the level of the Fire Lion art was not high enough, it was the truth. Thousands of times more profound? What kind of concept was that? He did not even dare to think about it. SSS, you have so many secrets, kid. Li Tianqing couldn't help but say. But soon after, Li Tianqing's gaze turned solemn. How are we going to deal with Wang Lu's matter? Wang Lu's disciple, Changfeng, has already fled back to Northern Medicine City. Based on his footsteps, there will definitely be people from the Northern Medicine Alliance coming here tomorrow or the day after. Li Tianqing said in a deep voice, Father, what kind of power do you think our Li family needs to be able to withstand this wave of attacks? The people from the Northern Medicine Alliance will definitely be led by a Yuan general expert. If they want to pressure us, there will be at least 2 Yuan general experts. If our Li family can have 2 Yuan general experts to pave the way, we will naturally have nothing to fear. Li Tianqing said, the Northern Medicine Alliance was one thing, but the people from the Northern Medicine Alliance deliberately came here to cause trouble and wanted to take back the people without saying anything. It would not be so easy. If they did not give an explanation, they would not be able to take them away. If they wanted them to take the Li family seriously, they would need to show their strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to take the Li family seriously, right? 2 Yuan general experts. His Li clan didn't even have a single origin general realm expert. Therefore, this was also what Li Tianqing was worried about. Otherwise, when those people came, his Li family could only admit defeat. No problem, Li Zongjiu said. Li Tianqing was confused. What did he mean by no problem? Then, where were they supposed to find 2 martial-level experts? However, Li Zongjiu did not say too much. He just smiled and left without saying anything. This made Li Tianqing want to take out his belt and give Li Zongjiu a good beating. However, when he thought about it, Li Zongjiu was no longer a child. Moreover, if Li Zongjiu wanted to fight with him, he might not be able to beat this kid. This kid is so mysterious. I don't know what kind of curse he got himself into, Li Tianqing muttered in his heart. However, he really liked this Sky Blaze Lion King technique. Although it was only an incomplete version, the power and value it contained were immeasurable. I, Li Tianqing, will also soar to the sky. Chapter 56. Li Zongjiu also needed to train and consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, in the pill hall, Li Zongjiu had already handed over some of the improved pill formulas and some of the simpler pill formulas that he had invented later to Li Juyan. When Li Juyan received these pill formulas, he was as happy as a 60-year-old child. However, these were just some of the lowest grade pill formulas that Li Zongjiu had casually copied down. If he wanted the Li family to refine higher grade pills, he would need to strengthen his own training and focus on nurturing new disciples. If I were to teach them myself, it would be a waste of my time. Now that I think about it, that guy should not be famous yet. Right now, he should be fooling around somewhere. Li Zongjiu pinched his fingers and calculated the time. It was still early. He could put this matter aside for the time being. Nightfall. In the pitch-black night sky of Luoxia City, a figure suddenly appeared and flew directly into the Li family. Li Zongjiu, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A candle flame on the table in front of him was lit up. Bang! A figure covered in blood fell into the room and instantly fell to the ground. Lin Song. Li Zongjiu was shocked when he saw the person who fell in front of him. Who is it? Gu Man, who was guarding outside the room, immediately rushed in. Li Zongjiu waved his hand to signal for silence. Gu Man did not say anything. When he saw the heavily injured body, he immediately went forward to support him. Such heavy injuries. Who did this to him? Gu Man looked at the wounds on Lin Song's body. There were many sharp sword wounds that pierced through his chest and waist. If not for Lin Song's abundant yuan power, he would not have been able to hold on until now. Li Zongjiu came in front of Lin Song. After a brief inspection, he stretched out his hand and directly landed a palm on Lin Song's body. The yuan power in his body also rushed into Lin Song's body with a bang. Yuan power wrapped around a few figures. With a swoosh, they directly flew out of Lin Song's body. A sharp force directly landed on the wall. Whoosh! Bang! There are actually so many iron plates. This is a unique hidden weapon. Gu Man was shocked. The elder's cultivation level was obviously above his. Even Lin Tsang could not dodge so many attacks. If it was him, he would have suffered an even more tragic fate. Cough, cough! The hidden weapon in Lin Tsang's body was removed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only now did he manage to open his eyes. What's the situation? Li Zongjiu asked. Black Zen. Black Zen sect. Lin Tsang was a little emotional. Speak slowly. I found out that Li Changjiang has teamed up with the Black Zen sect to take control of Sunset City. He even wants to plot against the Fog Snow Pill sect. My granddaughter is also being controlled by these people. Lin Tsang roared in a low voice. Lin Tsang's eyes were red. Although he was seriously injured, he could not calm down when he thought of his granddaughter in danger. He had to save her. What? Black Zen sect? Black Zen sect? Isn't it a small sect with only a few hundred people? How could they be so bold? Gu Man furrowed his brows. Li Zongjiu also furrowed his brows. This was not a simple situation. There were layers upon layers of exploitation. It seemed that there was a conspiracy behind this. He did not expect these people to have been plotting against the Li family for so long. No, the Li family was just a stumbling block on the other side's path. It was just a force to be eradicated. These people really thought too highly of themselves. It doesn't matter if you're from the Black Zen sect or the White Zen sect. Since you want to go against the Li family, then wait for your death. Li Zongjiu snorted coldly, then looked at the seriously injured Lin Tsang. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound came from outside the window. Li Zongjiu's sharp senses sensed it, and he immediately looked over. Want to run? Li Zongjiu's figure flew out and chased after the figure. Gu Man wanted to chase after him, but he realized that Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. Fuck, so fast! He wanted to help, but there was no chance. Seeing that Lin Tsang was seriously injured, he could only find someone to help treat him. Li Zongjiu chased after the black-clothed man. In a few flashes, he left the Luoxia city. The other party's speed was not slow at all. In addition, his yuan energy was denser than Li Zongjiu's. Want to run away from me? Get down here. He gathered his aura in the air and abruptly rushed forward. Whoosh! Immediately, a flying knife formed from energy shot towards the other party. Wherever the flying knife flew, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. It was also where the other party's next step was. The other party never thought that Li Zongjiu could see through his footwork. Bang! The energy knife instantly pierced through the other party's ankle, and his body fell from the sky. Plop! He fell into the forest below. Li Zongjiu's figure landed and looked down at the other party. You're from the Black Zen sect? Li Zongjiu had never heard of the Black Zen sect in his previous life. He guessed that it was some small sect. But to have such a movement technique, it meant that there must be experts in the Black Zen sect. Cough, cough, kid, your time of death has come. The black-clothed man who landed on the ground sneered. He covered his wound and actually climbed up to escape. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to give chase, he heard a few whistling sounds coming from the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. A few auras suddenly exploded from the surroundings and surrounded Li Zongjiu. It turned out that this was a trap that had been set up beforehand. It was to lure Li Zongjiu over. Hee, Li Zongjiu, haven't you been looking for me? Haven't I been good to you? Why did you suddenly jump out and bite me? A deep voice sounded behind him. Li Changjiang. Li Zongjiu turned around. The other party's 3 experts had sealed off Li Zongjiu's escape route. Now that Li Changjiang had appeared, he was the real mastermind. There was one thing that Li Changjiang did not understand. Why did Li Zongjiu have such a big reaction? He was just a teenager. What could he know? Moreover, on Long Medicine Peak, Li Zongjio should have died. But now he was still standing here, safe and sound. The one who died was his own son. This made Li Changjiang even more confused. Could it be that someone was helping Li Zongjio from behind? Otherwise, with Li Zongjio's aptitude, how could Li Changjiang not know? It turns out that you didn't collude with the Sun family, but these people. Even though he had been reborn, Li Zongjio did not expect that Li Changjiang was colluding with someone else. Obviously, the plan in his previous life went smoothly, so these people did not appear. They had been manipulating everything from behind the scenes. But in this life, all the plans were destroyed by Li Zongjio. They wanted to manipulate Lu Shun to become the peak master of Long Medicine Peak. They wanted to manipulate Li Changjiang to become the master of the Li family. But who knew that Li Zongjio would destroy it? So these people could not wait any longer, and they could not help but walk to the front from behind. This was also to make Li Zongjio. He found something strange. To be able to play such a big game of chess, it seems that the person behind you is not simple. A cold light flashed in Li Zongjio's eyes. No matter what kind of game of chess you wanted to play, if you wanted to place a piece on Li Zongjio's head, then you should be prepared to have your hands cut off by Li Zongjio. Since you are not willing to say, then I will get him out sooner or later. But now, for the prosperity of my Li family, Zongjio, you should go to hell first. Li Changjiang sneered. Since his son was dead, then Li Zongjio should not think about living. Suddenly, the aura of the 3 men in black was released. 3 peak Yuan masters. Hell, I have already been there. Chapter 57. The experts of the 3 black Zen sect swarmed over. 2 of them rushed to the front and performed the Heaven Luo Palm technique. That person was walking at the back, and what he was using was the Earth Net Fist. It almost cut off Li Zongjio's retreat. But Li Zongjio never thought of retreating. Since you want to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot, I'll show you what despair is. Blood palm. The blood dragon tattoo in his body was released. Instantly, killing intent rose within 100 meters. The terrifying blood dragon tattoo was released. Li Zongjio seemed to have turned into a killing god. Boom! He rushed forward with a palm and was actually evenly matched with the 3 people in front of him. No one had the upper hand. Li Changjiang, who was not far away, was shocked when he saw this scene. Just the 3 of them were enough to destroy the Li family. But now, they were blocked by Li Zongjio alone. Originally, the Li family's strength was not strong, but Li Zongjio brought back a powerhouse at the origin general level. So, Li Changjiang could only escape. But today, Lin Song was defeated, so naturally there was no threat. At the same time, Li Changjiang brought so many people here tonight to kill Li Zongjio. Even if he had to kill Li Tianqing, it wouldn't be a problem as long as he had the opportunity. As Li Zongjio's palm landed, the footwork beneath his feet quickly began to move as well. Whoosh! Li Zongjio's figure appeared in the middle of the 3 people. They rarely encountered someone who would jump into their encirclement. That was hilarious. He did not even have the slightest battle awareness. It seemed that he was just a small fry in battle. But Li Zongjio quickly used his strength to show these people what a small fry was. Li Zongjio threw out a punch. Although the punch seemed weak, it sent the person in front of him flying when it came into contact with him. Boom! 3rd brother. The 3rd brother that was sent flying was not weak. However, close combat was his weakness. Therefore, he was usually placed at the end and used as the finishing blow. However, he did not expect that old 3rd would be discovered by Li Zongjio. Moreover, Li Zongjio stepped forward and sent old 3rd flying. The 3rd brother's head fell to the ground. Even with the Yuan power of the peak master realm protecting his body, he almost fainted from the fall. He lay on the ground for a long time, but still did not wake up. Black Heart Fist. Another set of fist techniques was executed. When the 2 black-robed men found out that their 3rd brother was still alive, they chose to capture Li Zongjio first. If they allowed Li Zongjio to roam free and unfettered, they would lose a lot of face. Since Yi Shiwen had injured their brother, they naturally had to settle the score. The yuan power undulations contained within the Black Heart Fist were rather strong. The golden dragon rune within Li Zongjiu's body trembled, as a wave of energy continuously gathered on Li Zongjiu's fist. The moment Li Zongjiu punched out, it was enough to send the person in front of him flying. A domineering force was released. Boom, boom! With one punch, one of the black-robed men's protective yuan power instantly collapsed. After that, Li Zongjiu did not stop and sent his opponent flying with a baleful blood palm. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 peak Master Realm experts were defeated. The third person finally faced Li Zongjiu seriously. Li Zongjiu's attack was so domineering. Although his yuan power was not very dense, the timing of his attack and the strength he used were rather accurate. What he displayed in this battle, he did not seem like a teenager at all. Who exactly are you? The black-robed man asked in a deep voice. They had investigated all the geniuses within a radius of 100 miles. To be able to exchange blows with 3 peak Master Realm experts at such a young age was indeed very rare. The few that could be counted were definitely not like Li Zongjiu. I'm your grandfather, Li Zongjiu said. He did not intend to let the last person go. He directly used his footwork and rushed forward. His footwork immediately gave the black-robed man a strong sense of danger. Not good. The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Li Zongjiu had already caught up. Yuan power explosion. Immediately, a terrifying aura exploded from the black-robed man's body. This was a move that would only be used when facing someone of the same level and could not defeat the other party. It was a move that would harm oneself by 1,000 to injure the enemy by 800. The black-robed man's injuries would be even more serious. However, if he seriously injured the person in front of him, he still had a chance. He could allow his companion to take advantage of the situation and complete the mission. Boom! Intense yuan qi bombarded him. However, Li Zongjiu's figure fell behind the black-robed man. You want to die together with me? You're still far from it. Li Zongjiu directly pressed his hand on the black-robed man's head. Then, a terrifying suction force exploded from his palm. The black-robed man immediately knelt on the ground. The blood in his body continuously flowed into Li Zongjiu's palm, forming a blood bead. Retreat! When the 2 black-robed men who were seriously injured saw this scene, they immediately knew that Li Zongjiu's strength was tyrannical. Even their leader's yuan power explosion could not hurt Li Zongjiu. Clearly, Li Zongjiu's strength was not as simple as it seemed. He did not seem like a teenager at all. You want to run? Li Zongjiu once again caught up with another black-robed man. This was the 3rd black-robed man who had been sent flying by Li Zongjiu's punch and hit his head on the ground. Now that Li Zongjiu's figure landed, the 3rd black-robed man had just regained his senses. What are you doing? However, Li Zongjiu did not waste time talking. He stretched out his palm and directly cut the throat of the black-robed man in front of him. Cough, cough! Bang! In the end, the black-robed man clutched his broken throat and could not say anything. Then he directly knelt on the ground and lost all signs of life. The second brother of the 3 black-robed men had already flown into the distance. He stood on top of a tree and stared at Li Zongjiu, who was opposite him. Li Zongjiu lifted the black-robed 3rd black-robed man with one hand, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Then the 5 fingers directly pierced into the black-robed 3rd black-robed man's head, and 5 bright red finger holes appeared. Although the black-robed 3rd black-robed man was dead, this extreme torture still caused his body to feel pain. His body could not help but twitch. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the anxiety and anger in the black-robed 2nd black-robed man's heart exploded like a firecracker. He hammered his fist on the tree trunk beside him, causing the leaves to fly. However, All of this was useless because just by looking at the scene in front of him, if he were to rush up directly, he would fall for Li Zongjiu's provocation. Li Zongjiu, right? Just you wait. The black-robed man gritted his teeth, turned around, and flew away, disappearing into the forest. That night, Li Zongjiu's evil and murderous smile. It was engraved in the black-robed man's heart. Using the third black-robed man's vital energy, Li Zongjiu once again refined a blood bead and stored it away. Li Changjiang had already left when he saw that the situation was not good. After confirming that there were no other living creatures around, Li Zongjiu leaned against the tree trunk and coughed softly. Damn it, my yuan energy is still too weak. I can't even withstand this kind of impact. At such a close distance, Li Zongjiu could not withstand the explosion of yuan energy. However, if the third black-robed man took the initiative to attack, Li Zongjiu had plenty of ways to kill him. However, now that the crisis was over, Li Zongjiu still needed to find a place to heal. His chest was already dyed red with blood. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already fainted from the pain. However, with Li Zongjiu's many years of experience, this little injury was nothing. Immediately, Li Zongjiu found a cave. He refined the 2 blood beads he obtained tonight. Chapter 58. Early morning. Luoxia City, Li family. Li Tianqing led a group of people to the door. The old master of the Gu family, Gu Xuanwu, actually came to visit in person. Behind him were 20 strong Gu family disciples. If this situation wasn't handled well, then there might be a fierce battle. Therefore, the people of the Li family were very nervous. Old Master Gu, what brings you to our Li family? Greetings, Patriarch Li. We have agreed to the young master of the Li family's promise and specially came to your residence to serve as guards. Gu Xuanwu said with a smile. Is that so? Li Tianqing was shocked when he heard this. When Li Zongjiu did things, he was very secretive. He did not even greet him. However, they didn't know what method Li Zongjiu had used to invite the old man of the Gu family to personally send him over. How much face did he have to do this? Then, old master, who are we going to let train these people? According to the conditions, I will naturally be the one to train them personally. In the future, the safety of the Li family's courtyard will be handed over to the disciples of the Gu family. Gu Xuanwu said bluntly, since he had already decided there was nothing to hide. He directly said it out loud. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. What? This is also what Li Zongjiu said. Old master, just you wait. I'll go beat him up right now. Gu Xuanwu could be said to be the most senior member of the Gu family. He was even on the same level as Li Tianqing's father. This Li Zongjiu was actually so unscrupulous. He did not know what method he used to get the old master of the Gu family to guard their courtyard. In fact, Li Tianqing himself also admired the Gu family style. They did not fight for fame or fortune. In this city, they belonged to the conservative faction. They developed steadily and did not ask for anything. They just lived a simple and natural life like this. At the same time, the old master was also a person with outstanding military achievements on the battlefield. How could such a soldier of the dynasty be a guard for you? It's fine. My life was saved by Mr. Li Jr. It's only right that I do something in return, Gu Xuanwu said with a smile. When he turned around, his expression became extremely solemn. Everyone, listen up. If the Li family is in any danger, you have to be the first to stand in front of them. Do you hear me? Although Gu Xuanwu wasn't young anymore, his roar was like the roar of a ferocious tiger, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. Yes, the Gu clan's guards were also filled with fighting spirit. To be honest, before they came here, these guards were constantly fighting for the chance to become one of the 20. This was because if they came to the Li family to do a mission, they could be personally trained by the old man, who wouldn't be willing to do that. They immediately rushed forward. It wasn't easy for these people to stand out. Now, All of them were waiting to show off their skills. Come, come, come. Old master, please come in. Men, prepare some tea. Li Tianqing greeted them warmly. He had just told Li Zongjiu yesterday that he needed 2 powerhouses at the level of a general. Today, old master Gu came to visit him directly. If this wasn't a united front, then what was? It was simply timely. Have some tea. I don't think you need to drink anything today. Li Tianqing was just about to greet them when a cold voice came from afar. Who in Luoxia city dared to speak to Li Tianqing in such a tone? However, when Li Tianqing saw who it was, his eyes darkened. Who would have thought that they would come so early? Walking over from the street was a group of 3 people. The one walking at the front was a white-haired old man. He held a tiger head walking stick in his hand. His footsteps were secretive, but his mind was vigorous. If one were to look at him from afar, one would feel as though they had seen through the ages. Tiger Staff Fist King Jin Yohu. When Li Tianqing saw the walking stick, he immediately recognized the identity of the person in front of him. As early as 10 years ago, Jin Yohu's reputation had already spread. Unexpectedly, Jin Yohu retired from the underworld 10 years later because he had joined the Northern Medicine Alliance. With this group of alchemists behind him, Jin Yohu's strength would only increase. Just this person's aura alone was enough to suppress the aura of dozens of people from the Li family. Gu Xuanwu's eyes gradually narrowed. Little Li's appearance really didn't give him a chance to rest. It wasn't easy to save him, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself such a powerful opponent. He really didn't want to let him live a happy life. As for the other person, he looked like a scholar. He gave off a feeling that this person was more reasonable. Of course, there was also a trace of herbal scent on his body. If there was someone in the same profession as him, they would definitely know that this person was an alchemist. Moreover, his level was quite high. This was the last person to walk. It was Changfeng who had escaped that day. Wang Lu's disciple. Not bad. He knew to go back and ask for help. In Changfeng's heart, he already hated Li Zongjiu to the core. The previous person who hated Li Zongjiu, Sun Bin, had already become a corpse. However, Changfeng knew that he was different from Sun Bin. Sun Bin's background was just SOSO, but Changfeng's background was not ordinary. Behind them, this was the huge Northern Medicine Alliance. No one dared to provoke the people from the Northern Medicine Alliance. If something happened, the consequences would be very serious. Everyone knew this. This time, Changfeng had returned to Luoxia City under the lead of Jin Yohu and the powerful alchemist in front of him to seek revenge. No matter how arrogant these people were, they wouldn't dare to go against the Northern Medicine Alliance. At least you have some eyesight to recognize me. Jin Yohu and the other 2 walked in front of Li Tianqing, the tiger head walking stick in their hands, stabbed into the ground. Let senior brother Wang go. Hand over Li Zongjiu and the person who attacked you that day. Let's forget about this. The scholarly middle-aged man took a step forward and said indifferently. He said that he wanted 10 lives. If they handed them over, it meant that he wanted to take their lives. Li Tianqing's gaze turned into a thin line. In fact, there was still a general realm expert in the residence. However, Lin Song was seriously injured and was recuperating at Elder Juyan's place. He wasn't of much use. The only person he could rely on was Gu Xuanwu. He didn't know if Gu Xuanwu would escape under such circumstances. Even if you're from the Northern Medicine Alliance, aren't you a little too arrogant? Can the Northern Medicine Alliance do things without reason? Gu Xuanwu stood out and said, Li Tianqing's cultivation wasn't high enough. Facing the pressure of 2 experts, he naturally lacked confidence. It was already very good that he was able to hold on for so long. You must be Gu Xuanwu from the Gu clan. You retired from the Xuanwu army and have a 3rd-class merit. Isn't it better to enter the coffin with this little merit? Why come out to seek death? Jin Yohu looked at Gu Xuanwu and said, What did you say? Shameless boasting. Gu Man immediately pointed at Jin Yuhu and roared. How dare he be disrespectful to the Gu clan's old master? Jin Yuhu raised his head and glanced at Gu Man. His eyes were as sharp as arrows, instantly piercing Gu Man's eyes. At the same time, a surge of energy secretly erupted from his body. Bang! From an outsider's point of view, Gu Man was sent flying by Jin Yuhu's gaze. Chapter 59. Don't move! Gu Xuanwu bellowed as he looked at the impatient guards behind him. These young men were full of vigor and were about to rush up when they saw the situation. They didn't understand the situation at all. With so many experts here, it was natural for Gu Xuanwu to be nervous. I am the Deputy Alliance Leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance, Shan Quan, a Grade 3 alchemist. It's not that we are unreasonable, but you are not qualified to reason with us. Do you understand? Shan Quan said indifferently, then flicked her sleeves. If it weren't for the dynasty's law that forbids killing on the streets, do you think you would have survived until now? Hand them over, and let me take them away so that I can report back. Chang Feng, come out and identify them. Shan Quan said indifferently. Chang Feng also walked out from the back. He pointed directly at Li Tianqing. This man is involved. Li Tianqing suddenly felt a cold and domineering aura locking onto him. Immediately, the Yuan chant within Li Tianqing's body involuntarily began to circulate. He had to block this aura, or else he would be crushed by it. Jin Yuhu pounced on Li Tianqing. Although he looked old, his attack was as sharp as a blade. This is Luoxia City. Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? Gu Xuanwu bellowed. Channeling his elemental energy, he charged towards Jin Yuhu. Boom! Boom! When the two collided, they both took a step back. However, that Jin Yuhu had yet to unleash his attack. As for Gu Xuanwu, he had already prepared himself and was waiting for the arrival of this attack. Looks like you want to enter the coffin as soon as possible. Jin Yuhu raised the scepter in his hand. His nickname was the Tiger Scepter Fist King. He held the scepter in one hand and punched with the other. Although this fist appeared to be weak and powerless, it was actually enough to make one vomit 3 liters of blood. Old Master, Li Tianqing could not help but exclaim. This had nothing to do with the Gu family. If Gu Xuanwu intervened, the Gu family would be dragged into this mess. In this city, no one can escape unscathed. Moreover, I have already promised Mr. Li Tianqing, if you want to hurt the Li family, you will have to bury my old bones first. Gu Xuanwu was an unyielding man. As a retired soldier, there was nothing to be said about keeping his promises, since he had already promised Li Zongjiu. Even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, he had to give it a try. You overestimate yourself. The tiger staff, Fist King growled. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Since Gu Xuanwu wanted to stop him, he should be prepared to be killed by the tiger staff Fist King with a single punch. He would not hesitate to do so. Gu Xuanwu also rolled up his sleeves. After being saved by Li Zongjiu yesterday, he felt that something was different in his body. It wasn't until last night that he felt the changes in his body. He actually had the ability to absorb fire elemental energy. This made the old man overjoyed. One should know that with an additional elemental energy attribute in one's body, it meant that one could cultivate another elemental technique. Of course, this was on the premise that one could master it. Being able to cultivate an additional elemental formula was equivalent to having an additional means of concealment for an elemental practitioner. This was also the reason why Gu Xuanwu had come so early in the morning. He was too excited. Not only had Li Zongjiu saved his life, but he had also given him a second chance at life. To be able to change the elemental energy attribute of a Yuanwu cultivator and increase the elemental energy attribute of a Yuanwu cultivator was something that even an elixir king would not be able to do. Earth-shattering strike. Gu Xuanwu took the lead. With a stomp of his foot, The earth within a 100-meter radius was integrated with Gu Xuanwu's elemental energy, becoming a force that Gu Xuanwu could control. Then, the ground beneath Jin Yuhu's feet split open. A crack appeared as if it was going to swallow Jin Yuhu whole. However, Jin Yuhu let out a low growl. Earth elemental energy? What a coincidence! Eat my fist, exploding fist. Jin Yuhu's fist smashed into the ground. Violent elemental energy immediately engulfed Gu Xuanwu's earth elemental energy and exploded. Boom! Gu Xuanwu was almost sent flying. However, when the Yuan power exploded, he had already prepared an earth shield in front of him. Therefore, this force was not enough. After blocking this attack, Jin Yuhu once again charged forward. Facing this earth shield, the tiger head cane in his hand instantly struck out, opening a hole in the earth shield. With a loud bang, it penetrated the earth shield and attacked Gu Xuanwu. Gu Xuanwu waved his fist and instantly collided with the tiger head cane. Boom! Gu Xuanwu's figure rapidly retreated. He did not expect a sharp spike to appear on the tiger head cane. As a result, Gu Xuanwu's punch landed directly on the spike, causing a bloody hole to appear on Gu Xuanwu's fist. Hiss! Even with Gu Xuanwu's strong endurance, he could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. The injury on his fist was too terrible. The tiger head cane in Jin Yuhu's hand easily shattered the earth shield in front of him. Holding the tiger head cane in his hand, he laughed loudly. How is it? My black gold spike tastes pretty good, right? It's specially made to break through people with strong defenses like you. Seeing how despicable Jin Yuhu was, the rest of the people spat in disdain. This was simply shameless. He was clearly a Yuan general-level expert, yet he still tampered with his weapon. It was truly despicable. However, Jin Yuhu did not feel any discomfort. After so many years of experience, Jin Yuhu directly told him that doing something was better than dying in the hands of others. Kill this old bastard. Beat this old bastard to death. The Gu family guards were all agitated. To think that he would use such a despicable method. If it was anyone else, they would not let it go so easily. In fact, they even lost control of their emotions and charged forward. However, Jin Yuhu was waiting for these people to charge forward. Immediately, Jin Yuhu executed his fist technique. These Gu family guards were like cabbages that were cut down by a sickle, casually thrown to the ground. Bang! 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 All of them were sent flying back with serious injuries. The strength of a Yuan general-level powerhouse was no joke. If this was in the wild and not in the city, these people might have been killed directly. After all, they were in the city. In a place with so many people, only Li Zongjie would directly kill people. After all, Li Zongjie was still underage. Li family disciples, listen up. Guard the door to your death. Li Tianqing shouted in a low voice, then rushed out. The Sky Blaze Lion King art in his body was activated. Immediately, he felt his aura become several times stronger. Compared to the Fire Lion art from before, this new elemental art was a little too profound. At this moment, Li Tianqing even had the illusion that he could fight against Jin Yuhu. When Li Tianqing rushed out, just as he was about to kill Jin Yuhu sneered, his eyes full of disdain. This Li Tianqing was not a threat to him at all. The tiger head, scepter in his hand, was suddenly thrown out. The scepter was directly thrown out. Boom! That tyrannical aura was like a long whip, throwing Li Tianqing to the ground. Boom! Li Tianqing spat out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! The tiger head, scepter pierced towards Li Tianqing. Family head. Some of the Li family elders wanted to rush forward, but the aura in Jin Yuhu's body exploded, and an incomparably explosive elemental energy rushed forward like a tidal wave. In an instant, the Li family elders who wanted to rush forward were sent flying. Boom! 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 At this point, There were not many people left in the Li family who could still stand. Ah! Li Tianqing suddenly cried out in pain. He saw Jin Yuhu's tiger head scepter pierce into his chest. Get out of my way! Gu Xuanwu circulated his elemental energy. Earth Storm kill! Jin Yuhu was also wary of the attack of a general-level expert. He took a step back, and under the howling earth storm, he easily swung his fist to block. Boom! That move was over. When he looked at the Li family head, Li Tianqing, he had already been rescued by Gu Xuanwu. You country barbarians, enough is enough. Next, if anyone dares to resist, I will decapitate all of you in the name of murdering an alchemist of the dynasty. At this moment, Shang Quan walked out, holding a token in her hand. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw the token. Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Chapter 60. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was an organization of the dynasty. It provided certification services for alchemists. At the same time, it was also a means of control. During normal times, all the alchemists were free to do whatever they wanted. However, when it came to a critical moment, they would know where you registered, who introduced you, who was in charge, and how good you were. Then he would know everything clearly. Only by certifying an alchemist in the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion could it be more accurate and clear to everyone. As long as you wanted to make money and become famous, you had to participate in the certification. Otherwise, no one would know that you were an alchemist. You would not even have the chance to show off your skills. At the same time, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion also provided protection for the alchemists. After all, alchemists would definitely become an extremely important strategic resource during times of war. Therefore, they had to grasp the opportunity during normal times. If an alchemist was injured, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion would step in. However, when you used this authority, you were already half employed by the Imperial Court. Obviously, the background behind the Northern Medicine Alliance was not simple. It was not just a simple alchemist alliance. Usually, the purpose of an ordinary alchemist alliance was to help each other. They would discuss the art of alchemy with each other. When they met a talented alchemist, they would befriend him. Occasionally, they would contribute some insights. This was a very normal thing. In addition, there were also the exchanges and transactions between these alchemists. However, when Shang Quan took out the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion token, the meaning was different. This meant that in the Northern Medicine Alliance, there must be someone from the Imperial Court supporting them. If that was the case, then even if Jin Yuhu killed all of them today, Shang Quan would be able to deal with him as long as she used a few tricks. Li Tianqing, you are called Li Tianqing, right? Do you want to die alone or your whole family? You choose. Shang Quan sneered and said he couldn't beat Li Tianqing in a fight, and he couldn't reason with him either. Now, the other party had taken out a lethal weapon to force Li Tianqing to submit. Although Gu Xuanwu was furious and wanted to beat Shang Quan up, he did not dare to act rashly in front of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion token. If he angered the Imperial Court, things would be different. Li Tianqing looked back at the elders and disciples of the Li family. He had never expected that the Li family, which had just ushered in spring, would fall into winter in the blink of an eye. This situation left Li Tianqing with no choice. If his own death could be exchanged for the lives of so many people in the Li clan, he would naturally be willing. All right, I'll go with you. Li Tianqing took a deep breath and forced himself to stand up. The tiger-headed walking stick on his chest had yet to be torn off, and blood was still dripping from it. However, Li Tianqing still stood strong. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he didn't compromise. Patriarch, you can't, Patriarch. Second Elder Li Chonglong said excitedly. The surrounding elders also tried to dissuade him again and again. However, Li Tianqing merely raised his hand to signal for these people to remain calm. After I leave, the clan will be in the hands of the second elder, Li Tianqing said in a deep voice and looked back at Li Chonglong. Moreover, he was hinting with his eyes that he must protect Li Zongjiu and not let Li Zongjiu come out. Although Li Tianqing didn't know where Li Zongjiu was, he had to act quickly. The reason why Li Tianqing stood out so quickly was that he wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. It would be best if he could make the other party forget Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Hurry up and hand over my master. Also, get Li Zongjiu out here. I want him to kneel in front of me. Chang Feng took a step forward and shouted sternly. At this moment, he could also see that the situation was under control. It was the most appropriate time to show off. Whether it was earlier or later, it wouldn't be appropriate. If it was later, he might not be able to show off. Now, even if Chang Feng pointed at Li Tianqing's nose and cursed, no one would dare to say anything. After all, the current situation was under their control. Bring Master Wang Lu out, Li Tianqing said in a deep voice. At this time, he didn't want to take Wang Lu as a hostage, because if he did, he would only be on the opposite side. Now that they were here, there was no room for negotiation and no bargaining chips, so this was the only way. Wang Lu was quickly brought out. These days, he had been treated well in the Li family. At least, he had 3 meals to eat, but Wang Lu couldn't stand the humiliation. Li Zongjiu dared to be so arrogant and trapped him under the golden cauldron. Now that Li Zongjiu's golden origin cauldron had been taken away, he had to capture this arrogant Li Zongjiu and give him a good thrashing. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Master Wang Lu, Deputy Leader, Guardian Jin, that Li Zongjiu must hand them over. Also, this is the Li family's 3rd grade elixir formula. As compensation, Wang Lu roared. This insignificant Li family dared to go against him. Now they know how to feel regret and fear. The Northern Medicine Alliance could easily send a few people here to overthrow this insignificant Li family. However, since Jin Yohu and the others had made a move, he would definitely have to thank them after the deed was done. For his life, this reward wasn't a difficult thing. 3rd grade elixir formula. Shang Quan's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. Wang Lu had said what he wanted to say the most. However, this kind of thing seemed a little degrading when it came from Shang Quan's mouth. However, everything seemed reasonable when it came from Wang Lu's mouth. Li Tianqing's eyes were filled with anger and blood. These people were clearly bandits. They were using the lives of the entire Li family to rob them of their wealth. If they didn't hand it over, the Li family would be destroyed today. If they handed it over, the dignity of the Li family would be completely trampled under their feet. To hand it over or not. Jin Yuhu turned around and looked at Shang Quan. Shang Quan nodded slightly, indicating that Jin Yuhu could take action. It was time to force them a little. Only then would they know what it meant to cooperate obediently. Jin Yuhu turned around and revealed a sinister smile on his face. In the next moment, Jin Yuhu stepped forward. His sudden attack was too sudden for the others to react. Be careful. Gu Xuanwu was the first to notice, but it was too late. Li Tianqing couldn't dodge at all, nor did he plan to. Since he couldn't dodge, he would just stand there and let Jin Yuhu attack. Jin Yuhu grabbed at Li Tianqing's throat. Just as he was about to succeed, Jin Yuhu's face changed. The aura around Li Tianqing suddenly became extremely strong. It was as if every breath he took turned into a sharp flying knife. It was attacking Jin Yuhu. Not good. Jin Yuhu growled. The yuan power in his hand swept forward and turned into a defensive barrier. Swoosh! Swoosh! The force came. Not only that, behind this force, a terrifying blood dragon roared out. What? Li Zongjiu's figure flew out and slapped out. Jin Yuhu couldn't react in time and was sent flying. He flew dozens of meters and landed heavily on the street with a bang. Chapter 61. This was probably the first time Jin Yuhu was in such a sorry state since he became famous. No one would have thought that Jin Yuhu would be sent flying dozens of meters away and fall to the ground with a single palm strike. Such an outcome was simply too pitiful. Anyone who saw it could not help but twitch the corner of their mouth. Among them, the one who felt it the most was Gu Xuanwu. As a Yuan general, Gu Xuanwu had a deep understanding of Jin Yuhu's strength after exchanging blows with him. Just his iron bones alone were not something that could be broken by ordinary people. Coupled with a tiger head walking stick made of black gold, it was even more powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to hurt Jin Yuhu at all. Li Zongjiu's figure landed right in front of Changfeng and Wang Lu. "Get lost!" Li Zongjiu grabbed Wang Lu's throat. Wang Lu did not expect that Li Zongjiu would appear in front of him in the blink of an eye after escaping from the clutches of the Li family. Before he could even take a few breaths of fresh air, Li Zongjiu threw Wang Lu back. As for Changfeng, after seeing Li Zongjiu, he subconsciously wanted to turn around and run. Li Zongjiu's presence had left a shadow in his heart. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had just sent the strongest Jin Yuhu flying with a single strike. With such strength, it was needless to say, why was this guy still so abnormal? Could it be that no one in this world could beat Li Zongjiu? Trying to run, Li Zongjiu stepped forward and broke Changfeng's kneecap with a single kick. Changfeng's back faced Li Zongjiu as he knelt down. "Ah, my leg!" Changfeng exclaimed and crawled toward Shangquan with all his might, hoping that Shangquan would save his life. However, Li Zongjiu stepped forward again and crushed Changfeng's foot. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and sucked over a spear from the guard's hand. Grabbing it in his hand, he directly stabbed it into Changfeng's back. It pierced through the chest and nailed to the ground. Bang! Changfeng's eyes widened as he looked at the bloody spear in his chest. How did it feel to be pierced through by a spear? Now he finally knew. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's stab was very skillful. It just happened to avoid the organs in Changfeng's body, but it also restricted Changfeng from moving. He was barely hanging on to his last breath, but every time he breathed, there would be a heart-wrenching pain. "Save! Save me! Save me!" Changfeng had never imagined that he, a dignified alchemy genius of his generation, would actually be tortured to death in such a humiliating manner. This was even more painful than having his head chopped off with a single slash. "How dare you cause trouble in my Li family? You don't have to go back today," Li Zongjiu said indifferently as he glanced at Shangquan. Then he came in front of Li Tianqing and tapped a few acupoints on Li Tianqing's body. Then he pulled out the tiger head walking stick. The blood was stopped by the acupoints and did not fly out. "Eat this pill." Li Zongjiu gave him a pill to replenish his blood and qi. At the very least, it could help him recover a little. After Li Tianqing took it and ate it, he immediately refined it on the spot, circulating his energy to heal his wounds. Looking at Gu Xuanwu, he nodded his head to express his gratitude. He did not expect this old man to be so loyal. It seemed that he was right. In a situation where he knew that he would lose, he was actually willing to help. "You have to be careful. This person is the Tiger Staff Fist King. He's extremely skilled in fist techniques." Gu Xuanwu could not help but remind him. Gu Xuanwu did not see clearly how Li Zongjiu had unleashed that palm strike. However, Gu Xuanwu knew that if that palm had landed on him, he would not have ended up well either. Jin Yuhu had already climbed up from the ground. He shook his head. At this moment, there was still a bloody palm print on his forehead. That palm strike from Li Zongjiu had almost caused Jin Yuhu's head to be filled with blood. This move was indeed powerful. No one had expected it, but fortunately, Jin Yuhu's elemental energy was thick. The elemental energy cultivation of a third-grade origin general caused Jin Yuhu's elemental energy to become a natural defense. Although it was only a third grade, it was 1 grade higher than Gu Xuanwu's second-grade origin general. But Jin Yuhu's combat strength was 1 grade higher than Gu Xuanwu's. They were not on the same level at all. The cultivation of an origin general needed to be accumulated bit by bit. Jin Yuhu looked to be about the same age as Gu Xuanwu. If Gu Xuanwu had not been affected by the fire poison, he would have entered this realm long ago. But now he was still a second-grade origin general. Good boy, you have successfully angered me. Jin Yuhu's old eyes seemed to reveal a fierceness that had not been shown for a long time. When such a beast-like character was released, the surrounding aura also became terrifying. You are Li Zongjio. Shang Quan looked at Li Zongjio with great curiosity. She had heard that Li Zongjio was arrogant and domineering, evil and cool. He did not give face to anyone, and even dared to kill people on the streets. He gave people the impression that he was a rash person. But when Shang Quan saw that Li Zongjio had actually sent Jin Yuhu flying so far away, she could not help but feel shocked. To be able to make Jin Yuhu suffer was already proof of his strength. This Li Zongjio was indeed not simple, but it was a pity that he was so arrogant even though he was obviously very talented. If you can cultivate wholeheartedly for more than 10 years, you will definitely become someone in the future. Your mistake is that you are in the limelight too early. Shang Quan said indifferently, Hee, when I press your head into the latrine pit, you will know that it is not early. Li Zongjio did not even bother to look at the person in front of him. In Li Zongjio's eyes, Shang Quan was already a dead man. There was nothing to say. Protector Jin, take off this person's head. I want to cut off his tongue with my own hands. Shang Quan shouted sternly. Li Zongjio was young and frivolous. He did not know that he was the deputy chief of the Northern Medicine Alliance and dared to speak nonsense. Naturally, he had to teach this Li Zongjio a lesson. Otherwise, he would really think that no one in the world could deal with him. Jin Yuhu had long wanted to make a move. When he heard Shang Quan's order, he leapt up excitedly like a ferocious tiger leaping. His aged body displayed the agility and ferocity of a young man. Tiger Tide. A fist came down from the sky. This fist seemed to have locked onto Li Zongjio's entire body. Li Zongjio had nowhere to run, and Li Zongjio did not move at all. A beam of golden light descended, directly blasting Li Zongjio's figure into pieces. Boom! A 5-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. If Li Zongjio was in it, he would have been a pile of meat paste by now. Your fists are pretty good for planting trees. Chapter 62. Li Zongjio's mockery lingered in his ears. Jin Yuhu's face instantly darkened. He, Jin Yuhu, had roamed the pugilistic world for so many years. When had he ever been toyed with? This time it was a teenager. Since when did a teenager dare to stand on his head and behave so atrociously? If he did not capture Li Zongjio and let Li Zongjio know the power of his iron fists, how would he, Jin Yuhu, survive in the pugilistic world in the future? Die. Jin Yuhu seemed to have gone mad. That terrifying Yuan power was instantly unleashed. It was as if a kind of Yuan power had exploded. It formed a converging force in the surroundings and directly landed on Li Zongjio's body. Let's see where you can run to. Jin Yuhu roared and once again charged towards Li Zongjio with a punch. A Yuan skill was instantly unleashed. Evil Tiger Fist. This move was not a traditional Yuan skill. Instead, it was a fist technique that Jin Yuhu had created himself based on his many years of mastery in fist techniques. Usually, no one could survive this punch. Fist technique. 8 Desolation Fist. Li Zongjio also unleashed a fist technique Yuan skill. In his previous life, Li Zongjio did not earn the title of Evil Lord for nothing. He studied fist techniques, palm techniques, and sword techniques. No matter what kind of Yuan skill it was, he only needed to do a little research to get the results. It was this kind of talent that helped Li Zongjio forge his powerful strength. This 8 Desolation Fist was also a move that Li Zongjio was extremely proficient in. If the fist landed on a person's body, that person's body would instantly explode like the 4 seas and 8 desolations. This kind of power was not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Only Li Zongjio would be able to use such a cruel ultimate move. The aura of Li Zongjio's move was quite strong. It seemed to have formed an invisible aura around him. Within the aura, there was a feeling of burning everything. It was like a scene where the king of destruction walked by. Everywhere was silent. What an imposing manner! Their fists collided. Li Zongjio's legs trembled. The ground behind him exploded like a popped balloon. Puff, puff! The flying gravel directly penetrated the wall 10 meters away, showing the strength of this attack. Many of the Li family's disciples watched the battle in front of them anxiously. When did their young master become so powerful? One had to know that before this, although the young master of the Li family could not be considered a piece of trash, he definitely gave off the feeling of mediocrity. But suddenly, this young master had transformed into a war god and appeared in front of them, blocking a powerful enemy and saving Zhu Yan's family. It was like a dream. Be careful! Li Yan also saw this scene in the crowd. Li Zongjio was bitterly blocking the enemy. This scene made Li Yan's heart ache. This nephew of hers. He was so young. Although there was not much difference in age, Li Zongjio's actions were much better than ordinary people. The ground under Li Zongjio's feet shattered. But it was not easy for him either. The power of Li Zongjio's punch did not shatter his opponent's body into pieces, but it did shatter Jin Yuhu's clothes into pieces. Crash! His clothes were torn into pieces. Jin Yuhu's body was suddenly exposed to everyone's eyes. This made Jin Yuhu's old face not know where to put it. This was a battle of humiliation. Jin Yuhu's face suddenly felt hot. What kind of move did Li Zongjio use? Oh, you have some substance. Li Zongjio took a glance and teased. A 3,000-year-old monster. What had he not seen before? Although Li Zongjio's mentality was young, he was already used to such things. There was nothing to be surprised about. I think you're really tired of living. Jin Yuhu put on a new robe without batting an eyelid. Otherwise, how is he going to fight naked? Just that swaying little thing was enough to make everyone laugh. Li Zongjio's lips curled into a smile. But this smile gradually turned from a mocking smile to an extremely serious and vicious one. Evil soul, I. The gaze in his eyes changed instantly. When Jin Yuhu saw Li Zongjio's gaze, he was stunned. At this moment, he had not yet calmed down. When he suddenly saw Li Zongjio's eyes, he felt as though he had fallen into a whirlpool and could not extricate himself. At this moment, Jin Yuhu's mind went blank. Not good. Jin Yuhu's subconscious was telling him that there was something wrong with this gaze. However, it was too late now. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that Li Zongjio was already 1 meter away from him. What? Jin Yuhu's eyes widened. When he saw Li Zongjio reach out his hand, he subconsciously wanted to block it. But it was all too late. Li Zongjio's 2 fingers were like a pair of metal chopsticks as they directly pierced into Jin Yuhu's eyes. Then, with a cry, he gouged out both of Jin Yuhu's eyeballs. The pain of having his eyeballs gouged out was still connected to some blood-red nerves. Anyone who was alive would not be able to endure it. Ah! Jin Yuhu immediately roared in pain. Try it yourself. Li Zongjio threw the 2 bloody eyeballs into Jin Yuhu's mouth. Gulp. He actually let Jin Yuhu eat his own eyeballs. Jin Yuhu could not see anything and did not know what he had eaten. Die. Jin Yuhu continued to release his elemental energy. His fists were randomly thrown out and landed on the ground continuously. However, Li Zongjio's figure flashed and easily dodged. At this moment, Jin Yuhu had already lost his footing. He did not even know what he was doing. Swoosh! Li Zongjio pulled out another long spear. Swoosh! Swoosh! It directly pierced into Jin Yuhu's throat and came out from between his legs. It was nailed to the ground. Ha! Jin Yuhu raised his head and opened his mouth. He wanted to open his eyes to look at the sky, but he realized that he had no eyes. At this moment, he gradually died. A strong warrior of a generation. It only took a few breaths of time. A strong warrior with a fierce reputation in the Jianghu. The Tiger Staff, Fist King. Just like that, he was killed by Li Zongjiu. The appearance of such a situation was something that even Shang Quan had not expected. He did not expect. In such a rural place, there was actually someone who could kill a third-grade prime general. Could it be that Jin Yohu's body was weak because of his old age? However, although Shang Quan was shocked, he did not show any emotion on his face. Very well, you killed the protector of the Northern Medicine Alliance, Li Tianqing. Your Li family will be annihilated. Li Zongjiu looked at Shang Quan indifferently. Annihilation? Haha, you think you can leave alive with your level of second-grade mental strength master? Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Shang Quan, who had been calm all this time, suddenly changed his expression. Chapter 63. If Li Zongjiu had been able to kill Jin Yuhu, Shang Quan would not have been so surprised. After all, a boorish man like Jin Yuhu was only suitable to be ordered around as a high-level fighter. However, Li Zongjiu had been able to tell that he was a level 2 mental strength master. Shang Quan could not help but be surprised. Li Zongjiu had been born in such a small place, yet he had the ability to come into contact with the existence of a mental strength master. It was indeed shocking. However, mental strength masters were a rather secretive existence. Only those who had a certain social status and a certain level of strength would know of their existence. It was even difficult to tell what level a mental strength master was at before he displayed his mental strength. Shang Quan had not even made a move yet, but Li Zongjiu had been able to tell his level of strength with just a few words. This indeed caused Shang Quan to be shocked. This was not as simple as guessing a riddle. Li Zongjiu must have some tricks up his sleeve. Since you know about the existence of mental strength masters, it seems that there is someone behind your Li family. In that case, you are deliberately targeting our Northern Medicine Alliance. Shang Quan snorted coldly. He quickly analyzed in his mind who Li Zongjiu and the others were. Deliberately? A small Northern Medicine Alliance like yours is not worth my time. Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. If this had happened in his previous life, Li Zongjiu would have thought that such an alliance was just a group of useless people who wanted to prove their strength and status. They were just a group of shameless people who wanted to prove their strength and status. They were just a group of clowns. There was no need for Li Zongjiu to deliberately target them. It's just that my Li family wants to grow, so I need to borrow your strength to step on it. Li Zongjiu said. His tone was filled with indifference and domineering confidence. No one knew who gave Li Zongjiu such confidence. Only Li Zongjiu could say something like trampling the Apothecary Alliance beneath his feet. At this moment, all the disciples of the Li family and the 20 guards from the Gu family were shocked by Li Zongjiu's heroic spirit. If Li Zongjiu really had the strength, then he was really awesome. If not, then he was just showing off. But no matter what, to be able to experience such a scene once in his life, he could die with no regrets. When Li Zongjiu said these words, he was full of confidence. It was as if he had rehearsed it countless times. This made some of the young ladies unable to help but feel amorous. Young master is so handsome, so majestic, so domineering, so our young master is so charming. Why didn't I notice it before? Listening to these girls, Li Yan couldn't help but frown. No matter what, they were still from the same family. Although some of their bloodlines were 3 generations away, these people definitely wouldn't have a chance. She had to quickly rein in these ignorant girls. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu's youthful frivolity might cause trouble. If that happened, it would be a joke. You sure talk big. Shang Quan stared at the strange Li Zongjiu. She didn't know why, but she had a bad premonition. It seemed like she had to leave this place quickly. However, she didn't believe that the small Li family would be able to cause any trouble with her strength as a level 2 mental strength master. Since that's the case, then let me see your strength. Shan Quan shouted in a low voice. Then her robes fluttered. Rumble. The aura on her body instantly turned berserk. Although they did not see any energy surging out, they could feel that a dark and cold wind involuntarily blew in the surroundings. There seemed to be something above their heads that was continuously descending. The powerful pressure caused some of the weaker disciples to faintly feel as though they could not endure it any longer. Among them, the one who suffered the most intense impact was Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu stood in his original position. The other party's mental strength seemed to have transformed into a huge wave that swept towards Li Zhongjiu. This was the most common tactic used by mental strength masters. Mental oppression. In reality, these things didn't exist. However, it wasn't so easy to trick one's own mind. Even if one knew that it was fake, it would be very difficult to convince oneself not to believe it when the real thing appeared in front of you. However, all of this didn't exist in front of Li Zhongjiu. The yuan bead within his body trembled, and the white dragon tattoo immediately appeared in his eyes. In an instant, Li Zhongjiu's eyes became clear. The white dragon sovereign was extremely proficient in mental strength when he was alive. So much so that he could reverse the flow of time with a single glance, creating an effect as if time was flowing backwards or even stopped. Therefore, when the white dragon tattoo appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu's eyes, it directly gave Li Zhongjiu a powerful boost. The mental oppression before him was almost instantly broken by Li Zhongjiu. Quickly stepping forward, Li Zhongjiu stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Shan Quan's throat. What? Shan Quan's eyes widened. With his strength as a second-rank mental strength master, he was actually unable to affect Li Zhongjiu in the slightest. He even felt a terrifying threat from Li Zhongjiu's body. This power was hidden within Li Zhongjiu's body. Shan Quan still had no way to touch this forbidden power in the depths of Li Zhongjiu's body. Otherwise, once the power within Li Zhongjiu's body counterattacked, he would only end up being crushed. However, the current situation wasn't any better. Li Zhongjiu's figure instantly closed in. He stretched out his hand. This hand was almost impossible to dodge. Shan Quan prepared to take out some life-saving items from his bosom to block Li Zhongjiu's footsteps. However, he was still not as fast as Li Zhongjiu's speed. How could an old monster like Li Zhongjiu give his enemy a chance to catch his breath? Grabbing the throat of the person in front of him, Li Zhongjiu grabbed him and smashed him to the ground. Bang! Pooh! Shan Quan's throat tasted sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, Shan Quan, who had just reacted and was about to scream, but Li Zhongjiu directly grabbed a stone and stuffed it into his mouth. Woo, woo, woo! Shan Quan's arms and legs were wriggling nonstop. Li Zhongjiu stood up and generously gave Shan Quan a kick, directly shattering her knee. Crack! Shan Quan's knee was directly broken. Based on his own experience, this knee would definitely not be able to recover. In the future, he could only walk with one leg. Chapter 64. After realizing how vicious Li Zhongjiu was, Shan Quan didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. If this continued, she would probably suffer a lot. No matter how painful it was, he could only endure it. To be honest, this spirit master was like a weak child in front of Li Zhongjiu. There was no threat at all. After Shan Quan was taken down, the crowd, who seemed to be unable to catch their breath, finally heaved a sigh of relief. The huge boulder on their chests had also been removed. Among everyone, only Gu Xuanwu truly understood how terrifying Li Zhongjiu was. Spirit masters. On the battlefield, they were like life harvesters. Gu Xuanwu's team had once been in pursuit of a spirit master who had lost control and rebelled. However, in the dense fog forest, not only did the Psyche Master control a few extremely vicious and powerful meta-beasts, but he also transformed into an elusive killer before you could even react. Before you could react, he would immediately kill you. In fact, a single mental attack would be enough to send your entire team into a state of chaos. Therefore, this spirit master was extremely difficult to deal with. If a meta beast wasn't proficient in mental defense, he or she would have been killed in an instant. Gu Xuanwu had been able to survive that nightmarish pursuit. This made Gu Xuanwu feel extremely fortunate. When Shang Quan had attacked just now, he had felt as though he had returned to the past. That scene was still vivid in his mind. However, in the blink of an eye, he had been taken down by Li Zongjiu. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. Li Zongjiu hadn't killed Shang Quan, but this pain was enough to make Shang Quan suffer. Bring Wang Lu over as well. Wang Lu and Shang Quan were both forced to kneel in front of him. Wang Lu didn't have the time to humiliate the Li family's people before Li Zongjiu arrived. Wang Lu didn't know why, but there was a trace of luck in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here in one piece. Only one of you can be used by me to refine pills for the Li family. Li Zongjiu looked at the two of them and said indifferently, "Clang." After saying that, Li Zongjiu threw a dagger in front of the two of them. Shang Quan had lost a leg, but Wang Lu was very healthy. If they really fought, Shang Quan would definitely die. However, with Shang Quan's status, who would dare to act recklessly? Even if Wang Lu had the guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move. If you don't kill him, he will definitely kill you. Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Lu as he said this. Li Zongjiu's words were like a curse that kept pouring into Wang Lu's mind. Wang Lu was well aware that Shang Quan's ability in alchemy was above his. Li Zongjiu's viciousness had long been recognized. Furthermore, Wang Lu was familiar with Li Zongjiu's situation. Killing one more person wouldn't be a big deal. Right now, Chang Feng and Jin Yuhu were skewered on the ground like barbecued pork. This was almost a demonstration of killing, and it deeply shocked Wang Lu. This also made Wang Lu, who was already so old, feel quite surprised. This was really a case of unruly people coming from barren hills and turbulent rivers. Just these people in front of him had already taught Wang Lu a lesson. This was simply asking for his life. This was too vicious. Looking at the blood flowing all over the ground, Shang Quan, who was moaning by the side, knew. Shang Quan's throat was choked by the stone. She couldn't speak. However, looking at Wang Lu's wavering eyes, she started to feel nervous. What was this guy trying to do? He couldn't have been deceived by Li Zongjiu, right? This was just a small trick to deliberately let Wang Lu kill him. This way, Wang Lu would have no way out. And it would also solve the big problem of Shang Quan. In the future, Wang Lu would have to stand on the same side as the Li family. If he didn't do anything, Wang Lu's outcome would be the same. No matter what choice he made, he would still die in the end. The only way was to kill Shang Quan and pray that Li Zongjiu's Li family could destroy the Northern Medicine Alliance. I'm sorry, Deputy Alliance Leader. Wang Lu was also a ruthless person. He picked up the dagger on the ground and stabbed Shang Quan to death. Shang Quan didn't expect this at all. Her eyes widened as she stared at Wang Lu, her hands grabbing Wang Lu's sleeves. This Wang Lu actually dared to kill her. Seeing this scene, Li Zongjiu couldn't help but sneer. Then he raised his head and looked at the street ahead. Several figures seemed to be avoiding Li Zongjiu's target. They also retreated and disappeared. Let's go. Li Zongjiu's methods are really brilliant. He let Wang Lu kill Shang Quan. This way, the biggest problem won't be the Li family. When the Li family becomes stronger in the future, they will have an excuse to shirk responsibility. Let's go back and report to Master Inglai and the city lord. A few figures quickly disappeared from the street. The Li family's crisis was thus resolved. No one had thought that it would be so easy to deal with it. But if Li Zongjiu hadn't returned in time, the Li family probably wouldn't have survived today. Clean this place up, Li Zongjiu said. Then he led Li Tianqing, Gu Xuanwu, and the rest into the Li family. First, he checked the two's injuries. Fortunately, although the two's injuries were serious, they weren't fatal. These external injuries were common for Yuan practitioners. I came back late. Last night, I met a group of people. Have you heard of the Black Zen sect? Li Zongjiu asked as he prepared medicine for the two's injuries. Li Tianqing and Gu Xuanwu were sitting in chairs. When they heard Li Zongjiu's words, they looked at each other. The Black Zen sect? The Black Zen sect was suppressed and eliminated by the imperial court 2 years ago. Before that, the Black Zen sect was a small evil sect. Because of the Black Zen sect's evil practices, it was eliminated by the imperial court. Could it be that the Black Zen sect hasn't been eliminated yet? So it was an evil sect. Li Zongjiu nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the Black Zen sect is supporting Li Changjiang. Li Zongjiu said. How could Li Tianqing not understand the seriousness of the matter? Not only did the evil sect want to make a comeback, but it also seemed that they wanted to suck the Li family's blood to increase their strength. Chapter 65. As the head of the Li family, how could Li Tianqing allow such a thing to happen? That Li Changjiang, I will definitely bring him back. Let's use Wang Lu for the time being. He has nowhere else to go. Let him refine elixirs and hand them over to the Bai family to sell. Don't worry about the Northern Medicine Alliance. I will take care of it, Li Zongjiu said slowly. Gu Xuanwu and Li Tianqing looked at Li Zongjiu. What kind of power did this young man in front of them have? The Northern Medicine Alliance was definitely a colossus to any of the forces in Luoxia City. However, Li Zongjiu said that it was something that could be easily taken care of. Tomorrow, I will make a trip to the Shui Yao spiritual city. Father, there should be no problem with 2 Yuan generals guarding it, right? The other Yuan generals was naturally Lin Song. After elder Li Juyan's care, Lin Song's body had almost recovered. After all, he was a Yuan general. His body's recovery ability was quite good. After today's battle, the Gu family and the Li family had a deep understanding of the situation. They must become stronger. Otherwise, any one person from the other side would be enough to defeat them. Only 2 people from the other side came and defeated them directly. Today's battle had spread throughout the entire Luoxia city. The Bai family already knew that the Gu family and the Li family were in an alliance. Li Zongjiu really had a way to integrate the 2 forces. First, he destroyed the Sun family and intimidated the other 2 families to prove that he was not joking. Now he had subdued the Gu family. Even old master Gu had personally come to the Li residence to become a guard. If the Bai family didn't compromise, then they wouldn't be able to continue living in this world. The 2 families only needed to exert a little force. There would definitely be no place for the Bai family. Today, Li Zongjiu ordered Wang Lu to kill Shangquan. It won't be long before the Northern Medicine Merchant Alliance finds out about this. Could it be that the city lord's mansion is not going to make a move? In the Bai family, Bai Wuheng summoned the elders and Bai Luoxia for a meeting. As for the situation between the Li family and the Gu family, it was clear that if the Bai family did not join them, they would have no chance at all. He could be kicked out at any time. Patriarch, the Li family is too arrogant and will definitely be destroyed by the Northern Medicine Alliance in the future. Right now, we only need to temporarily stabilize the Li family. In less than a month, the Li family will definitely be completely destroyed. An elder said, what kind of existence was the Northern Medicine Alliance? Since the Li family had provoked such a colossus, they could only wait to be exterminated. That's right. In my opinion, we should immediately inform the Northern Medicine Alliance to express our friendliness. An elder expressed his agreement. The Li family had made such a big mess, and they actually wanted the families in Luoxia City to be buried together with them. This was indeed a little too whimsical. Luoxia, what do you think we should do? In fact, Bai Wuheng was also a little tempted. If the Li family and the Northern Medicine Alliance went against each other, the end result would be very obvious. They should directly contact the Northern Medicine Alliance and then cooperate with the Northern Medicine Alliance to destroy the Li family. This was naturally a win-win situation. Bai Luoxue felt helpless in her heart. The foresight of these old fellows was getting worse and worse. It was no wonder that the clan had been going downhill until now. In the eyes of the Northern Medicine Alliance, the Li family was just an ant. Then, the Bai family would be the same. If such a thing happened, especially the Li family, who would be able to calm down the anger? At this time, we still need to see the city lord's mansion's attitude. If we act rashly, we will only end up not pleasing both sides. The city lord's mansion's action represents the attitude of the imperial court. Bai Luoxue only said this sentence because before this, Bai Luoxue had already understood that the Northern Medicine Alliance seemed to have the backing of the imperial court. If they were in the imperial court, they would have to consider the issue of which side they were on. It would be better if they had the advantage. But if they were careless and chose the wrong side, they would be very sorry. It was very likely that they would go with the flow and be scattered with the wind. They had to figure out the issue of which side the Northern Medicine Alliance was on. The city lord's mansion only belonged to the imperial court. If the situation was serious, the city lord's mansion would probably deal with the Li family without the Northern Medicine Alliance's help. But until now, the city lord's mansion had not made any move. This was enough to explain everything. Bai Luoxue's words seemed to have hit the nail on the head. The other elders also nodded. Luoxue's vision is still unique. The city lord's mansion's attitude is indeed very important. But that's only on a general level. No matter what, the Northern Medicine Alliance will still come for us. What should we do? If the Northern Medicine Alliance finds out that we're working closely with the Li family, we won't have a good ending. Bai Luoxue arrived in front of Bai Wuhan, looked into his eyes, and said, "Family head, this cooperation with the Li family is an opportunity. The greater the risk, the greater the reward." After Bai Luoxue finished speaking, she bowed slightly. "I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first." To be honest, the structure of Luoxia City was indeed a little small for Bai Luoxue. If she wanted to go out, she had to work together. However, all of this was out of Bai Luoxue's control. Now, she could only try her best to manage the Bai family's business. In the city lord's mansion, Yi Chao also received the news that Li Zongjiu had killed Shang Quan. This kid is really ruthless. He is even more ruthless than his grandfather. Well done. Since these people killed people on the street, Yinglai, did the blood splatter all over the ground? Yi Chao asked. This was what Yinglai had reported to him. Yes, city lord. Yinglai frowned. They were talking about killing people. Why did they have to talk about blood? Since they killed people on the street, the blood naturally flowed on the street. Then issue a punishment order to the Li family. Just say that the Li family polluted the street environment. Fine them 500 gold yuan. Yi Chao said, hearing his own city lord's words. Yinglai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? City lord, this matter is a little hasty. Such a thing was truly unprecedented in history. Chapter 66. The Li family had killed 3 people on the street. Moreover, he had killed 3 people. If he didn't do something about it, the atmosphere in Luoxia City would change. It was simply unimaginable. It was precisely because of this incident. This was clearly turning a blind eye to the situation. Moreover, the way he closed his eyes was too casual. Oh, when did you learn to question my decisions? Yi Chao glanced at Yinglai, who was standing beside him. Immediately, Yinglai felt the sharpness of the blade. Yinglai immediately lowered his head. At this moment, he understood that he had crossed Yi Chao's bottom line. Although he was the best strategist in the city lord mansion, Yi Chao could easily remove him from his position with just a word. There was no need to trouble him. I don't dare. I'll go right away. Yinglai immediately retreated. When he left, he was drenched in cold sweat. However, when he turned around, his eyes gradually sharpened. One day, the position of the city lord of Luoxia City will be mine. When that time comes, all of you will be trampled under my feet. Ing Lai thought to himself. Soon, according to the city lord's order, he drafted a punishment order. A mere 500 gold coins might be an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. However, for the Li family it was just an eyelid blow. It was not even a heartache. How could such a thing happen? It was hard to believe. Even Li Tianqing widened his eyes when he received the punishment order. After pondering for a long time with Gu Xuanwu, he finally understood the city Lord Mansion's intention. They were actually encouraging them to become enemies with the Northern Medicine Alliance. Such distant forces were actually able to get involved. But no matter what, the City Lord's mansion turning a blind eye was a good thing for them. If the City Lord mansion really wanted to make things difficult for them, it would be very difficult to solve. Li Zhongjiu, who was cultivating, also heard about the punishment order from the City Lord mansion. He couldn't help but smile. It seems that this old fellow City Lord does indeed have some friendship with grandfather. However, I do not know how deep this friendship is. In Lin Fan's previous life, when the Li family was in trouble, the City Lord's office also dared to intervene, but the effect wasn't very good. At that time, Li Zhongjiu didn't care so much and treated this matter as a thing of the past. The reason why Li Zhongjiu didn't attack the City Lord's mansion in this life was because he wanted to see what the City Lord's mansion's attitude was. Looking at it now, it wasn't too bad. At the very least, she didn't stab him in the back at this moment. Speaking of which, this is City Lord Yi Chao's granddaughter. In my previous life, I had some connections with her. Li Zhongjiu remembered. When he was growing up, he accidentally saved Yi Chao's granddaughter in the elemental beast forest. Her name should be Yi Tianshui. The life of the previous life might not be useful in this life. After all, the things that he had experienced were different. However, it was important to know that most things would still develop according to his previous life. This was because their thinking hadn't changed. Since City Lord Yi Chao chose to stand on the side of the Li family for the time being, Li Zhongjiu didn't mind helping Yi Chao once in the future. Li Zhongjiu was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Therefore, in this life he would take revenge for revenge and repay kindness for kindness. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't receive much kindness. Tomorrow he would go to the Shui Yao spiritual city to look for one person. This person left a deep impression on Li Zhongjiu. At the same time, it seemed that the matter of the Li family wasn't that simple. In his previous life, although the most direct enemy had been eliminated, in fact, the mastermind was still not found. Since he didn't find these people in his previous life, this time Li Zhongjiu would find all these people and settle the score. The next day, the Bai family also heard about the punishment from the City Lord's mansion. Early in the morning, Elder Li Juyan of the Li family personally brought the 500 gold coins to pay the fine. Who was Elder Li Juyan? He was the alchemy elder of the Li family. He was in charge of alchemy. There was no need for such an elder to pay a fine. Moreover, it was an alchemy elder. As long as one had a brain, they would be able to see that there was something fishy going on. It seems that we can't offend the Li family for the time being. Although the Northern Medicine Alliance is powerful, they are still a foreign force. If they want to touch the local forces of our Luoxia city, they still have to ask the Fog Snow Alchemy Sect and the City Lord's Mansion. Bai Wuheng thought the Northern Medicine Alliance had some sects supporting them. Similarly, their Luoxia city also had the Fog Snow Alchemy Sect as their backing and the City Lord's Mansion, which represented the imperial court. Therefore, the dispute of interests wasn't so simple. If the other party wanted to touch the cake of Luoxia City, of course, they had to see if the Fog Snow Alchemy Sect was willing to let them, who didn't have a force behind them. In fact, the Fog Snow Alchemy Sect was also a member of the Medicine Alliance. They benefited from each other. If it really came to that point, then it would be a battle that involved great benefits. Bai Luoxiwe heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she heard Bai Wuheng's words. She was really worried that Bai Wuheng would give up on this extremely risky opportunity and ruin the future of the Bai clan in order to curry favor with the Northern Medicine Alliance. If that was the case, there would be no way to salvage the situation. Family head, the Li family's pills have been sent over. A family guard came forward and said, the pills were what Li Zongjio had come to discuss in person. The Bai family was in charge of the sales of the pills. Of course, most of the profits would flow into the pockets of the Li family. Of course, if the cooperation became bigger in the future and the Bai family became more famous, the money would come rolling in. What quality are they? Bai Wuheng said a little impatiently. He didn't have much hope in the first place. Although the Li family's pills were good, they weren't that good. This was because there weren't any families that were good at alchemy in Luoxia City. This was a very rare thing in itself. Family head, this is the list. The guard handed over the list in his hand. When Bai Wuheng saw the first line of words, he had already sat up straight. When he saw half of the list, his butt couldn't sit still on the stool. He stood up and shouted loudly, "Quick, where are the pills? Bring them over." Chapter 67. These medicinal pills were all sealed. The surface of the porcelain bottle was sealed with very fine patterns. Once it was opened, it would be impossible to restore it. This method was used to ensure that the medicinal pills would not be replaced by others. This time, a whole box of porcelain bottles was presented to him. In each porcelain bottle, there was a medicinal pill. If the medicinal pills of different attributes were mixed together, there might be some adverse reactions. Even if the medicinal pills of the same attribute were put together, it might not be good. 2 second-grade high-level medicinal pills, 10 second-grade middle-level medicinal pills, and 30 second-grade primary-level medicinal pills. All of them are above the second-grade medicinal pills. This is what I want. Bai Wuheng suddenly became excited. In the past, it was already very good to have a second-grade middle-level medicinal pill appear in the market of Luoxia City. However, the supply could not meet the demand. Sometimes they even needed to purchase medicinal pills from other cities. Although Fog Snow Pill sect cooperated with the Li family, they only provided some ordinary medicinal pills to the Li family. If there were more high-grade medicinal pills, they would rather keep them for themselves. They would only sell them as a last resort. It would become a relatively urgent and scarce resource. In the past, the medicinal pills column in Luoxia City could be said to be extremely low-end. Only first-grade medicinal pills could be bought. Sometimes it was just some medicinal liquid. Medicinal pills could be said to be precious. This time, the medicinal pills sent by the Li family were enough to last for a period of time. Bai Wuheng did not know if the medicinal pills sent next time would be the same. He only hoped that it could last forever. Bai Wuheng was happy. At least he could use this medicinal pill to expand the market. However, Li family's Wang Lu had a bitter look on his face. It was only the first day, and he was already being squeezed dry. For Wang Lu, refining these dawn wasn't difficult, but you should at least let me rest. I am an alchemist with dignity, yet you actually treat me like a machine for alchemy. Wang Lu's face was filled with bitterness. Wang Lu did not treat him as a noble alchemist at all. Wang Lu felt that such a situation was inconceivable, but there was no other way, unless he could find a chance to escape. Li Zongjio and the rest of the people from the alchemy hall had also used the improved pill formula by Li Zongjio. With the addition of some other methods of refining pills, the success rate of refining pills had increased. This could be said to be an extremely huge breakthrough. Just this alone made Li Jiuyan and the rest extremely excited. Li Zongjio had already tidied up his luggage. The riding crane that he borrowed from Longher Peak was now in the Li family's courtyard. Therefore, Li Zongjio decided to ride the white crane there as well. It could shorten the journey by a lot. As for Lin Song's matter, Li Zongjio didn't intend to help too much. After all, Lin Song was his slave. Li Zongjio didn't have that many obligations. If he couldn't even save his own granddaughter, then there was no need to keep him. Even Li Zongjio gave Lin Tsang a mission, which was to bring Li Changjiang back. After failing this mission, Lin Tsang was already too ashamed to face Li Zongjio. This time, he would definitely be well prepared. After all, he was the peak master of Fog Snow Pill Sect's Longher Peak. He still had the ability to do so. If the Black Zen sect was really powerful, then they wouldn't have to sneakily support Lushan. He rode the white crane and soared into the sky. The location of the Shui Yao spiritual city was about 2,000 miles northwest of Luoxia City. With the speed of the white crane, he should be able to reach it in a day. Does this count as riding a white crane to the west? Li Zongjio suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but laugh. Li Zongjio didn't waste the time on the white crane. He had been cultivating the whole time. Along the way, he had to talk about the structure of the Shunyan dynasty. Like the majority of the cities, the majority of the Shunyan dynasty's territory and cities were built in a relatively safe area, surrounding the entire dynasty with the 4 terrifying great forests. These 4 great forests were also ruled by the terrifying king of the forest. Within the dynasty, there were of course some vast forests that had yet to be developed. However, compared to the forests outside the dynasty, they were very small. Therefore, when some Yuan masters wanted to hunt for resources and treasures, most of them would gather at the edges of the 4 great forests. Coincidentally, the Shui Yao spiritual city was located at the edge of one of the forests. North of the Shui Yao spiritual city, less than 100 miles away, was the entrance to the 10,000 Blood Forest. In the 10,000 Blood Forest, whether it was between a human Yuan master and a meta beast, or between meta beasts, or between Yuan masters, that was where an extremely fierce battle would erupt. Countless gold diggers would wander around the vicinity of the Shui Yao spiritual city. This place was filled with people from all walks of life. If one wasn't careful, one could fall into an irrecoverable situation. When Li Zongjio's figure flitted across a black mountain, Li Zongjio was shocked. Several figures immediately spurred their horses and chased after him. "Shoot that brat down for me." A person ran as if he was flying. With a leap, he landed on a treetop. The bow in his hand was aimed at Li Zongjio. "I am the 100-mile archer god. Within 100 miles, killing people is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Come down for me." The person who called himself the 100-mile archer god had a special longbow in his hand that could withstand a force of 400 pounds. However, even so, the longbow in his hand still couldn't display his full strength. Whoosh! The tyrannical arrow rapidly swept out. In an instant, it seemed to tear a crack in the sky. After shooting the arrow, the 100-mile archer god turned around arrogantly, no longer looking at the scene in front of him. Since the arrow had been shot, it was up to fate whether it could hit its target or not. Whether it could hit its target or not, it was already shot anyway. "Old Black, well done." At this moment, a strong man rushed out from the side and patted the 100-mile archer god. Whoosh! "Please treat me as the archer god." Old Black was instantly angry. How could this person be so rude? "The thing you shot." The man suddenly pointed to the front. Old Black frowned. He had personally taken action. Could something unexpected happen? However, when Old Black turned around, he suddenly saw a huge white crane sweeping towards him. Whoosh! A terrifying gust of wind blew, causing Old Black to subconsciously fly to the side. However, it was already too late. The white crane's claws directly grabbed Old Black's shoulder. "Damn it, put me down!" Boom! Li Zongjio controlled the white crane and directly rushed into the sky with Old Black. "Oh, then let go of him," Li Zongjio said indifferently. The white crane seemed to understand and immediately released its claws. Old Black immediately fell from the height of several hundred meters. Damn it! Damn it! However, before Old Black hit the ground, he was caught by a fiery red figure. Whoosh! Both wings spread out, and they could clearly feel a wave of heat coming towards them. On the mountain top, a few figures quickly appeared. Damn it, it seems like we have met with a tough nut. The leader, holding the blade, couldn't help but curse. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and polished the blade in his hand. Chapter 68. The white crane flapped its wings and hovered in the air. Li Zongjio stood on the back of the white crane with his hands behind his back. He looked at the group of people in front of him. There were two figures standing on top of the mountain. One of them was holding a long blade and seemed to be the leader. The other was holding a long spear. Boom! The giant fiery red bird slowly spread its wings and floated in front of the mountain. At the same time, it threw the 100-mile archer god, who was so scared that he almost peed his pants, onto the mountain. As someone who had no wings and had never experienced flying before, the experience just now could be considered as soul-stirring. Level 2 Meta Beast? Fire Cloud Hawk. Li Zongjio's attention was on the Meta Beast. Behind the Fire Cloud Hawk stood a black-haired girl in white. She looked at Li Zongjio with deep eyes and vigilance. She was holding a scepter in her hand. If he was not wrong, the scepter should have a supplementary effect on mental strength. Mental Strength Master. Another Mental Strength Master. Li Zongjio could not help but be surprised. What kind of day was this? Mental Strength Masters were popping up one after another. Kid, come down. I want to fight you one-on-one. How dare you be so arrogant? Come down if you have the guts. Old Black was also angered by Li Zongjio. He had never seen such an arrogant person who dared to behave so atrociously in front of him. Wasn't his name the 100-mile archer god an insult? Are you bandits or robbers? Li Zongjio said. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. What did this kid in white say? Did he say that the hunting group was actually bandits or robbers? Isn't he looking for death? Interesting. He actually dares to insult the four of us. I, Big Blade Juyen, have never met such an arrogant person. Kid, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down, I won't take your money and let you go. The leader roared. Juyen? Li Zongjio shook his head. What kind of nickname was this? Could it be that people in the past were all so non-mainstream and liked to give themselves such strange nicknames? Cut the crap. Let me shoot him down. Let's see if he can still be arrogant. As he spoke, Lao He was ready to shoot Li Zongjio down. However, Li Zongjio flipped his hand and a ray of light flew out from his hand. Those people immediately became nervous. However, Li Zongjio's speed was too fast. Zhu Yan only had enough time to use the long saber to block in front of him. It was unknown whether it was luck or intentional, but the arrow directly hit the big saber and was immediately split in half. It's actually my arrow. Blackie was also shocked to see this. However, the arrow that was split in half didn't stop. It split into two and flew toward Old Hay and the other person. Whoosh! Clang! The middle-aged man suddenly shook the spear in his hand and immediately shook the arrow away. He had already lost a lot of strength, so it wasn't difficult for him to shake the arrow away. However, Lao He couldn't do it. When he retreated, he fell to the ground on his, but the arrow directly pierced between his legs. Fortunately, it missed by a little. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to be a man for the rest of his life. Fuck, so ruthless. Shall Lao go? Zhu Yan didn't hold back. At the order, the long spear man immediately threw the long spear in his hand. Whoosh! It came with a terrifying force and the sound of breaking air. However, the distance wasn't enough. After the white crane took Li Zongjio back dozens of meters, the long spear lost its power and was then taken back by someone. It turned out that the long spear was tied with a thin wire. No matter how far it flew, it could be taken back. However, this was only the beginning. In the next moment, the Fire Cloud Hawk took the white-clothed girl and rushed toward Li Zongjio. At the same time, it spat out a ball of flame from its mouth. This was the Yuan energy attack of a Yuan beast. The Fire Cloud Hawk had already reached the 3rd grade of the Yuan Master Realm. This flame was only the most basic attack for it. If the White Crane had faced the Fire Cloud Hawk alone, it would have been defeated in an instant. However, under Li Zongjiu's control, the White Crane displayed its extraordinary charisma and easily dodged the Fire Cloud Hawk's attack. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu jumped off the White Crane and jumped toward the Fire Cloud Hawk. Li Zongjiu's current Yuan energy cultivation was only at the 1st grade of the Yuan Master Realm. If he fell from such a height, only death would await him. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's action was inconceivable to the black-haired girl. Dodge! Seeing Li Zongjiu's intention, of course, she couldn't let Li Zongjiu succeed. Immediately, the Fire Cloud Hawk turned and tried to dodge Li Zongjiu's landing. However, in the next moment, Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and landed on the Fire Cloud Hawk's back. What? Seeing Li Zongjiu so close, the black-haired girl pushed with both hands. The scepter in her hand seemed to be releasing energy. Mental attack. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu slapped out with his palm and pressed down on the girl's hands. Buzz! An invisible impact formed in the sky behind Li Zongjiu, as if it was about to burst out. Seeing this scene, even Li Zongjiu's heart was filled with shock. This wave of energy far surpassed Shang Quan's. Clearly, this girl's mental energy was above Shang Quan's. Moreover, her use of mental energy was better than Shang Quan's. Indeed, it was surprising. Is your mental energy innate? Li Zongjiu looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. The black-haired girl didn't expect him to have the mood to chat and flirt before the battle. However, when she looked at Li Zongjiu up close, she realized that there was a rare depth in Li Zongjiu's eyes, just like the vast starry sky. It was all-encompassing, and at the same time it hid its brilliance. When such a gaze appeared, the black-haired girl couldn't help but feel nervous. The black-haired girl didn't answer Li Zongjiu. Her hands were pressed in front of her chest by Li Zongjiu, and she couldn't use her mental attack. When she reacted and wanted to continue using her mental attack, she realized that she couldn't concentrate. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu tilted his head to the side, and an arrow flew past his ear. The sharp aura almost broke Li Zongjiu's ear. You're courting death. Li Zongjiu grabbed the black-haired girl and threw her towards the people below. Seeing the black-haired girl being thrown, the people on the ground were shocked. The flaming cloud hawk wanted to help, but Li Zongjiu grabbed it by its feathers and dragged it down to the ground. Xiaoya! Go and catch her! Zhu Yan roared. The spear-wielding man, Sha Shou, also jumped and pounced on the falling Xiaoya. Sha Shou flew out and hugged Xiaoya. Just as they were about to fall off the cliff, Zhu Yan also jumped up and grabbed Sha Shou. Go up! Sha Lao violently flung Xiaoya away, and she landed on the ground. In the next moment, she climbed up Zhu Yan's arm and landed on the ground. Phew! It was a close call, but Li Zongjiu's attack was so vicious that it wouldn't be easy. Li Zongjiu fell from the sky. Originally, Old He wanted to shoot an arrow, but he saw Li Zongjiu land in front of him, and even the longbow in his hand was taken away. What? Old He had been practicing archery for dozens of years, but he didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would take away his longbow. He couldn't believe it. My bow. Lie down. Li Zongjiu stabbed the longbow in his hand at Old He. Old He fell to his knees with a thud, clutching his stomach. The violent impact was too much for Old He to bear. It was too scary, and Old He almost couldn't breathe. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu pulled out 3 arrows from Old He's back. After Old He fell to the ground, Li Zongjiu also drew his bow and aimed 3 sharp arrows at the 3 people who just climbed up. Chapter 69. Without a doubt, if Li Zongjiu loosened his grip, the 3 arrows would turn into deadly weapons and fly towards him. Zhu Yan saw Li Zongjiu's expression and knew that something was wrong. Xiaoya, who was beside him, swayed and her eyes seemed to be focused. Li Zongjiu's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to take action, Zhu Yan immediately shouted, "Xiaoya, don't!" Zhu Yan roared. At this moment, if Xiaoya took action, then at least two of them would die on the spot. Such a loss was too great. He could die, but he didn't want his brothers to be injured, especially Xiaoya. Since she was entrusted to him by his old comrade, of course he had to protect her. Otherwise, he would be letting his old comrade down. "We surrender, we surrender!" From Zhu Yan's experience, Li Zongjio was not a soft-hearted person. Moreover, from his performance just now, Li Zongjio was clearly a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles. Some of the real killers on the battlefield did not rely on the strength of their Yuan Li to suppress their opponents. Of course, having a strong Yuan Li was also an advantage. It was also the most basic condition for fighting. However, for someone like Li Zongjio, who did not release any Yuan Li fluctuations when he attacked, it was completely caused by his own body. This showed that Li Zongjio had already mastered the use of his Yuan Li to the point of perfection. He could use it freely. Therefore, when he attacked, his Yuan Li was already well integrated and did not deliberately release his Yuan Li aura. It was as if he was telling the enemy that he was ready to attack and that they should quickly prepare to receive the attack. Therefore, although Li Zongjio was alone, he did not even have a weapon. However, Zhu Yan already knew that they had lost. If Li Zongjio wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. I did not expect that there would be such an expert in such a remote place. We admit defeat. Kill us or torture us as you wish. However, my little niece is innocent. Sir, please let her go, Zhu Yan said in a deep voice. At the same time, he stared at Li Zongjio. If Li Zongjio's eyes were filled with killing intent, he would have to take the risk to protect Xiaoya. Old He, who was kneeling on the ground, wanted to get up but found that he couldn't. He could only kneel on the ground. The pain seemed to stick to his body. This was the first time he had experienced such a strange phenomenon. Li Zongjio put down the bow in his hand. "You can't speak?" Li Zongjio looked at Xiaoya and frowned. Xiaoya's body trembled when she heard this. Zhu Yan was even more surprised. How did Li Zongjio know about this? Moreover, looking at Li Zongjio's interest in Xiaoya, Zhu Yan's heart suddenly panicked. Is this brat going to mess around? If that's the case, then even if it means perishing together with Zhu Yan would not hesitate. However, Zhu Yan could also see that Li Zongjio's eyes did not have that lecherous look. The white crane floated to the ground and gently combed its feathers at the side. As a spiritual creature, although its combat strength was not strong, its observation and insight were definitely extraordinary. Therefore, it knew that it was a safe environment below. Moreover, it could only be safe by Li Zongjio's side. This young man is strong and has a white crane as a mount. He must be a senior disciple of some sect. He shouldn't do such a despicable thing. Although Li Zongjio looked like a gentleman, if he really wanted to do something, he could only fight with his life on the line. Xiaoya was stunned for a long time before she nodded her head. There was a trace of longing and bitterness in her eyes. "Mister, our Xiaoya used to be able to speak. However, because of an accident, she suddenly became unable to speak. She has seen countless famous doctors, but I heard that only the Millennium Yellow Lotus root can cure her," Zhu Yan said tentatively. Looking at Li Zongjio's expression, he seemed to be interested in Xiaoya's situation. Moreover, Li Zongjio was able to see through Xiaoya's situation at a glance. This showed that he had some skills. Perhaps Li Zongjio could cure Xiaoya's strange illness. Although Zhu Yan knew that the chances were slim, as long as he saw a glimmer of hope, he would not let it go. Not to mention the Millennium Yellow Lotus root. Even the Millennium Yellow Lotus root can't cure her, Li Zongjio said lightly. At this moment, Lao He, who was struggling on the ground, had finally endured the pain. After feeling a little better, he was ready to get up and suppress Li Zongjio. However, he did not expect Li Zongjio to strike him with his longbow again. His back was severely injured again. "Damn it!" Lao He directly lay on the ground. Although he did not faint, he could not get up. He felt that his upper and lower body had been completely separated. You wait for me. I will definitely destroy you. Lao He continued to struggle. However, he had already put Li Zongjiu on the list of death sentences. No matter what, he had to cripple Li Zongjiu. Do not let me find the opportunity to do so. Innate mental strength. If you want to recover and master your own strength, then come to the Luoxia city's Li family and wait for me. Li Zongjiu looked at Xiaoya and said, My name is Li Zongjiu. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he turned around and stepped on the white crane. Then his figure rushed up. Only after Li Zongjiu left did these people regain their senses. The fire cloud hawk, who had been playing dead for a long time, finally broke free from its shackles. It stood up again and shook its feathers. Previously, it did not know what Li Zongjiu had done to it. Unexpectedly, the fire cloud hawk had been lying on the ground for a long time without getting up. Now it had finally recovered. Lao He, are you all right? Sha Lao hurriedly helped Old He up, but it seemed that Old He's entire waist was about to break. This injury wasn't very optimistic. Xiaoya, are you all right? Zhu Yan asked Xiaoya, who was beside him. He was worried that Xiaoya had suffered too much shock. However, it seemed that she was fine. She gently shook her head. It's good that you are fine. With the help of Sha Shou, Lao He gradually recovered. Fuck, don't let me meet that brat. Otherwise, I will definitely cripple him. Lao He roared. Li Zongjiu had attacked him twice, which made Sha Shou feel the most intense pain in the world. It was too terrifying. When he caught Li Zongjiu, he would let Li Zongjiu enjoy his fist. He is lucky to be able to survive this time. This person is not someone we can provoke. Zhu Yan said in a deep voice. They were not good people. They were just a group of adventurers. Just now, they were ready to beat down Li Zongjiu and ask about the surrounding situation. After all, they had been in this mountain range for almost 3 days and did not see anyone. It was too desolate. It was not easy to catch someone. However, they did not expect that the opponent's strength was above them. Sure enough, people who came out from the deep mountains were not to be trifled with. Boss, the brat said that he can cure Xiaoya? Sha Shou could not help but ask. Xiaoya also looked at Zhu Yan. It was impossible to say that they did not hear it. That person said it so loudly and clearly. How could they not hear it? In fact, Zhu Yan was also thinking about what Li Zongjiu wanted to do. Also, could he really cure Xiaoya? If he wanted to kill us, he could have done it just now. Zhu Yan said in a deep voice. Xiaoya's condition is getting worse day by day. That old faker said that if we don't solve it soon, not only will she not be able to speak, but it will also get worse. Since there is an opportunity now, we should give it a try. Zhu Yan looked at Xiaoya. This person who was shot down in such an unexpected situation had actually become their savior. Such a bizarre encounter was a little too unbelievable. Even if they told others about it, no one would believe it. But it did happen. What did he say just now? Luoxia City, Li family, Li Zongjiu. Chapter 70. It didn't matter what these people's motives were. What was important was whether they could be used by Li Zongjiu. It didn't matter to the others, but this person called Xiaoya was a natural spiritual master. Moreover, her current spiritual power was still constantly increasing. No one could say for sure how much it would grow in the future. If Xiaoya's spiritual power erupted and she could control it, she would definitely become a very terrifying person. Just this terrifying spiritual power alone wasn't something that anyone could withstand. However, this powerful, innate spiritual power was also a double-edged sword. If she couldn't control it well, it could engulf her at any time. However, there was no hurry now. At Li Zongjiu's current level, what kind of people hadn't he seen before? Regarding this, even if these people had ulterior motives, Li Zongjiu didn't care at all, as long as the value on them could be obtained by him. If they wanted to harm the Li family, he would directly eliminate them. After being delayed by these people, Li Zhongjiu only arrived in front of the Shui Yao spiritual city in the early morning of the second day. The huge Shui Yao spiritual city was more like a barrier. It was a very thick wall that blocked this place in order to block the terrifying 10,000 blood forest outside. On the walls of the Water Jade Spirit City, one could also see some shocking traces. The stories shown on these traces were created with the blood of millions of people. Countless fresh lives fell on the Shui Yao spiritual city. During the time when the Xinyan dynasty was established, the Shui Yao spiritual city had already been attacked 3 times by Yuan beasts. Therefore, the Shui Yao spiritual city could be considered a famous historical city. The fact that it could survive in such an environment already proved that the Shui Yao spiritual city wasn't simple. However, the surviving Shui Yao spiritual city had become even more terrifying and famous. Countless gold seekers and adventurers would come here. They would head to the 10,000 blood forest to look for opportunities. They would look for hope. In the world of Yuan practitioners, if they wanted to break away from mediocrity and stand out from the crowd, they had to know that what they had to experience was definitely something that ordinary people couldn't experience. Shui Yao spiritual city, I'm here. Li Zhongjiu looked at the city. After escaping from the clutches of Li Shang and coming out of the forest, the first place he came to was the Water Jade Spirit City. If Li Zhongjiu's experience here was also written, it would be a very fascinating book. Just like in his previous life, he had to pay taxes when he entered the city. As for the White Crane, Li Zhongjiu stayed by his side at all times. After all, this was an extremely dangerous place. If the White Crane was not guarded properly and was eaten by someone, then Li Zhongjiu would not be able to do anything. Even if he killed the person, he would not be able to get the White Crane out. It wasn't strange to be walking with a White Crane on the road. After all, the people here often saw some meta beasts as mounts. Most of the people in the city reeked of blood, but it depended on how thick it was. Some people had heavy killing intent, and one could sense a terrifying aura from hundreds of meters away. Blood Gazing Tower. Li Zhongjiu brought the White Crane to the front of the Blood Gazing Tower. In other cities and other places, the name of the restaurant had to be elegant and grand. Only then would people come here. Otherwise, how could people enjoy a meal that was supposed to be elegant if the name of the restaurant was filled with the smell of blood? However, in the Water Jade Spirit City, there were many similar restaurants that were filled with killing intent. The people who came here were not kind people. How could they not eat because of the name of the restaurant? Of course, the Blood Gazing Tower also had an unusual background. There were 3 major organizations in the underground forces of the Water Jade Spirit City. Savage Blood Gang. In the Water Jade Spirit City, there was almost no one who didn't know of them. They controlled dozens of businesses. In the past, they collected protection fees and black taxes. Later on, they did some legitimate businesses, such as opening some legitimate black shops. It was only natural that the laws of the land of chaos would change accordingly. Oh, guest, please come in. Do you want a meal or a place to stay? Seeing this clean young man with a White Crane walk in, the waiter immediately went up to greet him with a smile. Looking at Li Zhongjiu's attire, he knew that he couldn't stay in his sect and came out to experience life. Most of the men who practiced martial arts yearned for the lifestyle of licking blood on the blade. They would feel that it was very cool, but when they saw blood splashed on their body, they would often lose control of their bowels. Places like the Blood Gazing Tower would often act as pioneers and give you a lesson first. In this way, you would know that it was not so easy to make a living in Jianghu. Basically, Li Zhongjiu's attire meant that he was a fool. Just wait for him to be ruthlessly slaughtered. Take care of my crane. Li Zhongjiu directly threw out a gold coin. He threw out a gold coin right away. He was indeed a disciple of a large sect. Okay. The waiter very skillfully caught the gold coin and stuffed it into his arms. Then, he led Li Zhongjiu's White Crane to the backyard. Usually, it wasn't a problem to deposit a mount. Li Zhongjiu found a more remote corner and sat down. It just so happened that he could see the situation outside through the window. Everyone in the restaurant looked at Li Zongjio with a strange gaze. Some people also looked at Li Zongjio with bad intentions, wanting to see something from Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio swept past all these gazes. At this time, the sky was slightly bright. Some people had left the city, while others had just returned. There was no distinction between day and night here. In the inn, breakfast, lunch, and dinner were provided at any time, as long as you wanted to eat, as long as you could afford it. On this point, he was still very principled. He let you comfortably pay the money. "I want a plate of boiled prawns," Li Zongjio said. On the menu, the price of the boiled prawns was 20 silver coins. As a freshwater dish, the price was on the high side. However, with the service and treatment, plus the environment, it was worth the money. However, Li Zongjio's experience in his previous life was clear. This plate of boiled prawns cost 20 silver coins. It referred to a single prawn, not a plate. This kind of menu was generally used to cheat fools. In his previous life, Li Zongjio also fell for this trick once. He didn't expect that they would use the same trick this time. Soon, a plate of fragrant boiled prawns was served. The rich aroma was indeed very strong. However, there were at least 20 to 30 prawns on the plate. In total, this plate alone cost about 600 silver coins. That was a total of 6 gold coins. The shopkeeper in the distance was also very enthusiastic. Looking at Li Zongjio's appearance, even if he was cheated, he wouldn't dare to make a sound. At first glance, one could tell that he was a young chicken. "Hurry up, slow down. Unload this cart of firewood into the kitchen. Otherwise, there will be no food for you today." Li Zongjio ate a prawn. Then he seemed to hear a sound coming from outside. Then he saw a sleepy-eyed fat man carrying a bundle of firewood into the kitchen with difficulty. Sure enough, this guy really knows how to laze around. Li Zongjio looked at the fat man. On the surface, he seemed to be submissive and as timid as a mouse. However, in fact, he had a lot of wicked ideas in his stomach to be able to do this. However, he was indeed under the control of the people here. He couldn't escape. If he tried to escape, he would be beaten to death. However, when he worked every day, he looked like he was working very hard. In fact, he didn't put much effort into it. "Boss, the bill." Li Zongjio wiped his mouth and said, "All right, the boiled prawns you ordered is 720 silver coins in total. I'll round off the change and charge you 700 silver coins." The shopkeeper came in front of Li Zongjio. He was calculating with an abacus in his hand. Then he said in a very amiable manner, Boss, did you calculate wrongly?" Chapter 71. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, the owner of the blood-gazing tower narrowed his eyes. A few waiters, not far away, also quietly came over. "Interesting. I didn't expect this kid to be so courageous. He even dared to speak. That's right. Look carefully. It's written clearly on the menu. Our shop is a century-old shop. You're still young. Don't ruin our shop's reputation," the owner said fearlessly. If Li Zongjio wanted to go back on his words, he had 100 ways to make Li Zongjio pay up. Otherwise, Li Zongjio wouldn't be able to walk out of the door of the blood-gazing tower. "Oh, I see." Li Zongjio glanced at the other party's lineup. The fatty outside was also carrying the firewood. When he heard the commotion inside, he couldn't help but stand on tiptoe. "All right, 600 it is," Li Zongjio said. He seemed to admit defeat. Then he took out a money bag from his chest and threw it to the other party. The owner took the money bag. He didn't even need to open it. He only needed to weigh it a little to know if there was a mistake. Over the years, the money that passed through his hands was more than the money that you've seen before. That's right. Our shop is open for business. You see, it's on such a large scale. Of course, we're honest. How can we cheat people? Our prawns are fed with the heavenly jade spring. They're different. Take your time. I'll get a room for you," the shopkeeper said with a smile. The waiters who had gathered behind him also dispersed. Okay, Li Zongjie returned to his room. He cultivated until night fell. When night fell, in the woodshed in the backyard, the fatty was chopping firewood with all his might. His fat face was red and sweat flowed down his forehead. Right at that moment, the owner of the inn walked in quietly. "Owner, why are you here?" The fatty hurriedly stood up and said. He was still carrying the axe in his hand and forgot to put it down. You, put down your axe before you speak," the shopkeeper said. The fatty also put down the axe, wiped the sweat off his hands, and then wiped the stool beside him. "Please take a seat, shopkeeper." "Xiao Wang, how long have you been here?" The shopkeeper said with a kind and amiable face. No one could tell what the shopkeeper was thinking. 2 months. It's been 2 months. When will you be able to pay back the 50 gold coins you owe me? This. Shopkeeper, didn't we agree that we would call it even if I worked for 3 months? We even signed a contract back then. Wang Jing suddenly became anxious. It wasn't easy to get out of the countryside, but he was cheated the moment he came out. Later, he couldn't help but eat a free meal here. Fortunately, everyone negotiated very well and let Wang Jing work here for 3 months to pay off the debt. Fortunately, Wang Jing had been doing farm work since he was young, so he didn't mind suffering a bit. Your 3 months of work is indeed enough to pay off the money for that meal. But who will pay for the food you ate in these 2 months? I didn't say that I would provide food and accommodation for you. As for accommodation, I'll be generous and not count it as your payment. But the way you eat, it's enough to feed 10 of my workers. Don't you think so? The shopkeeper couldn't help but say. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Wang Jing's face suddenly became uglier than if he had eaten something. His whole face sank. He never thought that the shopkeeper would arrange such a trick to wait for him. Then this? In that case, wouldn't Wang Jing have to work here for the rest of his life? Moreover, he wouldn't be paid. I've already told Grandpa that I'm going out to make a living. Once I earn enough money, I'll go back and marry Xiao Fang. What should I do now? Xiao Wang, you've been with me for more than 2 months. I've also treated you as one of my own people. So I'll show you the way. Let's see if you dare to do it. If you succeed, not only will you pay off your debt here, but you'll also get a lot of income. Moreover, your safety will be guaranteed. How about it? The shopkeeper said as he approached. When Wang Jing heard this, he suddenly realized something. He quickly covered his chest and shook his head. No, shopkeeper, if you want me to do that kind of thing, how can I go back to the village in the future? How can I face people in the future? Absolutely not. Seeing the more than 200 pounds of fat on Wang Jing's body shaking, this fat guy really thought that he was very popular. How could there be such a confident person? Who on earth gave you the courage to say such words? The shopkeeper suddenly slapped Wang Jing's head. What nonsense are you thinking about? Let me tell you, there's a rich guy in the 5th room. This is a sleeping gas. It won't kill him. You just need to spray it into the window. I only want half of the money, and the other half is yours. Do you want to do it or not? The shopkeeper instigated. When Wang Jing heard that he was going to steal someone's money, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he immediately became nervous again. No, how could he kill for money? This was wrong. This was the idea that his grandfather had instilled in him since he was young. Of course, he couldn't destroy it. Wang Jing was determined not to do such a thing. Listen to me first. This guy's origin is not simple. As far as I know, he seems to have come from the northern mountain to sell his stolen goods. He's a gang of bandits. However, their gang is too powerful. We can't report it to the authorities. So, we can only ask you to do it and then leave here. This will help you and punish the gang. You're doing the people a favor. Your grandfather will be proud of you, the shopkeeper said. Hearing this, Wang Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. If that's the case, then maybe I'm a little hero too. Really? The fat guy looked very kind and innocent. The shopkeeper also nodded fiercely. If I lie to you, mine will be on fire tonight, and it will be the kind that can't be extinguished. Seeing that the shopkeeper had made such a vow, Wang Jing felt a lot more relieved. Okay, since this guy is a bad guy, can I punch him a few times later? The fat guy showed that he hated these people from the dark forces very much. Of course you can, but don't use too much strength. Otherwise he will wake up in a while. Now is the time. Most of the guests are asleep. You go quickly. There are no guests on that floor. I have already arranged it, the shopkeeper said. For tonight's action, the shopkeeper directly arranged Li Zongjiu to stay in the guest room on the highest floor. The entire floor was empty. Okay. Wang Jing took the ecstasy smoke from the shopkeeper. He didn't even bother to change his clothes. Instead, he casually placed the axe on his waist. Then, he quietly crept forward. The pitch-black corridor made Wang Jing feel a little nervous. He turned around and saw two waiters behind him who had come to his aid. These two waiters were responsible for providing support and also to prevent Wang Jing from escaping. If he ran away, their efforts would be in vain. This Li Zongjiu was definitely a disciple of a large sect who had come out to gain experience. He might have some good treasures on him. Money didn't matter. It was secondary. If he had some special things, some special treasures, he could make a lot of money. This was what the shopkeeper cared about. Boss, are we really going to let this fat guy go? The shopkeeper and several waiters hid in the woodshed and looked at the situation in the opposite room. Humph, not only will I let him go, but I will also send him off. These waiters also heard the coldness in the shopkeeper's voice. They were afraid that this little fat guy wouldn't survive. After all, only if this little fat guy died on the way to escape, this matter would be completely hidden. No one would know that he was the culprit. If something happened, there was still the gang behind him. Wang Jing came to the door of Li Zongjiu's room and quietly poked a hole in the window. He saw the situation inside and found that Li Zongjiu was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. However, Wang Jing didn't directly blow the sleeping gas in. Instead, he turned around. He made a gesture to the two waiters behind him. This gesture meant that Li Zongjiu had run away. Chapter 72. Ran away. Seeing Wang Jing's gesture, the two waiters' eyes widened and they looked at each other. Then they pointed to the room next door, indicating that they should go to the room next door to talk. If a guest came out and saw them sneaking around, it would definitely cause trouble. Wang Jing nodded and opened the door of the room opposite Li Zongjiu's room. Just as the two waiters were about to enter the restaurant, Wang Jing actually walked forward with his fat body. Bang! His big belly directly knocked the two waiters out, and his fists also fell on their bodies. Bang, bang! The two fists fell, just like the scene of fighting wild boars in the village. It was almost one punch each. The two waiters had almost no strength to fight back and were directly knocked out by Wang Jing. When they fell to the ground, they could not help but make some noise. The shopkeeper, who was observing from the woodshed downstairs, also frowned. How could there be such a big commotion? It's not the first time that Lil Bin and Lil Wu have done it. How could there be such a big commotion? However, after listening carefully for a while, there were no other sounds, so he gradually relaxed. It should be going smoothly and accidents were inevitable. You want to stare at Master Jing? You're too inexperienced. Wang Jing could not help but clap his hands. Only when there was no one around would Wang Jing reveal his true colors. To be able to catch the attention of the shopkeeper, that kid must have a lot of treasures on him. Thinking of this, Wang Jing could not help but rub his hands. Holding the ecstasy smoke in his hand, he was about to walk out. Twigs. Huh. Before Wang Jing walked out, he saw Li Zongjiu walk in from the door, carrying a bag on his body. Not good. Wang Jing's mind was suddenly thinking about how to deceive Li Zongjiu. Don't think about it. You can't beat me. I know your direct subordinate, Fatty Wang. Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Wang Jing was a good friend of his in his previous life. He was about the same age as Li Zongjiu, but in fact, he had been in Jianghu for a long time. He was a real old fox. Wang Jing did come from that village. That's right. But in fact, when Wang Jing was 5 years old, he was already in the underworld. When he was 5 years old, Wang Jing's grandfather passed away, so Wang Jing came out alone. Along the way, he swindled others. This guy was best at pretending to be a fool, going to a place and eating without paying. Then they settled down in this inn. Basically, they would target these greedy inns with some background. Then, every day, they would use some unknown method to steal some money from these inns. Of course, the money they stole was from the shopkeepers or some bullies. Every time he took a small amount, he would not be discovered at all. In addition, this guy was the kind of person who did things very carefully. Then he would switch to another city. Then he would continue to do this. If Li Zongjiu did not hang out with this fatty in his previous life, he would not have known that this little fatty looked so honest on the outside, but in his heart he was actually full of evil tricks. Who are you? Wang Jing had already made up a story about him being kidnapped. But when he heard Li Zongjiu's words, he was stunned. How did this guy know my name? My old enemy came to find me? That was impossible. Wang Jing, Wang Jing, Wang Jin, Wang Jin, he had used at least a dozen fake names. How could he be found? And every time he did it cleanly. There was absolutely no one who knew. Someone could follow him. Don't pretend in front of me. I'm here to take you flying. Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Now you have 2 choices. 1, I take your money and leave. 2, you take the money and leave with me. Li Zongjiu said, My money. Fuck, that's the money I hid. How did you find it? When Wang Jing saw the bag in Li Zongjiu's hand, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. This bag was the money he had painstakingly saved for the past 2 months. He hid it in a pit 5 meters away from the latrine. How could anyone find such a secluded place? And every day, when Wang Jing left, he would leave a mark at that place. He would check it every day. How did this guy find it? You'd better put down my money. Otherwise, the axe in my hand is not to be trifled with. Wang Jing's face darkened as he pulled out the axe from his waist. It seemed that he had met an opponent. This Li Zongjiu should have been following him for a long time. He was really scary. It seemed that there would be a tough battle today. How long has it been since you used your alchemy skills? How long are you going to swindle money before you can buy a house in sacred Yen City? Li Zongjiu said. Wang Jing's heart was not bad. Even his wish was very simple. He just wanted to buy a house in the capital of the Shunyan dynasty and then equip it with a carriage. That would be enough. But with Wang Jing's speed of making money, who knew how long it would take for him to succeed? How did you know? This time, Wang Jing was completely shocked by Li Zongjiu. This was no longer as simple as an investigation. You're not a roundworm in my stomach, are you? You roundworm. Wang Jing could not help but think of the roundworm that came out of his stomach when he had a stomachache a few days ago. It must have turned into Li Zongjiu. It was really scary. He even knew his dream. This was simply too scary. Wang Jing had never mentioned this idea to anyone. Moreover, how did this guy know about the alchemy fire? In fact, Wang Jing was an alchemist. Moreover, he was a very powerful alchemist. But Wang Jing did not dare to use his alchemy skills. Wang Jing, who had been in Jianghu for many years, knew that if he used his alchemy skills, he would definitely be killed. It was enough to use it at a critical moment. If he exposed his talent too early, it would only bring danger to himself. Roundworm, your sister. If you delay any longer, you won't be able to leave in a while. Li Zongjiu said. At this time, Wang Jing was also hesitating. He did not know where Li Zongjiu came from, but he knew everything about him. This made Wang Jing extremely worried. But now his money was in Li Zongjiu's hands. If he did not agree to Li Zongjiu's request, then all his efforts over the years would be in vain. Thinking of this, Wang Jing simply gritted his teeth. You win, but you have to tell me your name first. Wang Jing said. Years of experience told Wang Jing that although Li Zongjie was not a good person, he was definitely here for him. It was not a good or bad thing, but the motive. I am Li Zongjie, Li Zongjie said. After 3,000 years, when Li Zongjie came here in his previous life, he was extremely down and out. He met Li Zongjie, who was also down and out. Wang Jing saw that Li Zongjie was still young at that time, and that he had encountered such a tragedy, so he took great care of Li Zongjie. After all, for a poor person like Li Zongjie, it was very rare to see him. Even later, when he killed Li Changjiang and his gang, Wang Jing also rushed to the forefront. Later, Li Zongjie's strength became stronger, and Wang Jing also looked for his own path until many years later. Both of them became famous. However, these things were very far in the future. Li Zongjie, when Wang Jing heard this name, his ears could not help but twitch. He always felt that he had heard this name before. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, which made Wang Jing very surprised. How could this be? Of course, Wang Jing did not say this strange feeling out loud. Otherwise, Li Zongjie would misunderstand that he had some weird fetish. I remember. What should we do now? Wang Jing asked. What else can we do? Burn it. Li Zongjie said. Chapter 73. At the door of the woodshed. The innkeeper had been watching for a while, but until now there had been no movement at all. It had been a long time, but he still hadn't succeeded. Could it be that something had happened? The innkeeper couldn't help but feel puzzled. You too, follow me upstairs to have a look. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, so he decided to go upstairs with his men to see what was going on. However, before the innkeeper went upstairs, he saw some black smoke burning on the roof. At the same time, the pungent smell of smoke shocked everyone. Damn, what's going on? Innkeeper, it seems like there's a fire. Fire! The innkeeper looked over and saw the fire in front of him. At the same time, there was a commotion in the guest room. Quick! Bring people to put out the fire! Quick! Quick! The shopkeeper wasn't clear about the current situation. However, if Hizen caught fire and suffered heavy losses, how is he going to explain it to his superiors? This inn was only managed by the shopkeeper on behalf of his superiors. The fire instantly burned. Many people rushed out of the building, crying and screaming. The scene was chaotic. In the midst of the chaos, a fat figure directly rushed to the front of the counter. With two bangs, he directly pried open the secret compartment of the counter and grabbed a large amount of banknotes and some rare gems from the secret compartment. They were all stuffed into Wang Jing's arms. You're really not polite. Li Zongjie was surprised when he saw Wang Jing's actions. In his previous life, he didn't expect Wang Jing to have such means. He even knew the secrets of others, so clearly. These are the innkeeper's private savings. Since he won't be coming back in the future, of course, I'll take them with me. Wang Jing said. Li Zongjie didn't say anything. He called Wang Jing and immediately rushed in the direction of the white crane. When he passed by the woodshed, he saw the innkeeper and his men coming to put out the fire. Wait, why did the two people who ran by look so familiar? The innkeeper only glanced at them for a moment, so he didn't see them clearly. Innkeeper, a tenant ran away without paying. What? Capture them all. The scene was extremely chaotic. Some people put on their clothes and ran out directly because some people had stayed here for a few days and hadn't paid their room fees yet. Now, they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. How could he tolerate this? When the shopkeeper rushed into his counter, the shopkeeper's expression changed. He immediately realized that the secret compartment where he kept his money had been brazenly pried open. The shopkeeper was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He clutched his chest, extremely shocked and in extreme pain. My God! The shopkeeper's head was filled with blood. Blood rushed to his head, causing the shopkeeper's vision to darken. He fainted and fell to the ground with a creak. This was a premeditated arson. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, wake up!" A waiter kept shaking the shopkeeper until he finally woke up. It was not easy for the shopkeeper to wake up. When the waiter saw that the shopkeeper had woken up, he immediately became excited. "Shopkeeper, you're awake." That little fatty ran away. It was another piece of bad news for the shopkeeper. How could an old man like him withstand such torment? With a creak, he fainted again. Couldn't this bad news stop for a while and then talk about it later? How many people could bear it when you're like this? Li Zongjiao and Wang Jing rode the white crane and soared into the sky. Their figures disappeared into the night sky. The two of them directly left the Shui Yao spiritual city. If they continued to delay, the people from the Savage Blood Gang would arrive. At that time, even Li Zongjiao wouldn't be able to escape. Oh, it seems that there are people following us. In the dark night, several black eagles took advantage of the darkness to chase after Li Zongjiao and Wang Jing. So it's them. I've seen them before. They're from the Black Hawk Gang. Wang Jing said. The Black Hawk Gang was indeed arrogant. They even dared to set their sights on the blood-gazing tower. On the surface, the blood-gazing tower was a restaurant, but in fact it was a stronghold for selling stolen goods. In this stronghold alone, there were already millions of gold coins in circulation. What Wang Jing had taken away just now was only a part of it. There were more that he hadn't taken away. It was estimated that he had already handed it over. The Black Hawk Gang. Li Zongjiao couldn't remember. After more than 3,000 years, he couldn't remember everything. However, looking at Wang Jing's calm appearance, he should have a plan. You fly over there. The Black Hawk Gang's natural enemy is over there. They don't dare to go there. Li Zongjiao also listened to Wang Jing's words and let the white crane fly in the direction Wang Jing pointed. Crash! The figure of the white crane drew an arc in the sky, and when one looked at the direction it was flying in, one could see the direction it was flying in. The black eagles chasing behind seemed to be anxious. Each of them bravely chased after it, their wings constantly flapping. Crash! I'll let you chase me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power. You've always bullied me. Wang Jing took out a slingshot from his backpack and grabbed a few iron balls in his hand. Crack! The slingshot in his hand was pulled taut as if it would break at any time. Wang Jing closed one eye and aimed at the figure behind him. Lock on. Swoosh! The metal bead in his hand whistled as it broke free from its reins. In the process of flying, the bead suddenly burst into flames with a boom. This was Fatty Wang's natal extinction, alchemy fire. In other words, this was Fatty Wang's natural original spirit. Those who could awaken their original spirit before reaching the origin ancestor realm were considered natural original spirits. The earlier they awakened, the more powerful they were. Fatty Wang had such a unique skill, but he had no choice but to hide it in the dangerous underworld. In fact, if it weren't for the dangerous underworld, the number of geniuses would definitely increase. Most of the geniuses died because they exposed their talent but didn't have a good backing. Therefore, they died directly. There were very few geniuses like Fatty Wang who had a sense of self-protection. Most of them liked to show off their abilities and were then caught by people with ulterior motives. Such situations could be said to be countless.